Chapter 211. Finally, the boss was hunted successfully. The adventurers applauded. By Hajusher's side, you fought well. Sanju, it was a battle full of fate. Menginchua, it was perfect. This adventure started with Chen Fu and ended with his death. It was a complete cycle. Nancy Leah was full of sadness. The change of fate is so sad. The person Chen Jingqiu respected the most was his master, but he was forced to wield the sword to kill his relatives for the sake of justice. Chen Fu's obsession eventually made him completely possessed. So there was such a result. Ren Wanqiong commented, there is a reason why Chen Fu is so paranoid. His life is a tragedy. Death is also a kind of relief for him. The adventurer sighed. Wan Shan Guhong said, this man was highly valued by Emperor Qin when he was young and was full of vigor and ambition. He was full of thoughts about repaying the emperor's kindness and showing his talents. He never thought that not only did he not have the opportunity to repay the country, but he also watched the country perish and his whole family was slaughtered by the Sui people. He finally rescued a grandson, but in order to preserve the only bloodline of the Qin kingdom, he exchanged his grandson for the prince in his cradle. For many years, he worked diligently and studied hard, and only wanted to complete the late emperor's will and restore the great Qin. And this mission and wish, it is destined to be in vain. Ran Tianyun, I think Chen Fu understands better than anyone that he does not have the talent of a king's assistant, and his disciples do not have the talent of an emperor, so he puts all his hopes on an illusory 9-5 formation. By Hajusher, grand ambitions, full of obsessions, and lifelong efforts, in the end, are all in vain. This is the most tragic thing in the world, and it is also worth alerting each of us. Don't be too obsessed with everything. It is important to recognize your own position. The Blackstone Hammer King sighed. So if you ask me, people with great ambitions but little talent live the most miserable lives, while people with great talent but little ambition live the most happily. Chen Fu's changes and endings are both thought-provoking and thought-provoking. New adventurers such as Vazaros and Akra are also attracted by the narrative style and character creation of the Secret Realm, and this is the greatest charm of the Miracle City's Secret Realm. Its existence has completely blurred the boundaries between reality and fantasy. In the Secret Realm, after Higanbana killed the Master, feeling the great grief from the soul. Although I am just a passerby, I am also overwhelmed by this sad emotion. After all, the Master is the only relative and elder for the boy. Although he is strict, he has raised him up with great care, taught him magic and swordsmanship with all his strength, and taught him how to read and behave. Who can be heartless? 17 years of companionship has already become a part of life. Zhang Lai said, Achu, don't be sad, this is no longer Chen Fu. Yu also said, yes, the real Master Qin is a hero who would rather give up all his cultivation to seal the Tao Tai and prevent it from causing harm to the world, not this brutal monster whose body is occupied by demons. No time to be sad. We must cheer up, the lost array is ready. Don't worry, Brother Zhang, I'm not that fragile. Bianhua suppressed her inner emotions and looked firm. We have come this far, experienced so much, and sacrificed so much. Now let's put an end to it all. Return to the core of Chigwangxing. The lost array is finally deployed. Bianhua, Chen Jingqiu, Gui Weisheng, Zhang Lai, Yuan Tuo, and Yu Xiaoxua began to complete the formation. This time, Ah Chou, Zhang Lai, and Gui Weisheng will serve as the guardians of the lost array. They will sacrifice their most cherished and persistent beliefs or emotions as sacrifices to complete the task of repairing the sky. Yuer said, Gui Wexian, we have caused you too much trouble. We must not let you make sacrifices again. I want to be the third guardian. No, there is the power of Niwa Stone remaining in your body. This power may affect the effect of the formation. The third guardian can only be me. Gui Wexian shook his folding fan lightly with a calm face. Don't worry about me. I have already become an immortal, without desires and demands. I am the least affected by the lost array. Jingqiu Zhang Lai, have you made up your mind? The other side of the flower can feel it. Qin Jing Chao's biggest not at present. He was forced to kill his demonized master Chen Fu for the sake of justice. So now what he cares most about is his feelings for his master. And every little bit. Once the lost array is activated, there is a high probability that all memories and feelings of the master will be completely lost. But the previous 17 years of his life were related to the master. What is the difference between erasing all the memories of Chen Fu and completely losing his memory? Life will be filled with blanks. Memories will also become fragmented. In this case, can Achio still be considered Achio? Although there may be unpredictable consequences, Bianhua did not feel a trace of retreat. The boy deeply realized his mission, and was willing to sacrifice everything for the people of the world and bear all the consequences. I'm ready. Bianhua looked at Zhang Lai. What is Brother Zhang's biggest wish? Zhang Lai's eyes revealed a trace of yearning. I want to create a peaceful and prosperous world with my own hands. A prosperous world where everyone can have enough food, all nations come to pay tribute, and nations coexist. If I can see such a world, I will have no regrets even if I die immediately. Gui Weisheng. What a great ambition. Everyone admired Zhang Lai's lofty ambitions. In fact, when they first met, everyone had already felt that this person also had the demeanor of a wise ruler. If he could really overthrow the Sui dynasty and compete for the world, he might really be able to create a peaceful and prosperous world. However, in order to save the world, he will lose this ambition and ideal. Zhang Lai laughed. It doesn't matter. I see that the mansion of Duke Tang has the aura of a real dragon, and the second son of Li has the appearance of a wise ruler of the ages. It can be seen that even without me, this land will eventually usher in a new life. Perhaps the prosperous world in the dream is already at hand. Although the words were easy, but everyone could feel a little lonely. Zhang Lai secretly prepared for more than 10 years to compete for the Central Plains. With such a great ambition and so much effort and blood, how can it be easy to give up? But in order to save Xinzhou and the world, he resolutely dedicated half of his life's efforts and all his ambitions. I heard the conversation between several people. Feel the tragic and passionate. Many adventurers in Miracle City were deeply moved, and many of them were excited and even in tears. Great. What is the pattern? This is the pattern. For the world, give up personal grudges and personal gains and losses. Achu is a true hero. Zhang Lai is also a true hero. They both deserve our respect. This land has gone through hardships since ancient times, but it has always been the most prosperous and great place in the world, not only because of the strong foundation of China, but also because people like them stand up at every critical moment. Even if no one remembers, they will continue to move forward. Finally, it is Xu Xue. When the red spider Lily made the decision to sacrifice herself, she felt only calmness, but she couldn't help crying when she thought that Xiao Xue would turn into her original form and endure the pain of being closed and quiet for 60 years after the sky repairing ceremony. 60 years later. What kind of strange world would that be? The one who made the greatest sacrifice was this kindest girl. Xiao Xue smiled. It's okay, Brother Chen, Sister Yuru. I am really honored to complete the adventure with you. Boom, another shock. The red star is becoming more and more unstable. The scar of the sky is about to be completely formed. The demons will break free from the seal and descend to the world. Everyone, now that we are ready, let's complete the final mission. Yes. Yu Xiaoxue sat in the center of the formation. Yuan Tuo stood in one corner of the formation, the other 3 corners placed the artifacts, and Bianhua stood in the area where Shenong Ding was located. When entering the formation, Bianhua felt a trance. More than 20 days in Miracle City, more than a year in the secret realm, all kinds of experiences and adventures along the way emerged in my mind. What a fulfilling journey. What a great adventure story. No, not just an adventure. This journey is integrated into life. It has become a part of her red spider Lily. Although I am filled with mixed feelings and reluctant to let go, the adventure has to end, and the story must also have an ending. This is the greatest respect for an adventure and a story. The next moment, the formation was activated. Higanbana lost control of the character. She realized that the final cutscene had appeared. She first saw a white void without any substance. The boy ran aimlessly in this strange space, and a familiar voice came to his ears. Jingqiu, Jingqiu. It's Master. Where are you, Master? Ah Cho excitedly ran madly in the direction of the voice, but he suddenly froze in place while running. He looked at the sword in his hand with confusion. What am I doing? It seems like I'm chasing someone. Who is this person? Why can't I remember it at all? At this time, a figure appeared in front. She has snow-white hair, beautiful appearance, and well-behaved temperament. Xiaoxue, why are you here? Brother Chen, you still recognize me? That means you have already told the master. Ah Chio was confused. Xiaoxue, what are you talking about? When did I have a master? Xiaoxue said sadly. Yes, he raised you since you were a child, taught you the principles of life, taught you swordsmanship and Taoism. He is also the person you respect the most in your life. But I don't know swordsmanship or Taoism at all, and I don't remember having a master. Ah Chio suddenly had a splitting headache. Wait, since I don't know swordsmanship, why do I have a sword in my hand? Why am I here? How did Xiaoxue Yura and I know each other? Why can't I remember it at all? I can't remember anything. Sure enough, lose all the memories of 17 years. This will not only make him forget his master, but all traces of his master will be erased, and without the cornerstone of these memories, even the memories of the past year will be chaotic and fragmented. Ah Cho shook his head hard. Although I can't remember many things, as long as Xiuxiu is okay, I don't know why, I have been very worried about you. Hearing this, Xiuxiu smiled. At the same time, tears flowed. She said in a depressed mood, Brother Chen, I actually came to say goodbye to you. My strength has been completely exhausted, and I can't hold on anymore. I hope you and Sister Yer can forgive me. Xiuxiu, what are you talking about? Chen Jingzhou tried to walk towards Xiuxiu. Suddenly, a huge black crack separated the two from the middle. Brother Chen, I can't feel your presence anymore, but I know you are watching me nearby now. I don't have much time. Please listen to me carefully, Brother Chen. Xiuxiu's eyes lost focus. She seemed to recall many happy things. A happy smile appeared on the originally sad and weak face. This 1 year or so is the happiest and most joyful time in my life. It's great to meet Brother Chen and Sister Yer. I will always miss this wonderful time. So I want to give Brother Chen a precious gift in the end. Although it will take me 600 years to restore my human form, I am really happy to do this. After saying that, bowed to the boy. She whispered, Goodbye, Brother Chen. Goodbye, Sister Yer. I really want to see you again, but it's a pity that I can't hear or see now. Brother Chen, please say goodbye to Sister Yer for me. Finally, I wish you happiness. As soon as the voice fell, Ah Cho suddenly felt it. All the lost memories came back. They were all the bits and pieces related to the master from childhood to adulthood. Only then did Dianhua, Chen Jingzhou, realize what the gift Xiuxiu was talking about. She once again forcibly overdrew the power of the Nuwa stone, exempting Chen Jingzhou from the influence of the lost array, allowing him to recover all his lost memories, and his life became complete again. The price was, Xiuxiu had consumed more divine power. The time she turned into her original form will be extended from 60 years to 600 years. Every minute and every second of these 600 years, Xiuxiu will remain awake, but she can't see, hear, speak, or move. No! Xiuxiu, you can't do this. Chen Jingzhou shouted loudly with heartache. But the cracks in the void became larger and larger. Finally, this space was completely broken. Everyone watched the beautiful girl in blue clothes and white hair fall into the deepest darkness alone. Not only did Higanbana and Chen Jingzhou feel unprecedented sadness, but also thousands of adventurers in Miracle City were completely drowned by the tsunami of grief after hearing Ah Chao's heart-wrenching cry. It felt like my heart was pierced by a sharp spike, causing indescribable pain. Such Xiuxiu. Such a farewell. It was too heartbreaking. No! How can this be? Our Xiuxiu. Why are you so stupid? At this time, the picture in the crystal changed. Everyone's vision returned to the land of Xinzhou, and they saw that the originally blue sky was being cut by the red star for most of the time, and where the scarlet demon star passed, the sky was torn into a huge crack. The crack was like an ugly scar across the sky. Various disturbing demonic spirits and evil winds were constantly released from it. Suddenly, the red star burst into a dazzling and holy white light. This beam of white light started from the red star, and was injected into the hideous crack in the sky. A powerful force mended the tear, allowing the ugly and huge scar in the sky to heal quickly and return to its original state. It was over. Everything returned to calm. The red star gradually moved away from the sky. The people from all over the land of Xinzhou, whether they were children studying in the school, farmers working in the fields, or fishermen casting nets to catch fish, they all stopped what they were doing and looked up at the calm sky curiously. No one knew what happened. No one knew the story. No one knew the hero's efforts. It was just a rare and strange astronomical phenomenon. 10 years later, in the endless void, a golden sword energy broke through the air. It descended vertically from the sky onto the long-abandoned Luoyang Tongtian Tower. The unique powerful sword energy of Xian Yuan's sword instantly shattered the tower into pieces, which also indicated that the 5 people who participated in the journey to mend the sky returned to the human world. One day in heaven is 10 years on earth, and the land of Yen Kingdom is changed into the human world. Accompanied by narration, various clips and pictures appeared. When the adventurer and his companions completed the task of mending the sky on Chigwangxing, the heroes of the late Sui dynasty appeared one after another. Wang Shichong, Dou Jianda, Li Mi, Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Yu Qigong. Various cutscenes flashed by continuously, and it was another battle that lasted for several years, and another major historical node of the change of dynasties. Finally, The Great Sui Empire collapsed. A vibrant dynasty was born. The name of this empire that was born like the dawn was Tang, and the end of this cutscene was the Xuanwu Gate incident. Li Shimin launched the Xuanwu Gate incident, killed his brother, and forced his father to abdicate and seize the throne. This innocent boy who used to drink with Qin Jingqiu in the countryside finally sat on the supreme dragon throne with a cold and majestic posture 10 years later. The picture freezes. Li Shimin, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, became the final winner. He became the new emperor of this land, but he always felt empty and felt that something was missing in the depths of his heart, and that was the most important thing he cared about and could never find back. This cutscene is not long, but it contains a huge amount of information. When Li Shimin sat on the throne of the emperor, the final scene was frozen on his majestic and cold face. The adventurers not only felt the epic feeling of the change of dynasties, but also made everyone feel sad and sighing. The 10-year change in the world ended. The crystal scene of the secret realm appeared in the suburbs of Luoyang. Master Xiaoxue. Qin Jingqiu knelt on the ground with tears streaming down his face. Yu also shed tears silently and played the pipa. Zhang Lai, Gui Weisheng, and Yuan Tuo stared at the ruined Babel Tower in silence. Although it cost a huge sacrifice. But the catastrophe of China was finally overcome. All the savior heroes also ushered in different endings. As an immortal, Gui Weisheng could not be contaminated by the cause and effect of the world, so he returned to Tianwai village, Xianshan Island with Pangu Axe to continue his seclusion. Zhang Lai no longer had the ambition and talent to be an emperor. He suddenly missed his wife Yu, so he decided to return to the tribe and take his wife with him. From then on, he would wander around the world and no longer care about the world. Yuan Tuo knew that he was deeply sinful and covered in blood. He decided to leave Xinzhou and exile himself to the west to fulfill his promise to Diganinka. Before leaving, he gave the Xianyuan sword to Qin Jingqiu as a gift. And Qin Jingqiu recognized this former enemy and current friend. He accepted the Xianyuan sword and gave the Qin kingdom's national treasure, the demon refining pot, to Yuan Tuo. Yuan Tuo left the Tang dynasty and went to the other side of the clouds and mountains. There was no news from then on. Finally, Qin Jingqiu and Tuo Beiwei. The two eventually married and lived in seclusion in Zhongnan Mountain. They worshipped the Nuwa stone and Shenfu's tomb for the rest of their lives. From then on, they no longer asked about worldly affairs and became the immortal couple passed down by word of mouth. After the ending of the characters was explained, the entire secret crystal screen fell into darkness. Has everyone confessed? Where's Xiaoxue? Where's Xiaoxue? At this time, an old and deep voice sounded. 600 years later, the world has changed dramatically, and the legend of the hero mending the sky has long disappeared from people's memory. At that time, the residents at the foot of Zhongnan Mountain claimed to have seen a beautiful white-haired fairy, who always floated to the tomb of a swordsman couple, silently bowed her head and offered flowers. Accompanied by the narration. The picture in the secret crystal appeared. When seeing the picture presented in the secret crystal, most of the adventurers at the scene finally couldn't control their tears anymore, and everyone felt a heart-wrenching feeling. In this picture is a very familiar back, with beautiful long white hair, wearing blue clothes, the same as when they first met in Yuehe village, kneeling in front of a simple stone tomb, with his hands crossed in a prayer gesture. At the same time, along the way of the red spider lily, scenes related to Xiaoxue flashed one after another. My family opened an inn in Yuehe village. You can stay for a day or two, and leave after the River God Festival is over. Okay, then I trouble you, girl. What's your name? My name is Yu Xiaoxue. You can just call me Xiaoxue. This is natural. My hair is this color when I was born. I don't think your hair is strange, but I think it's special and beautiful. Scenes of experience are replayed. The final freeze-frame picture is outside the fairy mountain island. As the sun sets and the sea breeze blows, the three companions sit on the whale and play time for three people. When the music that purifies the soul sounds again, it also announces the official end of the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties. You have cleared the Sui and Tang dynasties. You have obtained the legendary achievement Heaven Patching Hero. You have obtained the achievement Godly Couple. You have obtained the Savior of Shinjo Medal. You have obtained the Ancient Mirror to subdue demons and Spirit of Demon King Chenfu. It's over. It's all over. Bana has gone through more than 20 days. Finally, she got the first achievement as she wished. She has never experienced such a long, wonderful, rich, imaginative, exotic, and heart-wrenching great adventure. After Bana left the secret realm, she did not show any excitement. On the contrary, her eyes were red, and she could not let it go for a long time. Achoo, Xiaoxue, your brother Zhang, brotherly Guyuexinren. I really can't bear to see these vivid and flesh and blood people leave. They are like friends who really exist in a distant place, and they are part of my life experience. When the long journey and adventure of the Sui and Tang chapters ended, she felt empty in her heart, and could not get away from this story. Although the story was perfect, there were too many regrets. In fact, it was not just the red spider lily that was affected. Baihe Jusher was shocked. This is the most magnificent story I have ever seen in my life. Lord Qi closely linked the dynasty, history, mythology, and even the whole world together. Yes! The wide span of space, the long span of time, and the richness of elements and content are unprecedented. What kind of creativity is this? Huashan Guhong also praised, in this story, I saw love and friendship, family and country feelings, and the grandeur of dynasty changes, and the grandeur of reversing fate. It is so powerful. The protagonists are not perfect, but it makes it more vivid and touching. I admire you. Lord Gaoyu's eyes were red. Even if it is just told as a simple novel story, it is extremely exciting and memorable. I really can't imagine how Lord Qi created such a complete secret realm. Don't think about it. This is the difference. The content contained in this secret realm chapter alone is enough to create a legendary lord. Ren Tianyun was very excited. Lord Qi Ji's future achievements will definitely surpass any legend in history, and this is not only an honor for us, but also a great fortune and opportunity. At this moment, the lobby of Miracle City. All adventurers were shocked by this tragic and magnificent adventure. They were deeply moved by the characters in the plot, and were also infected by the charm and spirit presented in the story. This story, as well as Achou, Xiaoxue, Yer Zhonglai, Guyuexinren, etc., will remain in the hearts of every adventurer in Miracle City forever, and will also be spread throughout the world and become an indelible classic. Of course. Because the ending is too cruel. Shishua's end is too cruel. It also caused a series of sensations in Miracle City. Mao Mingming cried with misty eyes. Xiaoxue is so pitiful, she is the kindest person, why can't she have a good ending? Liwa Yulua also cried with tears in her eyes at this moment. Yes, for a full 600 years, staying awake every minute and every second, this is simply the cruelest punishment in the world. I can't imagine how she survived. It's a pity that Achou and Yer didn't become immortals. They only lived to the lifespan of ordinary people. When Xiaoxue returned to the human world, they had passed away for many years, and the whole world was extremely unfamiliar. Just thinking about it, it's even more heartbreaking. Ah! Old Thief Qi is so abominable. Why did you give Xiaoxue such an ending? Brothers and sisters, why don't we organize ourselves and plead for Xiaoxue and ask Old Thief Qi to change the ending of the story? That's right. The fate of the characters in the secret realm is still up to Old Thief Qi's thoughts. As long as we all plead with Old Thief, maybe he will change Shishua's fate when he is in a good mood. Let's all go to the Lord's mansion to protest. Go, go, go! About 20 minutes later, 1,000 or 2,000 adventurers came to the Lord's mansion to protest. They only had one demand, to change the ending of the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties, so that Xiaoxue can come out and reunite with everyone. Qi Ji didn't expect that adventurers would actually make trouble for the plot, and of course he couldn't indulge these guys. In the face of thousands of protests, he was too lazy to even show up. Everyone waited for a long time. But the Lord did not come out. Only the named Yongjin came out. She said to the adventurers, "Please go back, adventurers. You are shouting and making noise here, which will affect the work of the Lord. I don't care. Stand up for Xiao Xueming. Yes. We accept the punishment. We want to save the best Xiaoxue in the world. Kneel down and beg the Lord to change the ending. If I can save Xiaoxue, I am willing to give all my contribution points. Kneel down to the Lord. Please show mercy to the Lord." Yongjin didn't expect the adventurers to be so stubborn. They are so crazy just for the characters in the secret realm. And this also proves the success of this secret realm and this story. I understand the feelings of the adventurers, but the Lord will never modify the secret realm. Every secret world and every secret character in Miracle City has a predetermined destiny. Any modification is disrespectful to them. She paused and continued, "Of course, if you don't like this ending, you can try to change it." What? Can the ending be changed? Could it be that like Ashina, Sui, and Tang also have multiple endings? Really? Miss Yongjin, you are not fooling us. Damn, Qi Laozi is really stubborn. It seems that it is impossible to ask him to modify the plot. Yongjin only revealed the possible multiple endings, but did not promise that there would be multiple endings. However, even so, it was enough to comfort the adventurers a little. The arm cannot twist the thigh. The Lord has absolute authority in the territory, especially in a dungeon like Miracle City. No matter how dissatisfied the adventurers are, they can only protest verbally. Although the adventurers sympathize with Xiaoxue very much, no one can deny that such a tragic plot is very exciting and impressive. When the protest was ineffective, I got new hope. At this moment, I had no choice but to give up. Chapter 212. Oh my god, it's the Miracle City Secret Realm. It's so powerful. It took Higginbana more than half an hour to relax after leaving the secret realm. She finally got out of her state of distraught, and the emotions of the characters in the secret realm. She was also saddened by the fate of the characters in the ending, but she didn't go to the Lord's mansion to protest like other adventurers. It's because of the tragic color. It's because of the regrets. The story is vivid and touching. It makes people feel the weight of the plot, the sacrifice and greatness of the characters. The secret realm created by the greatest lord in the history of Miracle City is not only real, but also a work of art. His ability to create characters and stories is also invincible, with flesh and blood and full of legends. How can these idiots imagine his realm? It is impossible to compromise because of the adventurer's protest. This is respect for the story and the characters. After returning to normal, Higginbana checked the harvest of this adventure as soon as possible. Because the first pass drop rate has been enhanced, 2 items are dropped at a time. Ancient Mirror of Subduing Demons, a 3rd level top quality rare equipment. Cultivation increased by 25%, durability 50/50ths, additional skills, breaking illusions, sealing demons, golem projection, another rare equipment, and it is a rare equipment of top quality. Higginbana once dropped a 3rd level rare treasure in Ashina country, which is the famous Ashina chapter treasure Immortal Slash Ballet, which is extremely valuable and powerful. But even the Immortal Slash is only a rare equipment of low quality. The value of this ancient mirror of subduing demons is much higher than Ballet. Isn't this the fake Kunlun mirror that seals the Tao Yuanshan in the demon subduing mountain? Although it is a fake Kunlun mirror, it is also a very rare treasure, otherwise Chen Fu would not have mistaken it for an ancient artifact. The demon subduing ancient mirror has 3 skill effects. The first is breaking illusions, which is a skill that specifically restrains illusions and disguises. It allows the holder to break various illusion effects and disguises, which will be very useful at critical times. The second is sealing demons. The demon subduing ancient mirror can be used as a sealing container to seal various dark species or demon species, but it is necessary to make them lose their ability to resist first, and the spirit unit can be directly suppressed or sealed. As for how long it can be sealed, it is related to the level of both parties. Because there is a 20% increase in cultivation. The higher the level of the holder of the mirror, the stronger the mental power, and the more powerful the demon subduing ancient mirror will be. However, if the level of the sealed person is too high, the sealing effect will become worse, and the success rate will be reduced. The third is golem projection. The demon subduing ancient mirror can release the dark species and demon species sealed in the mirror, in the form of projection for manipulation. Because the summon unit is a projection, it is generally weaker than the main body, but if the holder of the mirror has a high enough cultivation, the summoned unit is closer to the main body, and the level and quality of the golem that can be controlled are also higher. This is undoubtedly a very useful skill. Wanshan Guhong commented, "It is really a good treasure. Although it is not one of the 10 great artifacts in the Sui and Tang dynasties, it should be the top magic weapon under the 10 great artifacts." Meng Yinchu has said enviously, "With such a treasure to help, in the future, participating in the territory war or taking actions against various dark species, you will definitely be able to make greater contributions." Not just the demon subduing ancient mirror. Higginbana also obtained a Demon King Chen Fu spirit of the 4th level 3-star peak. This is not a named soul, but it has reached the 4th level rare treasure. Even if it is a lower quality rare treasure spirit, it is far stronger than the Phantom Xingtian spirit, and is the strongest spirit in Miracle City so far. Drought will die of drought, flood will die of flood. Wanshan Guhong is extremely envious. He has not yet brushed out a 4th level spirit. This Miracle City adventurer is obviously only at the 3rd level, but he already has several 4th level spirits. As for why Demon King Chen Fu is not a named soul, there is nothing strange about this. Maybe after becoming a Demon King, he has nothing to do with the former Chen Fu. Higginbana looks back on the gains she has made along the way, and is satisfied. Even if we put aside the great satisfaction on the spiritual level, the Miracle City Secret Realm will never disappoint people in terms of rewards. In addition to a large amount of materials, equipment, and spirits. The growth of cultivation is also rapid. The degree of integration of the adventurer's soul cultivation is related to the various mental fluctuations generated by the adventure. When Higanbana walked through the Road of Babel and played the ending of the Sui and Tang dynasties, she was shocked from the soul too many times. So her cultivation level increased by leaps and bounds today. Only one day, it increased by 11%. Of course, this is only because it was the first time to clear the level. The secret realm of the plot flow is originally suitable for adventurers to practice, and the effect of the first pass is the strongest, and the additional increase in cultivation level is the largest. If you brush it for the second or third time, the effect will not be so obvious because you have already experienced it. But even so, this is still amazing. The cultivation speed of the third level adventurer is very slow. How many talented adventurers may be trapped at the third level for their entire lives? Even for a famous genius adventurer like Ramon Yinxua in Qishan City, it would take at least 2 years for her to increase her soul cultivation by 11%. She increased so much in one day. How could such a fast cultivation growth rate not shock people? The current soul cultivation rate of Higanbana has exceeded 50%. At this rate, it will not take too long to reach the 4th level, and she will become another 4th level adventurer in Blackstone City after Baihajusher. She is only 26 or 27 years old. If she can break through the 4th level before the age of 30, her future achievements will definitely surpass Baihajusher at his peak. Of course, it is a foregone conclusion that Higanbana will break through the 4th level at the age of 30, and with the support of a dungeon like Miracle City, it is unimaginable what kind of achievements she can make in the future. We have inquired. There may be other endings in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Do you want to try again, Boss Higanbana? I remember that you still have one more reincarnation ancient formation to activate. Maybe it can change Shishua's fate. The Sui and Tang dynasties have a rollback function, but each round can only be completed once. Even if Higanbana uses the ancient reincarnation formation in Fushi Palace to rewind, she is still in the same round of adventure, and will not get additional clearance blessings or achievements even if she completes the ending again. The adventurers just want to see the fantastic and shocking Babel Road and the magnificent journey of repairing the sky again. It would be best if they could take the initiative to do something to change the ending and direction of the story. They are disappointed. Higanbana still has energy. But I don't plan to fight the 10 kingdoms again today, because the impact and shock brought by the Sui and Tang chapters are too great. She wanted to clear several other secret realms that she hadn't cleared yet, such as Black Light, and Titan asked her to wait a while. The other adventurers could only express regret. Although the ending has been played, the influence and discussion of the Sui and Tang chapters of Miracle City have just begun. I think there are still many secrets in the land of China. That's for sure. There are many places that have not been explored, and a large number of side story missions and hidden monsters have not been discovered. It is true that the big boss of Higanbana did clear the secret realm, but she did it in a completely cursory way, skipping all the free time that could be skipped. So there are still many new things we can explore and discover. Meng Yinxu has said, it is more convenient for our Qishan City adventurers to explore the secret realm of the 10 kingdoms, which is more advantageous than other main cities. We must develop the treasures of this secret realm. Some adventurers are interested in the content. There are also adventurers discussing the plot and characters. In addition to several protagonists and plot characters, many important characters, who only appeared once or twice, are also within the scope of the adventurers' discussion. Do you think the Emperor of Sui knew what Yuan Tuo was doing? The Tower of Babel was built by the Emperor. It is impossible for him to be completely unaware of the catastrophe of China and the end of the Sui dynasty. It's hard to say. Although he only appeared once, he doesn't look as stupid as imagined. It's unknown what role this emperor plays in the plot. Is it possible that he knows everything, including his own demise? Although everything he does seems absurd, there may be difficulties behind it. Actually, compared to Emperor Sui Yang, I am more interested in the newly born Tang dynasty. Will the Tang dynasty be better than the Sui dynasty? With an emperor like Li Shimin, the land of Xinzhou should usher in a rare era of prosperity. Alas! What a pity! The story ends here. I really want to see the prosperity of the Tang dynasty. I don't know if there is such a chance. Some people are interested in the culture, art, and music of the secret realm. Elsa, Evelyn, and more than a dozen elves gathered together at this moment. At this moment, Elsa, who is tall and has blonde hair and blue eyes, and has a very royal temperament, and Evelyn, who is petite and cute, are both wearing hanfu. The costumes of Xinzhou are really beautiful. The musical instruments are also very distinctive. Let the dwarf Jinba and others help. These musical instruments will definitely be popular among the tribe. We are going to play the time of 3 people. Among the people who are discussing, there is a group of special beings. It is the undead tribe of Chinhu City. These 20 high-level undead followed Viseros from Thousand Lake City to Miracle City. The youngest among them was 100 years old. Each of them was a person of considerable strength and rich experience. However, even they, at this moment, they were full of admiration. Good, very good, it is really a magnificent and wonderful secret realm. I can't believe it. It's just a secret realm. I have been a necromancer for hundreds of years. If I hadn't lost my tears long ago, I might have cried for Xiaoxue. This is definitely the most legendary, most heart-wrenching, most magnificent, most imaginative, and most touching great story in history as far as we know. Yes, compared to this, the so-called heroic epic stories circulating on the continent are not worth mentioning. The wonders of the road to Babel. The feat of mending the sky and saving the world. Even Bezaros was amazed. At this time, the old lich was already shrouded in a huge surprise. This time, he not only saw a great adventure, but also gained unexpected gains and discoveries. For example, when Bezaros saw Xiaoxue bowing her head and offering flowers in front of the tomb of Qin Jingqiu and his wife in Zhongnan Mountain 600 years later, he felt that his heart, which had not beaten for hundreds of years, seemed to be touched. And this feeling is? Moved? It's incredible. The feelings of the undead are very indifferent. There has been no similar feeling in the past few hundred years. This is not only a novel experience for Bezaros or any high-level undead, but also a gift of vitality. High-level undead refers to the undead with wisdom. This kind of immortal life has an infinite lifespan in theory, but in fact, an infinite lifespan is impossible. The existence of anything will die over time. The dead are no exception, even if they have an immortal body. The soul will still decay. However, the process of soul decay does not progress linearly over time. It may take a long time, or it may happen in just a few months or even a few days. Soul aging is a state that cannot be directly observed, but it can be distinguished through some subjective feelings. For example, children are full of curiosity about everything, their emotions fluctuate greatly, and they have strong emotional needs. This is the performance of a young soul, while an aging soul is just the opposite. When the soul ages to the extreme, it will be desensitized to all stimuli in the world. It will eventually lose all pursuits and desires. Even the most basic instinct of survival is no exception. When the soul ages to the extreme, it will wither and die irreversibly. This is the final fate and result of the undead, and this can also explain why the undead race has an infinite lifespan in theory, but the world is not filled with undead. In fact, it is absolutely a wrong practice for ordinary people to transform themselves into undead in pursuit of longevity. Because let alone the success rate of transforming into a high-level undead itself is not high. Even if the transformation is successful, most ordinary people will not live long. Even worse than normal lifespan. Because the undead have no senses and physiological stimulation. Neither appetite nor sexual desire. There are no common perceptions, which is equivalent to having a body that is completely anesthetized. Endless boredom, numbness and emptiness will accelerate or even wither the soul quickly, and it can generally only be maintained by strong spiritual needs. For example, strong love or hate. This is also why many resentful spirits born of resentment can exist for hundreds or thousands of years, but when the resentment is eliminated, they will disappear and collapse in the blink of an eye. Why do liches live so long? Because they have a strong desire for knowledge. This desire allows them to live longer. And why are most undead knights and undead warriors bloodthirsty and brutal? In fact, the reason is the same, because the desire for killing, the desire for destruction, and the anger and violence themselves are also an important anchor point, which is a way for them to fight against the withering of the soul. High-level undead cannot lose all desires and emotions. Because once the last humanity is lost, even a lich who has lived for thousands of years will have his soul destroyed in an instant, thus becoming a real walking corpse. In a sense, the undead race and adventurers have similarities. It is not difficult to understand the surprise that Viseros felt. The powerful experience and magic of the secret realm of Miracle City can not only allow adventurers to practice and grow quickly, but it also seems to keep the souls of the undead race alive. The significance of this discovery is not insignificant. There is still half a day before the dungeon is closed. Although the Sui and Tang chapters caused a huge sensation, Miracle City now has tens of thousands of adventurers every day, and only 1/3 of the total number of people who really pay attention to the Sui and Tang stories. And as the challenge of the other shore flower ended, These adventurers also returned to the secret realm. Many people started their own sway and tank stories. The number of adventurers exploring the land of Shinjo increased by hundreds in one day, but others could not enter for various reasons. The land of Shinjo is very exciting and vast, but the entry threshold is a bit high. You must fight Ashina first. Yeah, it's not that I don't like Ashina's story, it's mainly because Ashina's battle is too difficult. You must at least defeat Ashina Jinakiro in the castle tower and challenge more than 50% to unlock the Sway and Tang chapters, and I haven't even defeated the Ghost Form Department and Lady Butterfly yet. Ah, me too. At this rate, I don't know how long it will take to enter the land of Shinjo. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I continue to drive the Titan. Let's go to the Frenzy Battle Royale. The adventurers each started their adventure, and Vesilos and his men learned about other secret realms in Miracle City. Frenzy, Star Sea, Free City, End of the World Arena. Each one is very distinctive, especially Frenzy and Star Sea. As the main secret realms, they are not only rich in content and diverse in gameplay, but also form a very unique worldview. The Undead Knight Akra said, Elder Bezaros, each of the three main secret realms of Miracle City has a unique world, and the future expansion is very imaginative. Exactly. Take the Star Sea for example. The Titan chapter is just one of billions of stars. How big is the potential development space of this worldview? It simply exceeds our cognition and imagination. The Frenzy Secret Realm is also very exciting. The Biochemical series and the Black Light Advent chapters are rich in plot, and the level mode and competitive mode are diverse in gameplay. Even I am interested. After a preliminary understanding of the various secret realms of Miracle City, Bezaros is now completely convinced of Miracle City. The secret realm of the 10 kingdoms in the foreign lands cannot be limited to the Japanese Ashina and the Sui and Tang dynasties of China. There will definitely be new chapters in the future, and the reserved space for development is very imaginative. And the Frenzy and the Sea of Stars are even more so. The Free City of the secondary secret realm and the End of the Arena are also secret realms that can be operated for a long time. It seems that there is nothing extraordinary in it. It is just a free city for leisure and vacation. It means a lot to us undead. If you can play the role of an ordinary person in such a world, work and live, and experience the most ordinary joys and sorrows, you will be able to effectively restore the vitality of your soul. For a while, the undead were excited. Miracle City is undoubtedly a paradise for countless high-level undead. It has irreplaceable significance for all the undead on the continent. We must stay in this city no matter what, and this underground city must not be lost no matter what. At this time, Qianhu City. Miracle Adventure Hall. This hall, which can only accommodate 500 adventurers at the same time, now has 800 to 900 adventurers. If we add the non-adventurers, the residents of Qianhu City who are just here to watch the fun, there are more than 2,000 people in this hall, including not only elves, but also dwarves, orcs, lizardmen, werewolves, tiger people, fox people, and more than 10 other races. Why is it so popular? It is because they are attracted by the Arad continent. Although the Miracle Adventure Hall of Qianhu City has only one secret realm, it has become popular in less than 10 days with such a secret realm. Not only is the whole hall full, but it has also started to bring traffic to the Miracle Tai. An orc adventurer shouted in the hall, Frost Graka 3, wait for one, the three of us are melee, it would be best if we have a sharpshooter or magician. Graka is fighting the Minotaur King, please join us. Is anyone going to the Poison Ruins? We are the material dealers of Thousand Lake City, and we sincerely purchase the spirits, equipment, and materials produced in the Arad continent. The first level spirits are 3 to 10 soul crystals. If you have rare spirits, please contact me if you want to sell them. At this time, a wolf adventurer shouted and attracted attention. I got a level 10 cowhide leggings, and I'm selling it for 100 soul crystals. Is there anyone who wants it? Dwarf adventurer, what? 100 soul crystals. This piece of junk pants, even if it's a real loot, wouldn't be worth that much money. Now it's just a virtual property in the secret realm. How dare you offer such a price? You must be crazy. No, haha, take it or leave it. Many people need to change their jobs now, and the decomposition blue equipment is in short supply. This kind of junk blue equipment is worth 10 times more in the secret realm than in reality. Elf adventurer. Anyway, 100 soul crystals for a level 10 blue equipment is too expensive. If it's 50 soul crystals, our elf adventure group will take it. No, at least 80. 60, if you don't want to sell it, forget it, it's not like you can't get it. Hey, at least add a little bit, 65 soul crystals if you want it. after some bargaining. Finally, the deal was made. The Gnoll got 65 soul crystals from the elf. He is just an ordinary first-level adventurer, a young professional hunter from a nearby Gnoll tribe. Adventurer is just his side job, and his main job is still hunting in the forest. But in the past, he went through life and death, faced the threat of darkness, and fought with various beasts, and only earned about 10 soul crystals a month at most. Now, just because he got a blue suit with garbage attributes in Arad, he actually earned the income of the past 6 months in one go. This is undoubtedly a huge stimulation and temptation for adventurers from all over Qianhu City. The Arad continent has already become popular in Qianhu City, attracting many adventurers, so popular now that the secret realm crystals are hard to get. When more and more adventurers start to turn around, the demand for small crystals and other materials has increased dramatically. This has given countless low-level adventurers wandering around Qianhu City an opportunity to make a lot of money, and this will undoubtedly double the popularity of this adventure hall on the existing basis. I didn't expect the hall to become so popular so quickly. The elf elder artist nodded with satisfaction at the scene in the adventure hall. According to this trend, the secret realm crystals will be in short supply and will inevitably be charged in the future. Qianhu City is not currently the territory of Qi territory. And with the scale of Qi territory, it is unlikely to annex a 5th level area like Qianhu City in a short time, so it is a more troublesome thing to expand the hall. When the supply of secret crystals is insufficient to meet the demand, it is natural to raise the threshold for use. In the future, the adventure hall will charge a fee, and this will be no different from a real internet cafe. There are at least 2 benefits to doing this. First, as the saying goes, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is meat. Earning thousands or even thousands of soul crystals every day is also a significant supplement to the territory's finances. Another benefit is that it can further attract traffic to Miracle City. Because it is free to go online in Miracle Territory, the crystal resources in the secret hall there are in excess. When adventurers know this, they will rush to Miracle City from all over the place, which can bring more benefits to the territory. Not only the adventure hall will charge a fee. In the future, the territory will bring more business here. For example, open a restaurant and a supermarket in Qianhu City to sell the territory's specialty materials, food and beverages. The quality of the various specialty materials produced by Qi Jilling is very high. Just relying on various Huazi, Mauzi, Fizi, Coke, Sprite and other drinks and beverages, it is estimated that a lot of money can be made in Qianhu City. In addition, Miracle City is currently stocking up a large number of mobile phones, tablets, and even smart helmets and other territory information terminal devices. These things are not too high grade and can also be exported as specialties. They can greatly facilitate and enrich the lives of local indigenous people. In the future, we can build a mobile internet and internet industry with Miracle City as the core in Chaos Continent and export the cultural influence of Miracle City more powerfully and conveniently, so that more races and more forces can feel the soft power and cultural charm of Miracle City. This is also a major strategic project that Qi attaches great importance to. It must be implemented as soon as possible. Start from Qianhu City. At present, Artis is the spokesperson of Miracle Territory in Qianhu City. Whether it is Miracle City's real estate in Qianhu City or industrial planning, it is the responsibility of the elves, and this is also an opportunity for Artis and other elves. Artis took out the Miracle mobile phone. It is now 3 o'clock in the afternoon in Miracle City. There are only 3 hours left before the secret realm closes. Strange, what's going on with Nancy Leah? Why is there no news? Didn't we say we were going to the king-level Dark Thunder ruins? It's been so long. She should have reached level 18 and completed the Cinda's Hammer mission. Luckily, with the Miracle City mobile phone, long-distance communication is very convenient and fast. Artos opened the chat software. The Miracle City communication software is called Miracle Communication. Adventurers call it Qishuan for short, which is a combination of WeChat and QQ. It can not only send text, pictures, emoticons, video messages, but also has a circle of friends function. Artos' Qishuan friend list already has 200 friends. Most of them are elves, and there are also some Miracle City adventurers. It can be seen that the mobile internet in Miracle City is being initially popularized and has formed a certain scale. Chapter 213. There are many models of mobile phones and tablets in Miracle City, but they are all ordinary first-level items. It is not too difficult to get them from the secret realm, and Qi is still purchasing and selling them in large quantities through the secret realm store. Although the current scope of application of mobile phones is quite limited, the attached skill effects will be invalid when leaving the influence range of the territory, mainly manifested in no network and no signal, and unable to automatically charge. However, despite this, but it can still be used for a while. Basic functions such as taking pictures and photography can still be used. Before this, the underground city of the Evernight Forest. There has never been such a convenient mobile device. There has never been any device with so many practical functions. Nowadays, people with a little foresight and strategic thinking have realized the great value of this thing. It can be used as a terminal receiving device for information and data, thereby connecting people and services more closely and efficiently, and similar terminal devices in other underground cities are not low in grade. The biggest advantage of Miracle City mobile phones is that they are cheap and have a large output. Thus, large-scale promotion is possible. Only through large-scale promotion, integrating mobile phones into the territory, and even the lives of various tribes and regions, and making the internet and infrastructure, can its capabilities be truly unleashed, thereby nurturing a large number of industries and creating huge value. Artist Chishuan not only has hundreds of friends, but he has also joined 3 chat groups one after another. It is very convenient to open the chat group to get the latest information when he has nothing to do. Among the 3 groups, the first group is called Holy Tree Elf Home, which is an internal group chat of the elves, and currently has 74 members. The second group is called Arad Adventurer Alliance. Currently, there are 302 adventurers exploring the Arad continent. This group can learn about the dynamics of Arad, or trade and form teams, etc. The third group is called Miracle City Official Group Number 1. It has more than 1,000 members. The group owner and daily administrators are Yongjin and the Lord's Mansion staff. Adventurers are limited to the number of times they can speak every day. Its nature is more like an official customer service group. However, I didn't read it in just 2 or 3 hours. There are thousands of unread messages. First, I took a quick look at the elf group Holy Tree Elf Home. Artists learned that Nancy, Leah, Elsa, Evelyn and other Miracle City garrison elves had actually gone to watch the latest developments of 10 countries in the foreign land in the past few hours. Because of this, it took a lot of time. Artist was a little dissatisfied with this. He then contacted Nancy Leah and taught her, Xiao Nan, every adventure in Miracle City is precious, and Arad currently has great opportunities to be explored. The elves must work together to seize the opportunity. Don't be distracted by other secret realms during this period. Criticized by the elders. Nancy Leah did not defend herself. She quickly said, what the elders said is that we all cherish every opportunity for adventure. Although I am very interested in the story of Sui and Tang dynasties, I will definitely not explore Sui and Tang dynasties in a short time. Artist said with satisfaction, it's good that you understand. Although every secret realm in Miracle City has great potential, as the saying goes, you can't chew too much. We should still establish an advantage in Arad as soon as possible, and we can't lose to the dirty and despicable undead tribe of Azaros. Understood? I prepare it now, give me 15 minutes. Well, go ahead. Artist ended his conversation with Nancy Leah. He opened the Arad Adventurer Alliance again. This group chat has always been very active and lively. Every day, adventurers share their discoveries and interesting stories in Grand Forest or Hut and Mar in the group, so I habitually glance to see if there is any new information. As expected, obtained several more useful information. Lone Wolf. Everyone, the latest discovery is that the sharpshooter mentor Kelly has an equipment enhancement device from the heaven. As long as the relevant pre-tasks are triggered and she repairs this enhancement machine, the equipment enhancement function can be activated. Wind Chaser Old Boy. Is there such a thing? Jinba. I have tested it myself, and the enhancement effect is very good. I don't know if this machine can explode. Super Iron Egg. I enhanced the samurai sword to level 3, and the power has indeed increased a lot. Braised Pig's Trotter. This function is really good, but although it can increase the weapon power, but the cost is too high, and I heard that it may damage the equipment, so everyone should be cautious in strengthening. Is it a routine? Yes, this will not only make a lot of money from our Arad coins and materials, but will also most likely make many big guys' equipment that they have spent a lot of money on directly reimbursed in the future. Humph, wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you want to be stronger than others, you always have to pay more. It feels like the price of Arad gold coins will rise again. Brothers, I found another way to get high-level equipment and rare items. What? Tell me. There is a hidden merchant named Tu Guan in Hut Mar, who specializes in selling something called pocket cans. You can buy up to 5 per day, and there is a chance that you will get various rare consumables, blue equipment, and even purple and pink equipment. Fuck, don't mention this profiteer. I just bought a can, and I only got a worthless blank. I suspect he is a liar. Ha ha ha, I'm lucky. I got a level 15 purple shoe. What? Can it really get purple equipment? Then I have to try it. I also found a hidden task. You can contact the Queen of Belmar Principality. Queen Scotty is very elegant, and the Chief Knight Roback beside her is not only a beautiful ghost swordsman, but also seems to be as powerful as GSD. The Arad continent is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. The Arad secret realm is rich in content. After all, the size of the original work is here. There are hundreds of NPCs with distinct images and characteristics, detailed settings, and direct appearances. And in Chi-Ji's inspiration, there are more important characters. I'm afraid it will be 10 times more. Many of them are derived from the background, animation, and setting collection. These characters alone are enough to create a complex power system, social network, and character relationships. Chi-Ji also invested hundreds of thousands of civilians, merchants, adventurers, kingdom soldiers, clergy church personnel, etc., to create a vivid, complete, and organically functioning Hedmar. Although the characters in the Arad secret realm are more like NPCs in online game themes, they have normal IQs, but will follow obvious logic and have obvious behavioral boundaries, unlike the characters in the Free City secret realm, which are 100% sandboxed. But as long as it is within the boundaries, many plots and tasks will also be derived spontaneously. If there is no team, no trading, and no PK, this world can be played as a single player. Chi-Ji himself is also constantly creating a large number of branch plots and hidden tasks. Almost every original character with a name will have a lot of tasks to explore, but in order to trigger them, various prerequisites need to be met. For example, level. For example, mainline progress. For example, other related plots. It may even be just favorability. Most characters in Arad have hidden favorability settings. There are many tasks or plots that require the corresponding favorability to be triggered. In addition, many of the original basic game functions also need to complete the corresponding branch lines to be opened, such as Kelly's strengthening machine and strengthening function mentioned in the group. Such rich content. Such a huge main line and branch plot. This can enable adventurers to adventure in the Arad continent. There are constant new discoveries and surprises, which create a stronger sense of immersion and fun. A peek. Through chat groups and forums. A lot of useful information has been collected. The hottest topics in Miracle territory right now are all related to the Sui and Tang dynasties. When Artis was collecting information about Arad, he certainly saw a lot of topics about the Sui dynasty. He knew about the wonders and adventures such as the Red Star, the Scar of the Sky, and the Road to Babel. The Elf Elder was once again shocked by the imagination and creativity of the Lord. Although he did not witness the exploration process of the Sui dynasty, he could also feel the grandeur of this secret chapter and the impressive ending through the sharing and discussion of other adventurers in the forum. No wonder Nancy Leah was attracted. It is impossible for me not to be attracted in Miracle City. After collecting intelligence. Entering the Arad continent. During this day, the elven adventurers collected a lot of blue equipment for decomposition. Currently, they have stored enough small crystals of various colors, and it is expected that several tribesmen can complete the job transfer first. The only thing missing is the king-level Dark Thunder Ruins task material. Because Nancy Leah was not ready yet, Artis left Celia's hotel, and went shopping in Huttonmar first. At this time, he heard a slightly cunning shouting from the front. Come on! Make money with money. Absolutely no vacancies. Hee hee. It's understandable that there is a vacancies occasionally. In an inconspicuous corner of the street, there is a guy dressed strangely. He is setting up a stall to sell something to the local adventurers passing by. This person was wearing a worn-out brown cloak, a dark brown can with a ceramic texture, and a faded Earth logo on the side. There were more than a dozen miniature cans on the street stall in front of him. It's the Earthenkin merchant. The hidden merchant mentioned in the group. Many people in the Arad Adventurer group mentioned this special person. The Earthenkin merchant is an antique dealer with a mysterious origin. His position in Huttonmar is not fixed, so it takes a certain amount of luck to meet him. The miniature cans he sells are magical sealed cans with a mysterious origin. This kind of can is very special. Whether it is potions, equipment, or important materials, as long as they are sealed in a miniature can with special magic, they will not deteriorate no matter how long it has been. So, each top power. Each top power. Even ancient dynasties. They all make a large number of pocket secret jars. And for some reason, Many secret jars were stored and never taken away and became antiques. The biggest feature of this magic secret jar is that it is impossible to know what is hidden in it unless it is opened, and any detection method in the world cannot sense the contents. Because of this, many secret jar merchants appeared on the mainland. This wretched earthen jar is one of the jar merchants. It is said that most of the jars he sells are stolen and smuggled from the Delos Empire. There may be very important materials and equipment hidden in them, and of course, there are also a lot of garbage jars made by unscrupulous merchants. It is impossible to tell from the appearance. One jar is poor. One jar is rich. This is Arad's special gambling activity, gambling pots. Lord Artis, since you have encountered it, why not give it a try? The adventurers outside are obviously very interested in gambling pots, so they all encourage Artis to try it. Artis then stepped forward and asked, "How much do you sell the pots for?" The earthen pot has been shouting for a long time, but has not made a single deal. At this moment, someone asked. The little eyes of the pot helmet suddenly lit up. He immediately introduced enthusiastically, Come, take a look. The quality of this batch of pots is 50,000 each. Although it is a little expensive, there is a chance to get rich overnight. Buy a few and try it." "So expensive?" "Dear adventurer, these are all high-quality goods smuggled from the Empire. Among them, there are even antiques dug out from mysterious ruins. There may be treasures recorded in epics. It is a good deal to sell one for only tens of thousands of gold coins." Adventurers can only obtain Arad coins through tasks, adventures, or selling equipment. Generally speaking, the output of Arad Continental coins will be much less than DNF. Daily equipment maintenance, equipment enhancement, and other services require a lot of coins. In the early stage of the operation of this online game Secret Realm, most adventurers were very short of gold coins, and many people even couldn't afford to repair their equipment. Of course, the Territory Mall has Arad coins for exchange. This is one of the important incomes of this online game Secret Realm. Each miracle copper coin can be exchanged for 1,000 Arad coins in one direction. However, in order not to affect the balance and stability, GG set an exchange limit, and the specific value is related to the level. Adis can only exchange 30 miracle copper coins per day, which means that a maximum of 30,000 Arad coins can be exchanged per day. And the price of 1,000 Arad coins traded by adventurers privately has been hyped up to 2 or 3 soul crystals, so the dog-headed gold-making group led by Luke has made a lot of money recently. However, at this moment, each jar costs 50,000. This is simply unacceptable to ordinary adventurers. Artists discussed with several elf elders outside the Secret Realm. An old elf said, "I think we can give it a try. If we are lucky enough to get a purple suit, we can make a profit as long as we get one." Another elf nodded. "Even if we are unlucky, we won't lose too much as long as we can get 1 or 2 blue suits. After all, there will be a strong demand for job transfers in Arad for a long time in the future. Even the worst blue suits can be sold for dozens of soul crystals." Most of the elven adventurers are exploring the continent of Arad. Although this group of elves in the Holy Tree City has fallen on hard times, they still have a lot of savings. They max out their currency every day, so they have saved up a considerable amount of money. Artis bought 3 jars at once. He spent a total of 150,000, equivalent to 150 miracle copper coins. 1 miracle copper coin is equivalent to 1 contribution point in the miracle territory. If you only count it this way, 150 contribution points are not a big deal, but in fact, with the cost of coinage tax, the actual cost is much higher than this. Moreover, both miracle coins and Arad coins are currently scarce and important resources. Wow! Elder Artis is going to open the jar. Everyone come and see! In the adventure hall of Chinhu City, hundreds of local adventurers and many onlookers ran to the secret crystal to watch, and everyone was curious. As for how to open the pocket secret jar, in fact, it is very simple. As long as you touch and activate the formation above, you can gradually eliminate the restrictions and open the jar. When Artis put his hand on the secret jar to unseal it, a large number of magic symbols appeared on the surface of the jar, and formations flashed and disappeared one after another. During this process, the jar shook violently. Artis felt surprised. One by one, items flashed before his eyes. Ink bamboo bracelet, purple, heritage. Sacred Aurora elf wristband, purple. Ronan's guardian, pink. Kelly's lost revolver, pink. This scene. Not only Artis could feel it. The onlookers outside could also see it from the picture. When various purple and pink outfits, and even the flashing orange outfits passed by in front of his eyes. Everyone at the scene stared with eyes wide open, and breathed rapidly. All of them had a feeling of blood boiling. However, when all the restrictions were lifted, the moment the jar was completely broken, you opened the pocket jar, and you got Rusty Samurai's sword, white. Everyone was stunned. The last piece of equipment. It turned out to be just a whiteboard katana of the lowest grade. It's not that easy. Artist frowned. But he kept calm. Although the first one was not ideal, there are still 2 jars and 2 chances. You opened the pocket jar, and you got Sharp Eye Potion X5. The second time you opened the jar, no equipment was obtained. The pocket jars in the Arad continent can not only open equipment, you can also open various consumables or special items, such as directly opening a small amount of miracle coins. Consumable items. Most of them are not of high value, but there are also a few that are extremely useful. Although the Sharp Eyes Potion is not a rare item, it is also a very practical consumable. Its effect is to greatly increase the critical hit rate and critical hit damage within 300 seconds. It did not meet expectations. It can only be said that it is barely passable. At least it is worse than the Rusty Samurai's sword that is worse than broken. Artist opened the last remaining can, and he also felt a little pressure. After taking a deep breath, he opened it on the spot. Another shake. Various very attractive equipment flashed by. You opened the pocket can, and you got excellent leather boots. Equipment. It is a level 10 blue suit. Although the blue suit has a high material decomposition and recycling value at this stage, the level 10 blue suit can't be divided into a few crystal blocks. This can only be considered to break even at most, and it is still a big loss overall. Everyone sighed. What a loss. Only one level 10 blue item was opened from 3 jars. Sure enough, it's too difficult to get good equipment this way. Is it possible that 150,000 Arad coins are just going to go down the drain? This total value is at least several hundred soul crystals. Although it is not a lot of money for the elves or individuals, considering the trouble of currency exchange, the actual loss is much higher than the loss on paper. No, not willing. At this time, the adventurers watching on the scene started to make a fuss and asked Artist to come again. Artist gritted his teeth. He bought 2 more jars out of his own pocket. You opened the pocket jar, and you got Old Revolver, white, another level 1 whiteboard of pure garbage. Although Artist was old, he still felt a black screen when he saw this equipment, and he almost swore in anger. How could this happen? Could this earthen jar really be a profiteer? He may not have come across the jars in a legitimate way. Maybe they were all made by unscrupulous merchants to deceive people. But what about the secret realm hints he saw when he opened the jar? Logically speaking, since the secret realm gave hints, it means that there is a probability of getting top quality items. What to do? There is only one left. Can this jar be opened? Although Artist was a little regretful, and should not take such a crooked path when he would lose 9 out of 10 bets, he was unwilling to return the last jar. So he opened the jar again, with the mentality of fighting with his back to the wall. Well, let's try it one last time. If it's still a blank rubbish this time, I will never gamble again. Not only will I never gamble again, but I will also not allow the elves to gamble with jars. The last one. This is the last one. Artist took a deep breath and prayed silently for the blessing of the goddess of nature, then suddenly opened the jar in front of him. After another round of fantasy, the jar broke. You opened the pocket jar, and you got the Song of the Elves, pink. The equipment released from it this time was a ring covered with pink light, and the moment they saw the ring, the elves and onlookers cheered. Wow! Pink equipment. It's actually pink equipment. Lord Artist opened a pink equipment from the jar. This Song of the Elves is a level 10 pink equipment. Although the level is not high, it can increase a lot of strength and intelligence, so it is suitable for both warrior and spell professions. The most important thing is, this ring can significantly increase the speed of spell release. Therefore, its value is definitely not low, and it is worth at least 2,000 or 3,000 soul crystals at this stage. Profit. Invest 250,000 Arad coins. According to the exchange rate of the territory mall, 250 miracle coins can be converted into 250 contribution points. If 1 soul crystal can be exchanged for 1 contribution point, this is almost a 10-fold return rate. You can get your money back in one go, and you can make a huge profit directly. What is meant by losing 9 out of 10 bets? Only by daring to gamble can you win. Artist didn't expect that he would be so lucky. He wanted to take advantage of his good luck to play a few more, but the earthen jar merchant had a rule that each person could only sell 5 jars a day. What a broken rule. The elf elder was very dissatisfied with this. Artist opened the pink ring and immediately spread it to 10 people, and 10 to 100 people. This incident was very inspiring. It not only had a strong morale-boosting effect on many gamblers, but also indirectly or directly led to the birth of a group of adventurers addicted to gambling jars. However, those who can make money from jars. After all, there are only a very small number of them. Most of these adventurers who are addicted to gambling jars are leaks that are cut. Fortunately, the secret realm stipulates that each person can open a maximum of 5 jars per day, otherwise, I don't know how many people will go bankrupt on this matter. Soon after, the entrance to Grand Forest. Artis, Nancilia, Blackstone Hammer King, and Bezaros teamed up. Why look for Blackstone Hammer King and Bezaros? Although there are many adventurers who have reached level 18 and accepted the Sindar Hammer mission, there are not many adventurers who successfully completed the mission and obtained the level 18 purple weapon. Although there is a high probability of opening the props required for the mission from the mission-exclusive treasure chest after accepting the mission and clearing the relevant mission area, this probability is not 100%. At present, someone has accepted the hammer mission. I didn't get the hammer even after brushing 3 bone prison breath bosses. This kind of unlucky adventurer will definitely find it difficult to complete the job transfer task today. That's why. Although Artis doesn't like to team up with liches, but in order to successfully complete the job transfer, he had to accept it. Bezaros also said, Elder Artis, it's a pity that you are stationed in Qianhu City, otherwise you will witness a magnificent and gorgeous great adventure with everyone today. What he said? Of course, it is the plot of Shinjo Sui dynasty. Artis said lightly, we elves will explore these secrets in person in the future. There is not much time left today. The top priority is to complete the job transfer task as soon as possible. That's right. This battle has attracted a lot of attention. Are we finally going to start the sprint job transfer task? All 4 of you are level 18 and have comprehended weapons. This time, even the difficulty of the king level should be challenged. The 4 people have different identities. Artis is a magician who is preparing to change his job to a summoner. Nancilia is a sharpshooter who is preparing to change her job to a gunner. Bezaros and Blackstone Hammer King are both ghost swords, but one wants to be a berserker and the other wants to be a sword spirit. Although the professions they want to change to are different, and the materials they need are also different, they all need to challenge the Dark Thunder ruins of the king level difficulty. Whether you can change your job today. It all depends on your performance in the future. Chapter 214. This is the deepest and darkest area of Grand Forest. The dusk shrouds the dense forest like a shroud soaked in ink. Large patches of dead and charred ancient tree branches weave into an airtight net. The roots of the trees twist and turn and arch out of the ground, and then penetrate deep into the darker jungle. This is a twisted, dark, and deadly forest maze. Every breath can be felt in the bone-chilling cold, the musty smell and rotten smell seeping from the deep soil. Every second you stay in this environment, the adventurer will feel that the body becomes weaker. It is worthy of being a dungeon battlefield of the king level difficulty. The 4 adventurers can feel that the environment is several times worse than in the normal mode, and they are discovered by several wandering jungle zombies in the nearby dense forest as soon as they enter the battlefield. These blue-skinned zombies are covered with condensed frost. Their reaction speed, sharpness, and desire to attack are obviously several times that of the normal mode. Be careful. Zombies are coming. When the jungle zombies roared and rushed over, Nancilia immediately took out the newly acquired enlightened crossbow. When she pulled the trigger, 6 arrows shot out quickly with a whizzing sound, all attacking the leading jungle zombie. -75, 0, -86, -88, 0, -80. Although Nancilia shot very accurately, only 4 of the 6 arrows caused damage, and 2 of them were accurately deflected by the power emanating from the jungle zombies. There were many onlookers near the secret crystal of the 4 adventurers. When everyone saw the scene, they all showed surprise. What a strong defense! Such a lot of health. The monster's defense has been strengthened a lot, and the health value has increased by 1 or 2 times. Not only that, they have a greater chance of bouncing off attacks and exempting damage, which will add a lot of uncertainty to the battle. It's worthy of the king level difficulty. It seems that even if 4 level 18 big guys with purple weapons join forces, it's not so easy to get through. When Nancilia changed the crossbow, several jungle zombies have already killed in front of them. Bezaros and the Blackstone Hammer King used the Rod of the Comprehender to launch a powerful mountain collapse attack, followed by a cross slash and a sky-breaking slash to further suppress, and Artis also took the opportunity to release fire magic to resist. After a fierce fight, the 4 successfully killed this group of zombies. The Blackstone Hammer King said solemnly, Under the king level difficulty, the health bars of these zombies are too thick. Nancy Leah nodded. Yes, the forest environment is also more severe. We can't stay for too long, so we must find the corpse stealer bone prison breath as soon as possible. Vizero said, the strength of ordinary zombies has increased so much, and bone prison breath, as the leader, will only be more difficult to deal with. This battle seems to be quite difficult. Blackstone Hammer King, use potions that increase ice resistance and push it in one go. Ice resistance potions alone are not enough. At this time, Artist said, I have a few sharp eye potions here. This potion can greatly increase the critical hit rate and critical hit damage, and it also helps to increase the hit rate. There is such a good thing? Great. Artist didn't expect it. Sharp eye potion from the jar. It can play an important role in this challenge of the king level difficulty. He took out 3 of the 5 sharp eye potions, and gave 1 to each person to enhance the output at the critical moment. After the 4 adventurers were ready, they accelerated the exploration progress, and started to move along the core area of the cold air. They fought side by side, and cooperated with each other all the way, and successively killed dozens of zombies, plus cat monsters and minotaurs. King level copy. The overall strength of the monsters has been greatly enhanced. The number of monsters, especially elite monsters, has also increased a lot. However, everything has 2 sides. Although the difficulty of the challenge has increased significantly, it has also greatly increased the probability of killing and dropping. There is also a probability of dropping during the process of killing monsters in the secret realm of Arad continent. The dropped items will be presented in the form of small light balls, and materials, equipment, or other props can be obtained by picking them up. Whether it is ordinary copy materials or equipment, the explosion rate is very low. After playing a few copies, you can't brush a few. Under the king level difficulty, the drop rate of these things has been significantly improved. In the future, if you want to brush materials and equipment, you will undoubtedly choose the king level difficulty. The 4 adventurers were well equipped and had sufficient supplies. Although they had a hard time fighting, they were not in great danger and finally found the location of the bone prison breath. But after seeing the bone prison breath, the adventurers were shocked again. This time, the bone prison breath appeared in the middle of a jungle mass grave, surrounded by at least 20 zombies, including at least 3 elite zombies. The boss was already difficult to deal with, not to mention that there were a lot of small monsters around him, and elite monsters to help. Humans. All will die. Bone prison breath was furious when it sensed the intruders. A cold current burst out and instantly formed an ice storm in the dense forest, freezing the ground and trees nearby. The 4 hid in the big tree and avoided the direct impact of the cold current. At this time, the blue-skinned zombies rushed up quickly, and the red-skinned zombies condensed black energy balls and threw them into the forest like shells. The big trees were as fragile as paper under these attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The big trees that provided cover for the adventurers were knocked down one by one. This couldn't go on. The 4 adventurers divided the work and quickly launched a counterattack. Nancy Leah and Bezaros were responsible for dealing with bone prison breath. Blackstone Hammer King and Artist were responsible for clearing the nearby monsters. Action! The 4 drank an ice resistance potion, which could slightly weaken the damage caused by bone prison breath's cold magic. Then Blackstone Hammer King threw a throwing prop bomb in the air, plus a grenade thrown by Nancy Leah. Boom, boom, boom. Although this wave of explosions could not kill the monsters, it blew up the ordinary zombies, thus affecting their movements. Nancy Leah took the opportunity to slide out, and quickly slid under the feet of a group of zombies. She quickly pulled the trigger of the crossbow of the comprehender with both hands, aiming at the boss bone prison breath. -0, -128, critical hit. -146, critical hit. -74, -78, -153, critical hit. Nancy Leah used the sharp eye potion to significantly increase the output effect. The stiffness attribute of bone prison breath is very high. Although it was hit by a powerful crossbow arrow, it did not affect its movement. It did not even retreat, but killed it instead. Floating arrow. The moment Nancy Leah finished sliding, an arrow hit the bone prison breath and finally knocked it into the air. She then fired with the Gatling gun, causing considerable damage, which completely angered the bone prison breath. Boom! A fierce cold air burst out at the moment of landing, and the pale frost spread at a very fast speed. Nancy Leah had no time to dodge, and her body was instantly covered and turned into an ice sculpture and could not move. But fortunately at this time, the Sorrows arrived before Nancy Leah was completely frozen, and a collision broke the ice on her body, allowing Nancy Leah to regain her freedom of movement, and the bone prison breath was also completely enraged, and immediately rushed towards the two. Very good. Hold the monster. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Although the strength of the king-level bone prison breath has increased a lot, its intelligence is still low, and it does not look very smart. At this moment, Nancilia and Bezaros restrained bone prison breath, while Blackstone Hammer King and Artist joined forces to attack the remaining monsters. At the beginning, it was undoubtedly very difficult to fight. If you are not careful, you will die and the situation will collapse. But as the battle progressed, more and more monsters were cleared. The balance of victory gradually tilted towards the adventurer. When Blackstone Hammer King and Artist killed the last zombie monster, the two immediately took a life potion to restore blood volume, and then entered the 4v1 battle situation again. Bone Prison Breath fell into a passive position in the face of the beating. Although its spells are powerful, its routines are simple, and have too few changes. After the adventurer sees through the rules, the threat it can cause is limited. The four people have clear division of labor. To avoid being frozen at the same time, they always take turns to attack, and cooperate with each other in long-range and short-range combat. In this situation, even if there are occasional mistakes, there is room for error. Finally, under the various attacks and shootings, the health bar of Bone Prison Breath is finally exhausted, and although this boss is very unwilling, it still falls in front of the adventurer without suspense. Win! Well done! Finally, someone beat the king-level zombie map. Xiao Nan is awesome. Brother Chui is awesome. Look, Bone Prison Breath exploded a trophy, and it is a purple quality trophy. While the adventurers watching from both places cheered, someone found that when Bone Prison Breath fell, a purple ball of light exploded from his body, which made people feel excited. What could it be? Equipment or material? If it is equipment, it will be a big profit. Killing boss in the secret realm of online games and exploding equipment is undoubtedly one of the biggest points. When Nancy Leah picked it up, he couldn't help but be stunned. It was neither equipment nor material. Millennium Black Iron Sword Blueprint, purple. This is a blueprint, a 20-level purple quality giant sword blueprint. With this blueprint and related materials, the corresponding weapon can be forged, which makes everyone's eyes light up. In order to improve the authenticity of the Arad continent, this kind of blueprint can be reused. In other words, if an adventurer gets a blueprint and sends it to the Sindar blacksmith shop, it is equivalent to permanently obtaining the ability to forge and produce the equipment. Of course, the premise is to prepare enough materials and money. There is no doubt. Equipment can be produced stably. It is of great value to adventurers, especially to one side. Of course, in order to ensure balance, the quality and attributes of most equipment that can be made with blueprints are relatively ordinary, and if the material cost is too high, it may not be more cost-effective than directly buying equipment of the same quality and level. But no matter what, this is the first time that a purple equipment blueprint has been revealed. As the representative of the elves, Artis and Viseros, as the representative of the undead, both sides are obviously eyeing this blueprint, and competition is inevitable. Finally, after some bargaining, Viseros is still better, and won the blueprint. He promised to take out 3,000 miracle copper coins, and pay 1,000 miracle copper coins to each teammate in exchange for the ownership of this blueprint, and such a move once again made the adventurers jealous. Too exaggerated. This is equivalent to 3,000 contribution points. The morale of the Arad adventurers was greatly boosted when they saw this battle, because the difficulty of the king level is much higher than that of the ordinary battlefield. No one has passed the king level so far. This battle has multiple important meanings, and this drop, it makes people feel crazy. So far, this challenge has finally come to an end. The four people have obtained the treasure chest of this round of copies. Bezaros opened the task treasure chest first. You got Avenger Soul Stone X1. It is the material for job transfer, not only Bezaros. The other three people also dropped the job transfer materials they needed. This shows that although the difficulty of king-level battlefield is very high, the probability of dropping task materials is greatly increased. In the future, if you want to quickly complete various prop material collection tasks, you have to brush the king. Bezaros opened two more loot chests. One of them only gave more than 1,000 gold coins, and the other one contained nothing but a level 20 white armor. Bad luck this time. Bezaros' face was full of regret. However, it didn't matter, as long as the mission materials were in hand. This time, he also got a blueprint, which might generate considerable profits in the future. Nancy Leah and Artis were in similar situations. Neither of them could get decent equipment from the treasure chest. Nancy Leah, who was relatively better, only got a level 15 blue plate armor pants. They couldn't use this equipment. The only value was to decompose it in exchange for materials. Fuck, look, what did I get? The Blackstone Hammer King exclaimed, and he showed the equipment he got. A sophisticated fluorescent sword, a level 18 blue lightsaber. Everyone was surprised. Cranky chicken, what kind of weapon is this? Why haven't I seen it before? Mingwei Xiaoxue said, it's a lightsaber, one of the weapons of the Ghost Swordsman, and also a special weapon for the Sword Soul. Pig King, Brother Hammer is so lucky. He was originally planning to change his job to Sword Soul, and now even his special weapon has been dropped. Although the quality is only blue, it's not too bad. Lone Wolf, this weapon looks so cool. Yeah. I want to play Sword Soul too. Although it's not a purple outfit, it's very satisfying. Black Rock Hammer King can't wait to complete the job change task as soon as possible and change to the sword. Time is running out. The city will be closed in more than an hour. Let's hurry up and brush one or two more. The four did not return to the town. Once again, they challenged the king-level Dark Thunder ruins. Although this time was also quite difficult, there were no unexpected problems. With the cooperation of everyone and the preparation of enough life potions, they finally passed the level without any danger. Finally, all the materials are collected. The four of them obtained the corresponding job transfer materials. Bezaros had already prepared 50 small red crystals, and also bought 10 bottles of over potions from the alchemist Norton, plus the 2 Avenger Soul Stones brushed from the 2 king-level Dark Thunder ruins. Already, he hurried back to the town. First, he sent the materials to Sharon, the president of the Magic Guild. The latter successfully refined a secret medicine for him that could change his physique and become a berserker. Bezaros brought the secret medicine to the Ghost Swordsman dojo. He delivered the job transfer task to the Ghost Swordsman mentor GSD. Very good, you completed the task faster than I thought. Now you only need to take this potion to activate your potential, completely change your physique, and become a berserker-style Ghost Swordsman. GSD paused and said, this is also your last chance to consider. If you choose to give up now, you still have the opportunity to become a Sword Soul, Azura, or Devil May Cry. I've thought about it. After spending so much effort to complete the secret medicine, how could Bezaros give up halfway? This kind of task item cannot be traded, and cannot be used by others. Next. With the help of GSD, Bezaros took the Berserker's secret potion. He could clearly feel that every drop of blood in his body seemed to have turned into flames. After the violent blood flowed into his left hand, the already hideous dark red ghost hand became bright red. At the same time, both eyes also turned blood red. These are the characteristic changes that will occur when you become a berserker. It's done. From now on, a berserker Bezaros has been added to the Arad continent. After completing the first transformation, Bezaros could feel that the cultivation of this body had been greatly enhanced, and it currently has the strength of a second level 5-star. In the future, if the level is raised again, more skills are learned, and the equipment effect is added, it is estimated that it will be easy to reach the 3rd level combat power, which is also a relatively significant change. Next. Nancy Leah, Artis, Blackstone Hammer King, etc. Nearly 10 people have completed the Arad first transformation task one after another. Thus, a group of first transformation adventurers such as Berserkers, Sword Souls, Summoners, Gunners, Wandering Gunners, and Qigong Masters were born, and after the job change, a new skill system was unlocked. Each profession has a new skill tree. When seeing the effects of these skills, the adventurer's eyes lit up. There are many top-level skills among them. If they can be exploded to form skill stones, they can play a very important role even in the real world. So far, today's adventure is over. It's time for the routine closing of the dungeon secret realm again. Awesome. What a fulfilling day. Yes, there are too many progress and breakthroughs today. The adventurers are obviously very satisfied with today's gains and progress. Just when many adventurers have begun to return to the town, someone suddenly made a major discovery. Look! The Adventurer Guild in the main city has issued a new announcement. What? Another new announcement? Fuck, everyone, look, starting tomorrow the dungeon will have a lot of updates. Both the Frenzy and the Starsea Secret Realm will have new content, and it's estimated that the upper limit of the new Secret Realm is not far away. Have a look at what's in it. The content of this territory announcement is very large. Adventurers are all ecstatic. Bianhua just cleared the Sui and Tang Dynasty Secret Realm. The territory has launched a new Secret Realm update plan. The Lord is still as powerful as ever. This update is obviously not an update to a single secret realm. Several main secret realms will have large-scale and content updates. In addition, the territory is also preparing for the creation of the fourth main secret realm. Miracle Territory is not short of content at present, because even the most powerful adventurer can't clear all the secret realms in such a short time. In order to quickly clear the Sui and Tang Dynasty chapter of the 10 Kingdoms, Bianhua not only failed to quickly enter the Arad adventure, but also failed to clear the Black Light, Titan, and Biochemical series. According to the current secret realm content of the territory, even if the update and maintenance are stopped, it can maintain the popularity for 3 or 4 years. Moreover, secret realms such as competitive mode, battle royale, fighting type, and secret realms such as Arad continent will never have an end. That being said, who would complain that the secret realm content is too much? Before the territory was closed, Chiji ended his vacation. He has returned to the mansion from the Free City. Although he spent a day in the sun on the sunny beach, he was not idle during this process, and kept paying attention to the performance and progress of the adventurers. Today's adventure. It is the biggest progress in the past 10 days. First of all, the biggest breakthrough is undoubtedly the first achievement of the Shinjo Sui and Tang chapter. It took about 20 days before and after, and Bianhua finally got through the main line. This is indeed a remarkable achievement. After all, the size and content of Shinjo Sui are too large. No surprises. In a short period of time, Shinjo Sui and Tang should be the largest and most content-rich secret realm in Miracle City. It is better to control the size of the next few secret realms. After all, the bigger the secret realm, the better. Chiji's inspiration materials have been optimized to the extreme. He can create the same volume of content with 1/10, or even 1/10 of the cost of others. In this case, it still takes nearly 100,000 mental power to create a secret realm. Isn't it equivalent to the quality of millions, or even millions of other lords? The secret realm is too big. There are too many contents. The biggest problem is that the cycle is too long. Although Bianhua got through the Sui and Tang chapters, her process was quite sloppy. With the worldview, plot, and characters of the Sui and Tang dynasties, they are currently popular in Miracle City. In the future, there will definitely be adventurers who will experience the local customs and people more deeply, and explore every corner and hidden area of the world with the most detailed gameplay. And according to the gameplay of the Tourism faction, Life faction, Experience faction, and Exquisite faction, it is entirely possible to spend a year or 2 on a round. If all the secret realms in Miracle City are of this size, the mobility of adventurers between different secret realms will be affected. It is not conducive to the flexible output of resources. The reason why Chiji made the chapter of Shinjo so big is mainly because of his own feelings for Shinjo. In the worldview of the 10 kingdoms of the exotic world, Shinjo Middle-earth will be the commanding heights, so it has become the only secret realm with an entry threshold. In addition to the Sui and Tang dynasties, the performance of adventurers in other secret realms is also worth paying attention to. For example, in the Arad continent, the number of people online at the same time in the secret realm has reached 3,000 today, and more than 10 adventurers have completed or are completing the first transformation, and a lot of equipment and even spirits have been swiped out from the secret realm. This is also a gratifying thing. The development speed of Miracle City has been as fast as ever during this period. In this case, it is time to further update the secret realm and expand the territory. Because of this, Chiji made some adjustments to the secret realm content and strategic planning of the territory according to the plan, which is the announcement that the adventurers are seeing at this moment. Chapter 215. In the past half-month, the territory is in a period of rapid development. It is impossible for Boss Chi to lie flat on the beach in Los Santos every day to bask in the sun and watch bikini hotties. He has already completed the new round of development planning for the territory and prepared some updated content for the secret realm in advance, so he can release the latest updated content of the territory through the territory announcement as soon as the adventurer makes a breakthrough in the Sui and Tang dynasties. This round of secret realm updates will be divided into 2 rounds: sequel derivative content and new secret realm content. Chiji has been focusing on the former during this period. What is sequel derivative? As the name suggests, this is an update based on the existing secret realm. This kind of update does not require the activation of new spiritual sea crystals to obtain materials. The existing material inventory can add a lot of content to the territory, and the amount of materials Chiji currently has is very large. If the total material reserve is 100, the proportion of the currently used part is only in the single digit. With so many remaining reserve materials, It is theoretically possible to create completely new secret realms by hand, it just takes a little more time. Of course, there is no need to spend time and effort on pure originality for the time being. It is like Chi-Ji still has more than a dozen different biochemical series works that have not been adapted. From the original stories of the Resident Evil, to various derivative games, film and television animations, etc., it is enough to continuously update high-quality Secret Realm content for the biochemical past chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm. So far, 6 chapters have been updated in the Frenzy Biochemical series. Each chapter is adapted from the original work. Although the length of a single chapter is not too long, the plot and quality are remarkable. Characters such as Leon are already one of the popular figures in Miracle City. Chi-Ji will not only continue to create the biochemical series chapters for a long time. As a special paid secret realm, the Black Light Advent of the Frenzy Secret Realm is also quite popular in Miracle City, and it creates huge profits for the territory. It is a project worthy of special attention. Currently, based on the second generation of prototype, the dark prototype produced for the Black Light chapter has been completed. This sequel or DLC is one of the major content updates announced in this announcement. Every adventurer who gets the dark prototype ending can unlock this DLC, so that he can play the second generation of the original Black Brother and become the new protagonist to challenge the blackened version of Brother A as a paid secret realm, to ensure the experience of adventurers. Although Prototype 2 continues the refreshing and bloody mowing style of the previous generation, but the production of the second generation of the original work is obviously not as attentive as the first generation. The degree of innovation is not enough, and the character portrayal is not deep enough. In order to ensure that adventurers get value for money, Chi-Ji made a lot of optimization based on the second generation original. Miracle City Dark Prototype DLC is not only larger in size, but also has a wider range of exploration and more exciting side battles. More importantly, it greatly enhances the strength, oppression and expressiveness of the blackened Brother A. Overall, it will be more exciting and more fun. This content will be open tomorrow. This matter has caused a huge sensation and discussion among adventurers, because the boss of Dark Prototype has been confirmed to be the dark version of Brother A. It's so exciting. Let adventurers challenge themselves to create and cultivate the protagonist. This kind of imagination and creativity is very fresh and interesting for adventurers. Chi-Ji cleverly divides the world line of the Black Light chapter into 2. The Blackened Brother A is just a DLC derived from the bad ending, not an orthodox sequel. The adventurers can also accept it emotionally, when they think that defeating Brother A has a greater chance of exploding the spirit. The excitement of these adventurers can be imagined. Everyone knows that at the end of the story of the Black Light chapter, whether it is defeating the Supreme Hunter to achieve a good ending, or being absorbed by the Supreme Hunter and blackened, Alex eventually evolved into a monster that can survive a nuclear bomb. This is not only a powerful 4th level spirit, but also very likely to be of rare quality. If you can get this spirit's survivability, you will be invincible in special operations, whether it is a gimmick or a reward, or the refreshing experience of the secret realm itself. All are worth looking forward to. So when the relevant content of Dark Prototype was released through the Adventurers Guild in the form of an announcement, whether it was the Adventurer Forum, the Miracle City Forum, or offline taverns, hundreds of adventurers were discussing this matter, and the heat was very high. Alex's super high popularity and strength. It made all adventurers have great expectations. One by one, they can't wait to experience the super cool new Black Light story, of course. Chi-Ji can't favor one over the other. Only focus on the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm for update. Miracle City also has the 10 Kingdoms, and the 2 main secret realms of the Star Sea, which can be updated. The 10 Kingdoms has 2 main chapters, Ashina and Sui and Tang. Although it was said that it would consider making an Inner Court DLC for the Ashina chapter, considering that the Japanese materials currently available are not enough to make a Dark Shogunate with enough characteristics, so this matter has been temporarily shelved. There is no shortage of secret realms in the territory. There is no need to create a secret realm of low quality just to make up the numbers. Chi-Ji pursues the quality of secret realms. Either don't do it or do it the best. As for the sequel to the Sui and Tang dynasties, there are no problems or difficulties in production. Chi-Ji originally planned to adapt Beyond the Clouds and Mountains to improve the story of the Sui and Tang dynasties, or to create DLC around the first and second generation protagonists, that is, Wang Xianren and Guyu Xianren. The relevant clues and foreshadowing have been laid long ago, with the huge material library accumulated from the previous works of Xian Yuan's sword in his hand. If Chi-Ji creates a sequel to Yushan, he must be able to make up for the regret of the lack of completion of the original work in the later period, and finally present a magnificent and grand Tankayuan prosperity for adventurers. At the same time, other materials can be used. Further enrich the countries in France, Venice, and the Arab region, thus creating a long magical journey that is more in line with the dark and strange worldview of the exotic 10 kingdoms. The problem is, it's too early to release it now. Currently, only Higanbana has completed the Sui and Tang chapter, and has only discovered one ending in the Sui and Tang chapter, while Chi-Ji has created at least 8 different endings in Sui and Tang. There are several tragic endings in the original work, and there are also several relatively easier to accept endings, but they are hidden very deeply, and the conditions for achieving them are extremely harsh. The Shinjo chapter is too large. It is impossible to fully explore it within a few months. Why rush to release the sequel and the expansion chapter? However, although the 2 main chapters of the 10 Kingdoms will not update derivative or sequel content in the short term, the creation of a third new chapter can be put on the agenda immediately. Finally, there is the third main secret realm Star Sea. Chi-Ji also made updates and plans. After all, it is the latest main secret realm, so the content is relatively less than the previous 2. The only official chapter Titan chapter is a linear plot gameplay, and its process volume is relatively small. Of course, Chi-Ji took this into consideration. Therefore, a competitive mode was updated in time. Adventurers feel unsatisfied after playing the main plot, and can enter the competitive mode at any time to experience the thrill of mecha battles. This has become one of the 3 major competitive gameplays of Miracle City, along with the Frenzy competitive mode and the fighting in the end arena. This kind of gameplay, it can be prosperous. There is the excellent and powerful plot of the Titan chapter. There are also interesting and competitive PK battles. In the future, as the popularity of the dungeon grows further, especially the Thunder City where the Star Sea secret realm is located is put into use, more and more adventurers will definitely enter the Star Sea, so there is no need to worry about popularity. Having said that, compared with the craze, the 10 Kingdoms, the content of the Star Sea secret realm is indeed too little. Chi-Ji decided to take a 2-pronged approach. On the one hand, continue to update the content, and on the other hand, speed up the creation of new chapters. The story of the Titan chapter is adapted and remade with Titanfall 2 as the prototype. Since there is 2, there must be 1. The materials, plots, and gameplay of the first generation can also be used to make some articles. Chi-Ji therefore updated a multiplayer plot level gameplay for the Star Sea Titan chapter. The previous life Titanfall 2 was a well-known masterpiece. As long as you know something about standalone games, few people have not heard of it. In comparison, the first generation seems to have little presence, or even unknown. Why? The main reason is that the plot and gameplay of the first generation are particularly unique. This generation of works has no single-player plot mode, only multiplayer online plot battles. To put it simply, multiple players are divided into 2 camps. One plays the role of the rebels, and the other plays the role of the IMC. There is no traditional main line, and each chapter is a new scene. After each opening cutscene, a carefully designed camp match will take place. Each scene contains fragmented plots, and because the scenes are different, the gameplay will also be different. There will also be different NPCs to fight with the players, and all plots are presented through fragmented narratives and scene narratives. The content is still very interesting. There are many thoughtful and creative designs. As for why it is not popular, it is also easy to guess. Even if the map scene and mechanism design are more attentive, this mode that can only be experienced by multiple people playing together has too high a threshold. But in Miracle City, it can run completely. After all, the future territory will not lack traffic at all. Chi-Ji plans to use the gameplay and scenes of Titanfall 1 as the core. Then design a large number of new maps, new scenes, and new plots to create a series of interesting battle levels. These levels are different from the level mode of Doomsday Frenzy. The Frenzy level is to enjoy the excitement of slaughtering zombies and blood plasma flying, while the Titan chapter combines 3 elements: multiplayer levels, competition, and plot. Adventurers can go through fragmented wars. Thus, a series of new plots and stories can be pieced together, and it can also be used to improve the worldview of the Star Sea Secret Realm. For example, if you are going to make a Star Wars series Secret Realm, Chi-Ji can put the Star Wars series elements into the Titan chapter in advance to make a level, and put some robots from the Star Wars world, such as the Destroyer, which can not only bring freshness, but also pave the way for the debut of new content. Finally, let me summarize the update announced today. It is mainly derived from the sequel. The Dark Prototype DLC of the Black Light Advent chapter is launched. The multiplayer story battle mode of the Star Seas Secret Realm Titan chapter is added. But in the future, Chi-Ji plans to create 3 main chapters one after another. He will also adapt the 10 Kingdoms choice of God of War, or Wizard, and adapt the Star Seas choice of Star Wars, Halo, Dead Space, and StarCraft. In addition, expand the territory as soon as possible. Create the 4th secret realm for the territory. The above items must activate at least 3 inspiration crystals. And Chi-Ji currently has only 2 times of Spirit Sea activation. So we must increase our efforts to acquire materials such as the Spirit Sea Conch or the Spirit Sea Pearl, or find other ways to increase the chance of activating inspiration crystals. As for the 4th secret realm, according to the current plan, this will be a worldview with a soul flavor of the K-series, a combination of religion and mythology, and various strange and sand painting styles. How to choose the opening work, a world with a K-style or soul-flavored style. There are many options that meet the requirements. For example, Elden Ring, Darkest Dungeon, Warm Snow, etc. It is only a matter of time before these excellent works are created and presented. Among the options currently in hand, the one with the most opening work temperament is undoubtedly Elden Ring. A large-scale open-world game like Old Man Ring is the easiest to remake, and its art, content, and plot are very solid. There are all kinds of wonders and exotic customs that adventurers like, as well as difficult combat challenges, epic plot settings, rich monsters, vivid characters, and huge details and information. It has a restrained system. It has a soul flavor. It fits the world view. It is relatively restrained. It is not as niche as Darkest Dungeon. It is not as hardcore, twisted and obscure as classic masterpieces such as Bloodborne. This is the main reason why Chi-Ji chose Old Man Ring as the opening work of the main secret realm. Of course, Chi-Ji needs to promote the territory to complete a new round of expansion. Only by seizing a 3rd level dark dungeon can a new main secret realm core be built for the territory, and it is difficult to achieve this goal in a short period of time. Any territory. Any dungeon. The most important work is construction and expansion. Chi-Ji's work in the past 10 days and a half months has been focused on internal construction. He not only spent a lot of time optimizing the secret realm and creating new secret realm content, but also consumed a lot of territory resources to improve infrastructure, contract adventurers, purchase drawings, materials, and secret realm products such as mechas. As the saying goes, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. The efforts and work during this period are equivalent to diligently cultivating internal strength. But then again, it is not enough to just work hard internally, and territorial expansion is also a top priority. The two complement each other and promote each other. Only by forming a virtuous cycle can the territory develop rapidly, and continue to prosper, and become strong. Miracle Territory has not been calm during this period. It has encountered 4 large-scale invasions. However, because of the home advantage and sufficient strategic depth, the adventurers are even more fierce, and the dark species did not take advantage of the process. Although there was no great loss. But Chi-Ji still did not dare to underestimate the enemy. The main threat to the territory at present is the 3rd level Dark Territory Evilwood Forest in the northwest, and the opponent encountered this time is completely different from any of the previous ones. Previous opponents include Dark City, Thunder City, and Bloodhowl City. These 1st and 2nd level small shrimps are not worth mentioning in the big forest. They are as numerous as weeds, and they can't be burned out by wildfires. They will grow again in the spring breeze, and they will not attract too much attention from other major forces. The 3rd level is a watershed. Starting from the 3rd level, they are considered to be real lords. Every 3rd level force in the Evernight Forest has a backer, allies, and a very deep history and heritage. The relationship behind it. There are countless intricacies. Sometimes a single move can affect the whole body. They often have a population of 100,000 and combat power. The territory they directly control can generally reach 300 to 500 miles, and the territory they indirectly control must double on this basis. For example, the Dark Valley where Dark City is located is a vassal of Thunder City. The Thunder Swamp where Thunder City is located, and the Bloodhowl Valley where Bloodhowl City is located are vassals of the Evilwood Forest. This dark main city has about 4 fortresses, or large settlements, within the territory directly controlled, and there are more than a dozen 1st and 2nd level underground cities within the scope of its ruling power. Among them, there are 4 2nd level subordinate territories. In other words, in addition to Thunder City and Bloodhowl City, which were annexed by Chi-Ji, there are 2 subordinate 2nd level dark underground cities, but they are located to the north of the Evilwood Forest, so they are not directly adjacent to Miracle City, and have not fallen into Chi-Ji's hands. This shows how powerful the evil with Forest is. Xiamu City has a large number of third-level combat forces, and the Lord is a powerful fourth-level unit. The elite troops are at least tens of thousands in size, which is an unprecedented behemoth for Miracle City. However, it is restricted by the territorial law. If Xiamu Forest crosses the region to fight in Miracle Territory, it will pay a great price. Although Miracle City is far less than Xiamu Forest in terms of size, it is not afraid if it is fighting at home. This is why Xiamu City launched several invasions. Qi Ji did not take action personally, nor did he mobilize the monster army. It was enough to mobilize adventurers to beat them back. Miracle City now has more than 1,000 contracted adventurers, and there are dozens of third-level strongmen alone. The advantage of fighting at home is too great, and it is not easy for foreign invaders to shake it. In fact, the adventurers not only withstood several waves of attacks, they even launched a counterattack, and successively seized several settlements on the outskirts of the Black Iron Mountain south of Xiamu territory. Although they were only small camps and small tribal strongholds, they also had unknown tactical significance and increased the strategic depth of the territory. It can be seen. Several open and secret struggles. Although Xiamu Forest has an absolute size advantage. But it did not gain an advantage in Miracle territory, but suffered losses. Although the little land lost is insignificant, this kind of thing itself is very embarrassing. Strangely, Xiamu Forest has been unusually calm in recent days, and no troops have been organized to harass the territory again, but this abnormal calmness and restraint may not be a good thing. If nothing unexpected happens, the Dark Lord wants to brew a big wave. Qi Ji is full of confidence in his territory, but he will not sit idly by and watch the enemy stare covetously. With the rapid development of the territory during this period, the time for another expansion is gradually ripe. Rather than passively accepting the challenge, it is better to take the initiative. Lord, all the skill stones you want are here. When Yongjin bowed slightly to report, the flower demon maids came up with small boxes, which contained skill stones. Most of the skills produced by Miracle City in the past and recently are here. Skill Stone. Thunder Anti-Secret Sword Art, 2nd level skill, learning consumption, 10 points of mental power. Skill Stone. Black Particle, 2nd level skill, learning consumption, 25 mental power. Skill Stone. Balu Secret Sword Art, 3rd level skill, learning consumption, 50 mental power. Skill Stone. Gigu Sword Art, 3rd level skills, learning consumption, 450 mental power. Skill Stone. Gigu Taoism, 3rd level skills, learning consumption, 600 mental power. Currently Miracle City has produced dozens of different skill stones. Except for a few rare skills and rare secret skills, all the others are already here. Skill stones can be divided into two types: regular skill stones and skill stones. Regular skills generally refer to a single move or spell. Skill skills belong to the method of cultivation, which includes several or more skills that can be used, so the learning cost is often very high, and ordinary adventurers need to disassemble them in batches to practice them. However, for Qi Ji, this is not a big deal. The dungeon just closed today. Qi Ji's mental power reserve is as high as 100,000. If he uses all 20 or 30 skill stones at once, the total mental power consumption is only a few thousand. This little consumption is not taken seriously at all. When all kinds of fighting secrets from the King of Fighters world, the Gigu secrets from the Sui and Tang dynasties, and the Japanese secret swordsmanship of the Ashina country, all of them were integrated and mastered in an instant. Qi Ji could clearly feel that as he mastered these sword techniques and secret arts, his body also gained significant strength. Of course, this kind of strength is offset by marginal effects. For example, the first set of 2nd level sword techniques brings a 10-point strength, the second set brings a 2-point strength, and the third set brings a 1-point strength. Qi Ji is not weak. After all, he has reached the 5th level cultivation. He has also stored an astonishing number of high-quality spirits. Qi Ji uses the power of these spirits through fusion, empowerment, and summoning through the Lord skills. With a huge reserve of mental power, this alone can bring out a strong strength. What's more, Qi Ji can also summon high-level people by summoning people. For example, the elf elder artists, Nancy Leah, etc. are summoned to protect him. The reason why he learned these skills is nothing more than to improve his basic strength and be safer. It is not necessary for the Lord to personally fight in most battles, but this does not mean that the Lord does not need combat power at all. After all, there will always be emergencies in the process of territory management. As the soul of the territory, the safety of the Lord is above all else. In addition, Although Chi-Ji does not need to personally fight or appear in more than 95% of the battles, it is naturally best to have the strength to turn the tide when encountering some particularly difficult situations occasionally. After Chi-Ji improved his own strength, he then took stock of the monsters, spirits, and equipment inventory of the territory. Miracle Territory currently has about 1,400 monster soldiers, although the number is not large, but the quality is very high. Among them, the first level 4 and 5-star units account for 70%, and the main forces are tank zombies, witch zombies, Ashina group leaders, sway army captains, prototype tyrants, and nearly 20 different high-quality first-level monsters. Among them, the second-level 1-star to 3-star units account for 20%, mostly T-103 tyrant zombie, flamethrower tracker, bazooka tracker, sway army captain, Ashina general, black light super soldier, a small number of black light hunters, G3 creatures, leech queen, etc. The second level 4 and 5-star units account for nearly 10%, mainly Gatling tracker, curse tyrant, a small number of biochemical mother zombies, insect lion ape, etc. Although there are not many third-level units, there are also 21, including Headless, Seven Faces, Millennium Shark Spirit, Millennium Stone Lion Spirit, Millennium Fox Spirit, Magic Swordsman, Supreme Hunter. This monster. It is slightly insufficient for siege. It is more than enough to protect the main city and the territory. Why doesn't Chi-Ji summon more monster soldiers? The main problem is that the cost of raising monster soldiers is too high. Not only will the summoning process generate huge consumption, but these monsters will also consume energy in the territory on a daily basis. It accumulates over time. It is a burden on the finances. Therefore, Chi-Ji only built 3 third-level monster camps in Miracle City. It is a bit of a loss to consume these reserve monsters without output. To solve this problem, relevant supporting facilities must be built. The current number of monsters is enough to maintain the stability of the territory. It is not difficult to see from the types of monsters. Chi-Ji prefers to summon humanoid monster soldiers, because this kind of monster soldier can also be used to guard the gate or patrol on a daily basis, and can more or less play a role. Although the number of regular combat forces in the territory is not large, the potential reserve combat force is not a small number, because Chi-Ji has swallowed a large amount of spirits and equipment in the past half-month, including first-level spirits, no less than 2 stars about 10,000, second-level spirits, about 1,000, third-level spirits, 148. Chi-Ji has so many spirits in his hands, he can create a large number of combat forces at any time through the monster camp or the mercenary house, enough to deal with various emergencies. Of course, this is far from all the foundation of Miracle Territory. One of the biggest features of Miracle City compared to other territories is its powerful arms industry. The current arms stored in the official warehouse of Miracle City are conservatively estimated as follows. In the first-level equipment, various common guns, such as rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, shotguns. The current inventory reserves are 2,500, and various arms consumables such as grenades and C4 bombs are 300. Second-level equipment, various heavy firepower weapons, such as rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, and several high-level firearms have accumulated hundreds of pieces. Second-level vehicles, 60 Hummers, 30 Black Hawk helicopters, and 20 M1A2 main battle tanks. Why are these vehicles all integers? Because adventurers rarely hand in such things. Most of what Chi-Ji has in his hands are purchased through the secret mall one after another, and their purchase price is very expensive. As for the third-level arms, they are even rarer. Chi-Ji relies mainly on purchasing and recycling as a supplement. At present, he has accumulated 20 high-energy arc guns and 40 Titan mechas of various models. In summary, this is the wealth Chi-Ji has accumulated in the past month or so, of course. The monthly income of Miracle Territory is more than this. Some of them are not collected by adventurers, mainly various vehicles or mechas. These equipments that are scattered among the people are essentially part of the Miracle City armament. In addition, there are a considerable number of low-level spirits, guns, and arms, which Chi-Ji sold through the Lord Market and Territory Trade to maintain the construction of the territory during this period. Even so, in such a short time, it is still possible to accumulate such a thick wealth. One can imagine the strong production and income capabilities of Miracle City. Chapter 216. When Chi-Ji counted the monster soldiers, spirits, and equipment in the territory, he was full of confidence in the territory expansion that was about to begin. Even if the opponent this time was very large, there was no need to worry. However, strategic reserves can only directly reflect the war potential and cannot represent the comprehensive strength and full potential of the territory, let alone all the achievements of development during this period. After all, the development focus of the past month was on economy and construction rather than military. The real confidence of Miracle City is not the stock reserves in hand, but the increasingly solid foundation, the increasingly deep moat, and the vigorous and thriving development momentum. These achievements, although it is difficult to fully quantify, but it can also be reflected in various aspects. For example, the territory increased its import and export trade by 7 times in just 10 days. Now every day, a large number of guns, huazi, mauzi and other specialties are exported from the territory gate to Tianyuan City, easily creating tens of thousands of soul crystals for Miracle City, and the income is still growing rapidly. Chi-Ji has also become a famous soul wholesale giant in the online market of the trading hall. The Doomsday Tide Secret Realm produces a large number of ordinary zombie souls every day. This kind of soul is basically useless to the territory, and naturally becomes one of the important commodities for export. When online and offline work together, Miracle Territory has been built into a typical export-oriented economy. The income generated by territory trade is higher than the soul crystal output of the territory itself, becoming the bulk of fiscal revenue. During this period, thanks to the strong trade income and the sufficient spiritual power generated during the operation of the Secret Realm, the development has certainly been rapid, and the current appearance has long been completely renewed. Not to mention the main cities, like Miracle City and Dark City. Even the infrastructure of Green Swamp City, Golden Creek City, and Blood Howl City has been gradually improved. Miracle City already has 4 third-level secret halls, 5 third-level secret stores, 4 third-level adventurer guilds, 4 third-level spirit altars, 4 third-level soldier houses, 3 third-level monster camps, 2 third-level barrier towers. Other basic functional facilities such as detection towers, city walls, warehouses, residential houses, hotels, bars, etc. The quantity and quality have all been greatly improved. This is all achieved by spending a lot of resources and mental power. The construction project that Chi-Ji completed in 10 days and a half months, if it was replaced by other third-level lords, it might not be completed even in 2 or 3 years. Miracle Territory is nominally a second-level territory, so the speed of development and the momentum of development can be imagined. The adventurers have more confidence in Miracle City. Ren Tianyuan and other partners have seen it, and are more determined to hold on to Miracle City. Tianyuan City has benefited the most, and is becoming the commodity distribution center of Miracle City. In the future, relying on Miracle City, a rising star, it can make a lot of money just by collecting re-export tariffs from other territories. Although the other 3 lords can only trade indirectly with Miracle City, they have also made a lot of money. Can't they worship Chi-Ji as their ancestor? Whenever Chi-Ji makes any request, such as the need for an advanced blueprint of a certain facility, the 4 senior 4th-level lords will immediately go to find it like loyal minions without saying a word. Miracle City has such a terrifying construction speed. The 4 lords also played a significant role in the process. Although the territory can earn a huge profit of more than 100,000 soul crystals every day by relying solely on online and offline trade, it does not mean that it can completely rely on foreign trade and abandon local development. Chi-Ji hopes that the territory's industry and income structure will be more balanced. Currently, the number of adventurers received by Miracle City has exceeded 10,000 per day, and the daily operation process can produce tens of thousands of soul crystal income. Although this is not a small number, it cannot be increased explosively in a short period of time. If you want to further increase local income, you can only start from commercial trade and service industries. Chi-Ji has already laid out and planned local commercial trade. Miracle City is about to open the first batch of local shops, and will also gradually open the territory's production facilities to provide them to various forces and groups in the territory, or foreign merchants to use and collect industrial and commercial taxes. This can activate the local business atmosphere and production capacity. In addition, it will invest in restaurants and taverns in Qianhu City and Miracle City Specialty Supermarket. In this way, the specialty products of the territory can be sold through local channels, which can directly earn income for the territory, and at the same time, the soft power can be expanded through commodities and economy, thereby enhancing the control and influence over the region. Chi-Ji also attaches great importance to the incubation of the service industry. The service industry is not just a narrow catering, cultural tourism, and various customs that are not suitable for children, but a very broad and promising industry category. Opening a bank to issue miracle coins and earning coinage tax is a financial service. In secret realms such as Frenzy, Arad, and 10 Kingdoms, opening territory stores and selling various virtual assets is a value-added service. Chi also plans to build the internet of this world through mobile phones, computers, and other devices in the future, which can not only completely change people's lives, but also create many internet service industries and income out of thin air. The so-called service industry is to create demand first, then meet the demand, and finally benefit from it. There are many cards that Miracle City can play in this regard. These services can not only bring considerable income to the territory, but also allow the people, allies, customers, etc. under the influence of Miracle Territory to be deeply bound. In the end, from material to spiritual, and then to work and life, Miracle City is indispensable. Chi has clear goals. There are very detailed medium and long-term plans. However, as the territory develops, some urgent problems have been exposed one after another. The most prominent one is the shortage of manpower. Whether it is the middle and upper-level management personnel of the territory or various grassroots positions, there is an urgent need for manpower. Chi has opened several companies in Los Santos. He can indeed use the wisdom and computing power of the secret realm characters to solve some institutional and design problems for the territory, but these teams can only provide think tanks, and the implementation still require a large number of staff to complete. For example, Miracle Territory is gradually becoming famous. The drainage effect of the Adventure Hall of Qianhu City has initially appeared. Now every day, merchants, adventurers, and local natives enter Miracle City to look for opportunities. This is a double-edged sword. Outsiders can bring more wealth and more secret traffic to Miracle Territory, but there may also be security risks, so more people need to be recruited in terms of security. Chi has selected 1,000 loyal young and strong dog-headed men, and matched them with nearly 1,000 humanoid monster soldiers in the territory to be responsible for the daily defense and security of the city to ensure the safety and order of the territory. This number of people. It is definitely not enough. Miracle Territory is not just Miracle City. In addition, with the rapid increase in the population of Miracle City in the future, the construction speed of the main city and the population expansion speed will become faster and faster, so more guards, patrols, and security personnel will be needed. In addition to the basic need of maintaining public security, various underground city facilities also need personnel maintenance. For example, Adventurer Guild. This facility is equivalent to a server for storing and interacting with territory information. It not only records the operation of the territory and the detailed data of each secret adventure, but also serves as a civilian task platform, a customer service center for adventurers, and an administrative agency for adventure groups. Chi wants to develop the internet and add more services on the existing basis, which is inseparable from the formation of the Adventurer Guild. Because this facility is very important, it has been gradually increased to 12, but although the number has increased, there is an extreme lack of well-trained staff. It is expected that each third-level Adventurer Guild will have at least 100 staff members. Only in this way can its functions be fully operational to meet the networking and information services of the current scale of the territory. In other words, if all the existing Adventurer Guilds in Miracle Territory are upgraded to the third level, the labor shortage caused by this kind of territory facilities will be as high as at least more than 1,000 people. Hotels need waiters, bars need winemakers, refining workshops need refiners, and various altars also need maintenance personnel. In addition, as the territory expands, various spiritual fields, breeding farms, and mines are even more labor-intensive production places. And what is the total population of Miracle Territory? If adventurers are not counted, there are only 23,000 people. The scarcity of talent and labor has become a major factor restricting the rapid development of the territory. That is why Chi wants to open up the drainage, absorb more people from Qianhu City and nearby tribes to become his subjects, and at the same time speed up the pace of territory development, seize the dark territory, and liberate the local population. You can't become a fat man in one bite. The development of any territory is a gradual process. Chi territory is currently developing very fast. The employment shortage caused by population and labor problems will gradually ease over time in the future. After all, the treatment and gold content of Miracle City are not afraid of not being able to recruit 996 cattle and horses. Compared with the grassroots staff of the territory, the Lord's Mansion Affairs officer may be more scarce and difficult to find, because grassroots personnel usually only need a little training to take up their posts. Some positions require cultivation skills, and can also be specifically recruited, while management personnel will be more difficult to find. Ability is only one aspect. More importantly, loyalty, and reliability. And they will not form cliques for personal gain or engage in corruption. This is a very difficult thing, because as long as you are a person, you will have selfishness. The solution Chi-Ji thought of was to use named people, because using named people has at least 3 advantages. First, as a type of summoned unit, named people are absolutely loyal to the Lord, so they will always put the interests of the territory first. Second, named people do not belong to this world but only to the Lord himself, so naturally there is no need to take care of the tribe or group, and they are naturally in a fair and neutral position. Third, named people are all characters in the secret realm. Adventurers will feel more intimate with them, and they can better represent the cultural image of Miracle City, and generally the personal abilities of those who can become named people are not too bad. In the past 10 days, I have received 11 named spirits in total. To be honest, this number is a bit beyond my expectations. After all, contracted named spirits as life souls can enhance mental strength and have various benefits. Each named spirit is a unique and extremely rare treasure. Why would adventurers be willing to hand it over? Chi-Ji has never actively asked adventurers to do so. These souls are all voluntarily handed over by adventurers. In fact, the reason is not complicated. First of all, it can be exchanged for very considerable contribution points. The contribution points that a named soul can exchange for are at least 10 times, and up to 100 times, that of the same level and grade spirits. As for how many contribution points can be exchanged, it depends on the quality of the spirit itself. There is no need to say much about the gold content of the contribution points of Miracle City. This alone is enough to be the motivation for adventurers to hand over souls. Secondly, not every named soul is a powerful spirit, or a spirit that suits oneself. If adventurers obtain named souls that are not suitable for them, or have greater ambitions to pursue better souls, they will sacrifice the named souls they have obtained to form the mark of plenty. This is how the Yongjin soul was obtained. Chi-Ji glanced at the named souls in his hand. The weakest is the 1st level. The strongest is the 3rd level. There are 5 with higher value. The others are all unknown. Chi-Ji plans to summon these 5 named souls first, and they are Han Tung, Ashina Jinichiro, Jill Valentine, Charles Perry, and Shiranui Mai. Han Tung is one of the 4 tiger generals of Yuan-Tua of the Sui dynasty in Shinsho. He is the strongest one among the named souls Chi-Ji has. The contributor of this soul is Higanbana. The main reason is that she already has enough named souls. In order to obtain more contribution points to buy houses and shops for investment, she decisively handed over this high-quality named soul in her hand to Boss Chi. Ashina Jinichiro is from Ashina. Originally belonged to Baiha, but because Baiha later obtained the sword Saint Ashina Ishin, this alternative spirit was not used, and was not suitable for his granddaughter Mingwei Xiaoxue, so he handed it over to the territory. Jill Valentine is a very popular female protagonist in the Resident Evil series. This spirit was handed over because it was too weak. Jill herself is an ordinary person, and her personal strength is not much stronger than that of a zombie. Although her spirit is bound to a firearm, her strength reaches the 1st level 3-star strength, but she does not have any powerful characteristics or skills, so she will naturally not be used as a life soul by adventurers. It is better to exchange it for a large amount of contribution points. Although Jill is very weak, but her image and popularity are good, suitable for representing the territory to communicate with adventurers. Charles Perry is a character in the Black Light story, that is, Captain Perry who killed the original form. He once made Alex feel frustrated. In the story, he cooperated with Brother A to prevent Manhattan from being razed by nuclear weapons. Captain Perry should have been strengthened with super soldier serum, so he has the level of a 2nd level 1-star. But his ability is not satisfactory. This person is a modern soldier with a stable personality, capable behavior, and high quality. He is suitable to be summoned for Chi-Ji to use, and can train military and intelligence management personnel. Finally, there is Mai Shiranui. This is a super popular female character in the King of Fighters. Because of her sexy and bold appearance, she is almost a household name. However, since the adventurer who got the spirit of Mai Shiranui was a big, strong man, he would definitely not use this spirit, so he chose to exchange it for the Mark of Abundance, and later the cooler and more popular spirit of Iori Yagami was revealed. Similar to Yongjin and Jill, Mai Shiranui herself is not very strong. However, because of her image and temperament, she is very popular. So she is suitable to be the Lord's assistant or the spokesperson of the Lord's mansion. The 5 characters selected by Chi-Ji have their own characteristics, and their strengths are also high and low, but the reason why Chi-Ji plans to use them is not because of their strength. Miracle territory is not short of combat power. There is no need to let the named person fight. He only values absolute loyalty and obedience. Chi-Ji believed that if the named persons were used as the Lord's Office Affairs Officer or the administrator of each area of the territory would definitely be able to maintain absolute efficiency, and every order and will would be absolutely implemented and executed. It is a bit troublesome to summon the named persons. Although Miracle Territory already has a named hall, it is still necessary to collect the corresponding grade of Heroic Soul Stone. Fortunately, most of these 5 named persons are 1st and 2nd grade. With Chi-Ji's current financial resources and connections, it is nothing more than a matter of time. After reviewing the various reserves of the territory and sorting out the recent plans, Chi-Ji believed that Miracle Territory is now strong and has sufficient food and grass, and it is time to start expansion. So, without any hesitation, after the announcement of the update of the territory's secret realm, Chi-Ji issued another large-scale task to the territory. This is a real territory war after the capture of Thunder City. At this time, Nancy Leah ran up to him and said, "My lord, I have something to report. Bezaros of the Elder Council of the Guardians of Thousand Lake City has entrusted me to send a request for a meeting with you, my lord." Bezaros? Chi-Ji was not surprised. Bezaros had started to contact the secret realm of the territory 10 days ago. Today, he came to Miracle City to witness the potential of the territory with his own eyes. However, it is not so easy to completely conquer it. After all, Bezaros is ambitious. Miracle City has great potential and prospects, but its current size is still too small. However, even if there will be some troubles in the process of conquering this lich, Chi-Ji does not mind. After all, obtaining Bezaros will bring great benefits to the territory. Bezaros has very good luck. It has the effect of increasing the activation of inspiration crystals several times. Chi-Ji has decided that one of his biggest worries now is that he has a lot of top inspiration crystals in his hands, but he does not have enough ability to activate them one by one. Naturally, he must seize such an opportunity. Of course, even if the value of the lich itself is not discussed, Bezaros' identity as the Guardian of Qianhu City is also worthy of attention. What is the Guardian of Qianhu City? It sounds like a title, but it is actually an identity or position. It is well known that Qianhu City is a large forest city with a mixed population of multiple ethnic groups. It is not easy to manage such a city well. There must be a matching administrative and management system, and the power structure of Qianhu City is similar to the Parliamentary Republic in the previous life. The biggest feature of the Parliamentary Republic is that each group elects a member of parliament to represent its own interests, and each member forms a parliamentary organization, thus becoming the largest power center. The Guardian Elders Council of Qianhu City is an organization similar to the Parliament. There are 18 Guardians, and 1 Great Guardian in this Elder Council. The former is similar to a member of Parliament, and the latter is similar to a king or head of state. Each Guardian has great power in Qianhu City. At the same time, they are also representatives of the forces in Qianhu City. As the former Great Elder of the Elves, Artis naturally obtained a seat as a Guardian after he led some elves to join Qianhu City. As the spokesperson of the Pale True Society in the Evernight Forest, Bezaros once made great contributions in defending Qianhu City. In addition, he has a strong group of undead under his command, so he is naturally qualified to obtain a Guardian seat. In terms of the ranking of Guardians, Bezaros is even higher than Artis. If Bezaros requests a meeting as the Guardian of Qianhu City, as a lord who intends to expand his power to Qianhu City, Chi-Ji will naturally not refuse such a meeting. So he agreed to Bezaros' application and invited Bezaros to meet in the Lord's Hall in an hour. Of course, this meeting, Chi-Ji must be in full control of the situation. Will not give Bezaros a chance to perform. At this time, Miracle City Adventurer Tavern. Adventurers celebrated with wine. Today is another great harvest. We must drink to our heart's content. Cheers. I heard that the final enemy of the sequel to the Black Light, Dark Prototype, is Dark Ego. I hope my luck will explode and Ego's spirit will be revealed. This is definitely one of the most valuable spirits in Miracle City. Just as Chi-Ji expected, adventurers are all sharpening their knives for Alex's spirit. This spirit is considered by everyone to be one of the most valuable spirits in Miracle City. In addition to discussing the content of the new secret realm, there are also various activities, which are full of Miracle City cultural characteristics. The elves all wore hanfu and formed the sway band. They rehearsed music with newly made flutes, zither, and pipa, and prepared to perform on stage during the Miracle City celebration. Many adventurers put on leather jackets and sunglasses, and held motorcycle competitions on several empty streets in the territory. There were also many adventurers who returned to Blackstone City and organized hundreds or thousands of people. They made themselves up as zombies, and paraded through the city in groups, holding an exaggerated but attractive zombie parade. Blackstone City was also very grateful for the contribution of Miracle City. They also wanted to set up a zombie festival, which would not only become a traditional festival in Blackstone City, but also pay tribute to Miracle City and Lord Chi-Ji, Time Traveler, and several other adventurers. They also wrote novels about Miracle City, and serialized them on the forum. The number of replies to these fanfictions introducing the Miracle City story has exceeded tens of thousands. It is not difficult to see that the secrets of Miracle City not only bring great material rewards to adventurers, but also bring strong impact to adventurers in spirit and culture. And this is just the beginning, because the facts prove that Miracle City is a bottomless super-rich mine. Adventurers feel like hard-working miners, but no matter how hard they try, they can never dig it all. Every adventurer sighed from the bottom of his heart that it is really great to live in an era with Miracle City, and it is really great to discover Miracle City so early. But just when the adventurers were preparing to party all night, the appearance of a piece of news made them completely shocked. Ding! Triggering the territory mission. Mission name: Attack Shiemu Territory. Mission details: the Dark Force Shiemu Forest has repeatedly invaded the territory of Miracle Territory and is posing an increasing threat to Miracle City. The Lord has decided to launch a formal counterattack against Shiemu City. All qualified adventurers can sign up for the action voluntarily. When the adventurers saw this mission, everyone was immediately excited. Feng Zhongmian said excitedly, "Are we finally going to launch a full-scale counterattack against Shiemu City?" The irritable chicken laughed. "Well, it's finally here. We should have done this a long time ago." The green-skinned bully. Kill, kill, kill the trolls without a single piece of armor left. Let them see the power of Miracle City. Good. Great. It seems that the Lord is ready for further development. This means that our fourth main secret realm is not far away. For a moment, the adventurers were all excited, especially after learning that the fourth main secret realm is likely to be born soon. The new batch of secret realm updates are still on the way, and the next batch of secret realm content, and even the new secret realm, have already begun preparations. Miracle City is really efficient. No one wants to miss such an event. After all, this mission is different from the past. This is a large-scale mobilization, and the territory's combat power will also participate in the battle. The Lord will also provide full support, so the scale of the war will definitely not be small, and the rewards and benefits that adventurers can get will also be considerable. Go, go, go! Long live Miracle City! The adventurers quickly completed the assembly. Chapter 217. The adventurers gathered in high spirits. Naturally, they attracted the attention of many tourists and outsiders in Miracle City. Bezaros was still waiting for Lord Chi-Ji's response. When he saw the current scene, he was also curious, so he immediately asked his subordinates to inquire, and finally got a surprising answer. Bezaros, Lord Miracle will launch a territory war, and the target is the Evilwood Forest in the north. Akru, yes. The other high-level undead were stunned. They just thought Lord Chi-Ji was crazy. The Evilwood Forest is not an ordinary dark force. It is a dark underground city protected by the Eternal Night Dragon King. This dark force is one of the many dark territories surrounding the Thousand Lake City area. It has existed for hundreds of years, and its territory has changed several times, but it has never been in a desperate situation even when facing Thousand Lake City. Is it that Thousand Lake City can't beat it? That's not the case. The main reason is that it is not worth it. The Evilwood Forest is a territory protected by the third-level territorial law. When it is in the environment of home battle, it is difficult for even the troops of Qianhu City to break through. Even if they succeed in breaking through, they will also suffer huge losses. When the cost of a war is 10 times the return, there is naturally no need to launch it. This is why on the Chaos Continent, where the weak are preyed upon by the strong, there are many weak regions and forces that can survive under the noses of forces that are much larger than themselves. Low-level forces want to protect themselves. The poison pill tactic is the best way. For example, the home advantage greatly increases the cost of the enemy's invasion. In this way, even if the strong can swallow themselves, they must consider the cost of swallowing this poison pill. Moreover, the dark species have the ability to resurrect, which means, if we can't wipe out the roots in one go, even if there are only a few remnants left, they may quickly revive under the support of the Eternal Night Dragon King, so as to continuously consume Qianhu City. It is very difficult. The 5th level region still has some concerns about a 3rd level region. Miracle Territory is still a 2nd level region. A 2nd level region actively attacks a 3rd level region? Isn't this crazy? Although Vizeros does not deny that Miracle Territory has developed rapidly and has grown to a scale that ordinary third-level dungeons do not have in 2 or 3 months at this stage, it is a cross-level attack on a dark territory with a deep background and rich heritage. Without waiting for more thoughts, Nancy Leah came to the front and said, "Sir Vizeros, the Lord has agreed to meet you." The old lich did not have any good intentions when he came to Miracle City at the beginning, and even planned to use coercion, inducement, or bullying to put pressure on others, and it would be best to completely conquer and control the city for his own use. Similar things are not uncommon in the Chaos Continent. Every dungeon can produce resources. It's just a matter of quantity, quality, and strength. Therefore, dungeons that can produce high-quality resources will be coveted by local forces. Each force relies on its own ability. Whoever can conquer and control the dungeon is equivalent to mastering a rich mine that can produce resources and materials. Sometimes human lords themselves do not reject joining a force. After all, dungeon lords are a high-risk profession. If you can get a thigh by giving up your interests, although you will lose a lot of resources, weaken the development speed and the upper limit of development, but at least you can guarantee safety to a greater extent. According to Vizeros' idea, if you can bring the Lord of Miracle Territory under your command, with a secret realm in Arad, he will surely benefit greatly in the future. Of course, this was just the initial idea. After coming to Miracle City and seeing and experiencing other secret realms in Miracle City, this idea has been thrown out of his mind. Miracle Territory. It is not something he can control. If he tries to control this underground city by force, not only will it not necessarily bring benefits in the future, but it may also bring disaster. Although Chi-Ji Territory is only a second-level underground city, it already has a total population of 30,000 to 40,000, of which there are tens of thousands of adventurers alone, and there are a large number of top second-level and even third-level units in the monster camp. This kind of territory, this kind of underground city, the moat is very deep. It is difficult to invade from the outside. What's more, there is the elf clan behind it. Although the holy tree elves have weakened, they are still local snakes that cannot be underestimated. Vizeros was not sure that he could suppress such a vibrant and potential underground city. Even if he succeeded temporarily with conspiracy and trickery, it might cause other forces to covet it. In the end, he would not get any benefits. Instead, he would lose a once-in-a-lifetime development opportunity. Vizeros decided to change his strategy and negotiate with the Miracle Lord in an equal dialogue, so as to form a simpler equity partnership. In this way, there are more cards to play. Miracle City needs a strong backing, so that it can resist extreme threats in extreme environments like the Dark Night. For this, it is not enough to rely on artists and the elves alone. According to Vizeros' speculation, the nearest dark day is not far away, and this is one of his biggest bargaining chips in this negotiation. Akru, will Lord Chi-Ji agree to our investment? No reason to refuse. Vizeros said, although Artis is a 5th-level old man, he is seriously injured and his strength is greatly reduced. There are only 1,000 or 2,000 elves in Qianhu City. Once Miracle City encounters multiple dark forces, or the direct threat of the Eternal Night Dragon King in the Dark Night, it will be difficult to survive the crisis without enough high-level combat power. Indeed, in this way, it is a good thing that Lord Chi-Ji used troops against the Evilwood Forest today. Because Miracle City cannot shake the Evilwood territory, once he loses his troops, it will be more conducive to negotiations. Soon after, Vizeros brought 4 followers including Akru. Several high-level undead walked into the hall under the guidance of Yongjin, the assistant of the Lord's mansion. Vizeros had already imagined several situations of meeting in his mind, but when he and his 4 high-level undead subordinates walked into the hall, what they saw still surprised them. In the Lord's hall, not only was there a young lord who was high and mighty, there were at least a dozen or 20 guests present. Everyone took their seats, and the maids of the Flower Demon clan kept bringing various foods and drinks. There was a huge crystal in the middle of the crowd, which was the projection crystal in the Dungeon Lord's mansion. The number of people was not the point. The key was the aura of the people present. Vizeros was surprised to find that there were at least a dozen level 5. What was going on? A place like Miracle City. Why would there be so many level 5 masters? It turned out that Chi-Ji was summoning the 4 major partners of the territory at the same time, namely Tianyun City Lord Ran Tianyun, Fengyun City Lord Ren Wanxiong, Wanjian City Lord Li Jianhan, and Huanyua City Lord Gao Yu. The 4 lords are all level 5. Now the gate of Miracle City has been upgraded to level 3. The number of people coming and going every day can reach 200, so the lords each bring their core confidants. For example, Ignis, the chief hero of Tianyun City, and the strongest hero of the 4 territories, are all level 5, and there are many of them who are as strong as or even slightly stronger than Bezaros. Not only that, when his eyes passed through the top masters at the scene, finally, he fell on the young lord sitting on the main seat in the hall. Chi-Ji did not hide his breath, and the old lich obviously did not expect that this young lord was also level 5. Bezaros realized at this moment that he underestimated Miracle Territory. He thought that Miracle City did not have enough top-level combat power a moment ago. Now it seems that it is completely narrow-minded. With only a dozen or 20 level 5 combat forces present, it is almost impossible to invade Miracle Territory. Even in the darkest night, Miracle Territory is fully capable of self-protection. Because of the misjudgment of the strength of Miracle Territory, all the arguments prepared by Bezaros and the various negotiation conditions that were thought to be very favorable were useless at this moment. Renwanqiong, this is... Chi-Ji introduced. This is the guardian of the 5th level area Qianhu City, the Great Lich Bezaros. The 4 lords frowned slightly. Miracle City has begun to contact this level of existence outside the elves? This is undoubtedly not good news for them. This kind of local force will pose a great competition to the Lord allies. After all, Bezaros is an old monster who has lived for many years. Although the situation on the scene is far beyond expectations, he did not lose his composure, but just bowed his hands and saluted. Chi-Ji asked at this time, as Lord Jesala, you came to Miracle City on purpose. I guess you will not come here just for tourism. I just don't know what you are doing. Bezaros hesitated. The current occasion is obviously not suitable for discussing this topic. Chi-Ji said directly, it's okay. Everyone here is not an outsider. They are all firm and reliable partners of Miracle City, and they are not from the Evernight Forest. Lord Bezaros can say whatever you want. Bezaros thought for a while, and said, report to the Lord, on behalf of the Elders Council of Qianhu City and the Pale True Society, I hope to discuss the possibility of cooperative investment with the Lord to seek win-win cooperation, mutual benefit, and jointly fight against the biggest threat, the Evernight Dragon King. When he heard this, without waiting for Chi-Ji to make a statement, Ran Tianyun said, there are many insidious and cunning local snakes in Chaos Continent. They seem to want to help our underground city, but in fact they just want to gain benefits from the territory, or even infiltrate and completely control the underground city. Lord Gaoyu nodded, yes. Lord Qi needs to carefully identify. Renwanqiong was even more merciless and directly ridiculed. Mr. Lich, you think too highly of yourself. You actually want to invest directly in Miracle City. Even we dare not have such extravagant hopes. Li Jianhan said, why do you think so? What value can you bring to Miracle City? Miracle Territory already has us as firm allies. Are you sure that the conditions you offer can surpass our 4 territories? Akro was a little annoyed, Bezaros immediately stopped his men's reckless accusations. It is not difficult to see that these 4 lords are wary of themselves, and even the Qianhu City behind them, which shows that they have a very close relationship with Miracle City, and their appearance may have a considerable conflict of interest with them. Why did this happen? There is no doubt that this is definitely not accidental, but the result of Lord Chi-Ji's deliberate arrangement. He must have predicted his arrival and his purpose. At this time, Chi-Ji spoke up. He got straight to the point. As Lord Bezaros saw, Miracle City is not short of partners, but Lord Bezaros is knowledgeable and experienced, and is a rare talent. Why not join Miracle City in person? What? Join Miracle City? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Bezaros pondered and said, what the Lord means is, Chi-Ji, the guardian hero of Miracle City has been established, and this Lord is looking for a guardian hero for Dark City. If Lord Bezaros is willing to become the guardian hero of Chi-Ji territory, it will be a great help to the territory, and it will also be a major opportunity for you. Now it was the turn of the 4 lords to be surprised. Miracle City only has a 2nd level leader, but he wants to recruit a 5th level strongman as a guardian hero. However, if this succeeds, it will be very beneficial to Miracle City. After all, becoming a guardian hero will form a bond of coexistence and death with the territory, so there is no need to worry about the old Lich's ulterior motives. Under this situation, Miracle City can use this Lich with confidence. It can also take over the connections, power, and strength in his hands. How experienced is Bezaros? He has already seen that this scene today was specially prepared by Chi-Ji. Chi-Ji used the power of the 4 lords' allies to suppress local forces like himself, so that he could see the situation clearly and not make whimsical moves, and politely refuse to invest in the territory or other unreasonable ideas. But at the same time, they are also using themselves or local forces such as artists to check and balance the four lords, so that they understand that the economy and development of Miracle Territory does not depend on their trade, so that they can be more cautious and sincere in their dealings with Miracle City. This is the art of balancing power. A wise monarch leader will not let his territory rely too much on the strength of one party. And a wise leader must also maintain a balance in dealing with subordinates and partnerships. Bezaros couldn't help but be surprised at Chi-Ji's methods. Not only did he completely predict all his ideas and goals, but he also resolved them before they started, and at the same time, he just hit each other to establish checks and balances. And Lord Chi-Ji himself. He always remained calm and took the initiative. Bezaros realized that the Lord of Miracle City was not only an unprecedented genius lord, but he himself would probably be a top leader, who would never be controlled by any force, let alone the core interests of the territory. It was just a second or two. Bezaros had countless ideas. He said calmly, "Although I feel flattered by Lord Chi's appreciation, joining a dungeon and becoming a guardian is a big deal for me and the territory, so I'm sorry that I can't give you an immediate reply." No direct refusal. It means that this matter is very promising. The four lords couldn't help but marvel at Chi-Ji's means. The future strength of Miracle City will probably be even greater, and its dependence on allies will be greatly reduced. Chi-Ji had guessed that this would be the result. It doesn't matter. Lord Vesilos can stay in Miracle City for a few more days. It's not too late to make a decision after thinking it through. No matter what choice is made in the end, Miracle City will always welcome every friend. After that, he gestured for a seat. Seats had been reserved for Bezaros and others. Chi-Ji continued, "Today, we have gathered everyone here to discuss territory affairs, and to watch the Battle of the Black Iron Fortress together." After that, Chi-Ji activated his mental power. He activated the crystal in the middle of the hall on the spot. When the crystal lit up, a picture soon appeared in it, which quickly stabilized from blurry to clear. Everyone soon realized that the picture in the crystal was nothing else but Chi-Ji's Lord's perspective. He used his mental power to project the Lord's vision onto the crystal. In this way, everyone can watch the various performances of the Miracle Territory troops on the battlefield just like watching a secret adventure. Bezaros and others found that the troops that emerged from the secret crystal were the adventurer troops that set out not long ago, and their goal was to go north to attack the Xiamu territory. Lord Chi-Ji will be a battle that everyone is not optimistic about. Presenting it directly in front of everyone in this way shows that he is confident in this battle. At this moment, whether it is Bezaros or the lords of the four territories, they all have a strong curiosity about the process of this battle, or more accurately, they are curious about the fighting methods and combat capabilities of the Miracle City troops. Whether this battle can be fought well. For Miracle City, it is not only about face. It may also affect the evaluation of Miracle City by allies and partners. Everyone watched the live broadcast from different perspectives through the crystal. Northwest of Miracle City, about 50 miles away, there is a place called Black Iron Mountain Range. This mountain range is about 80 miles long, with sparse vegetation, dark rock, rich mineral veins, complex terrain, rugged and steep mountains, and is undoubtedly a dangerous place that is easy to defend but difficult to attack. This place also formed the core of the territory. It just didn't become an independent underground city. It was the direct ruling area of the core of the Evilwood Forest. At this moment, it was like a natural barrier separating Miracle City from Evilwood City. The contest between the territories during this period. In fact, it was around the Black Iron Ridge. Evilwood City had launched several attacks on Miracle City in the past, and each time it used the strongholds and rugged terrain of the Black Iron Ridge to send troops, so it was hard to defend. However, coming down from the Black Iron Ridge is the Thunder Swamp of Miracle Territory, where the terrain is also complex and inconvenient for marching. Because the Black Iron Ridge is a third-level area, and Miracle Territory is a second-level area, the level of troops that can be mobilized from a high-level area to invade a low-level area will be suppressed by the law. Therefore, several attacks at most annexed a few small strongholds on the edge of the Thunder Swamp, but never threatened Thunder City. The adventurers of Miracle Territory always reacted immediately to recapture the lost strongholds. After several battles, the Dark Race did not gain an advantage. Instead, the adventurers of Miracle Territory launched several counterattacks and seized 3 strongholds near the Black Iron Ridge, which were originally controlled by the Evilwood City. Of course, if it were just a few small strongholds. In fact, the strategic value that could be exerted was not great. Only by truly occupying the entire Black Iron Ridge can it pose a threat to the hinterland of the Evilwood Forest, or even directly attack the Evilwood City. However, How easy is it to seize a strategic location like the Black Iron Ridge? There are about 10 settlements of varying sizes in this area, and the most important one is the Black Iron Fortress, one of the 4 major territory fortresses of the Evilwood territory. This fortress is located in the core hinterland of the Black Iron Ridge. Although it has not become an independent main city, its scale is still larger than the second-level underground city main cities, such as Thunder City and Bloodhowl City. The dark race living in the Black Iron Mountain is the dwarf race. Of course, the dwarves in the dark territory are not ordinary dwarves, but black dwarves, who have been eroded by chaos and transformed into the dark race. At this moment, Black Iron Fortress. This fortress is located in the core hinterland of the Black Iron Mountain Range. The complex structure of the entire fortress is embedded in the main peak of the Black Iron Mountain. Various mines and tunnels form a three-dimensional network of underground kingdoms. From the outside, this is an airtight fortress. It is protected by layers of solid mountain rock. This is the largest defensive town in the south of the Evilwood territory, and it is also the largest mine in this area. Every day, a large amount of ore is mined in the Black Iron Mountain Range and refined into materials, or weapons, and armor by the Black Dwarves. Whether from a military perspective, or an economic and production perspective, the Black Iron Mountain Range has great significance. There are about 15,000 people in the fortress now, 6,000 local Black Dwarves, 1,000 poisonous trolls in the Evilwood Forest, and the rest are basically hard labor slaves. The leader is a Black Dwarf chieftain nicknamed Blackbeard. Dwarves are good at fighting, and Dark Dwarves are even more brutal and fierce. Blackbeard can become the chieftain in the Dark Race group with strict hierarchy. His strength is undoubtedly the strongest in Black Iron Mountain. His comprehensive combat power is close to the peak of the 3rd level. Even if you look at the entire Shiamu territory, he is among the top 10. No wonder the Shiamu Lord made him the leader of the Black Iron Fortress. Guard the southern gate of the Shiamu Forest. At this time, deep in the Black Iron Fortress, in the most core hall, the Black Dwarf chieftain was furious. His anger was related to the recent successive defeats in the territory war. Why do you want to stop me from sending troops? I want to crush these damn humans myself. A very difficult human territory has risen in the south of the Evilwood Forest. This territory is called Miracle Territory. It took only 2 months to annex Thunder Swamp and Bloodhowl Valley. Although the Evilwood Lord responded quickly and organized several troops to launch attacks, they all failed. Not only that, humans launched a counterattack. They successively occupied several outposts outside the Black Iron Mountain. There are more than 10 small outposts in the Black Iron Mountain, most of which are important mines or quarries. Although there are not many people and troops, they are of great value. Chief Blackbeard has a strong sense of territory, and will not allow the enemy to be so arrogant under his nose. That is why he wants to lead the Black Dwarf Fortress army to attack in person. Recapture the lost outposts, counterattack the human territory, and smash the head of the human lord. This approach was firmly stopped by Nookit, who was not a Black Dwarf, but a poisonous troll from the Evilwood Forest, and a powerful 3rd-level strongman. Nookit's strength is inferior to that of Chieftain Blackbeard. But he is also better than the former Lord of Thunder City Leah. This poisonous troll from the Evilwood Forest was ordered by the Lord to lead 1,000 troll elites to station in Black Iron Mountain, not only to strengthen the defense of Black Iron Mountain during this critical period, but also to prevent the hot-tempered dwarves from making impulsive actions. The rapid defeat of Thunder City and Bloodhowl City without the suppression of territorial laws is enough to show that this human leader is not simple. If you underestimate the enemy, you will suffer a great loss. Nookit said lightly, give up the attack temporarily. This is an order issued by the Lord himself. Do you want to go against the Lord's will? When the troll brought up the Lord, Chieftain Blackbeard could not help but show fear on his face. The Lord of the Evilwood is a powerful 4th-level being. He is a vassal who is qualified to directly meet the Dragon King of the Eternal Night. Although Chief Blackbeard is tyrannical and arrogant, he dare not disobey the Lord. The Evilwood Lord has a strong army and more than 150 powerful 3rd-level combat forces, but even so, he dare not underestimate the Miracle Territory. It can be seen that the Lord is extremely cautious and never underestimates the enemy, and this is also the reason why he can grow into a 3rd-level territorial lord. Chief Blackbeard said in a deep voice, are we going to let the human race continue to encroach on Black Iron Mountain? Black Iron Mountain certainly cannot be lost, and our mission is to defend it. As for the human leader, the poison troll sneered, the latest outbreak of the Dark Night is not far away, and the Lord is not only ready to take action himself, but also join forces with several nearby great lords to take action together. What? Chief Blackbeard was shocked when he heard it. just dealing with a human leader who was born not long ago. It was outrageous that the Xiamu Lord personally took action, and he actually wanted to unite with other great lords nearby. Why did he go to such lengths? This is the Lord's consistent style. No matter what kind of enemy he faces, he will go all out to kill him. The noise of this human group is temporary, and they are not far from extinction, so there is no need to be angry for these ants that are about to die. As a troll in the Xiamu forest, Nuck knows more inside information. The Eternal Night Dragon King is about to make a big move in the forest. The Great Forest is not far from being completely unified, and Xiamu City must not fall behind at this time. Only by recovering the lost land as soon as possible and stabilizing the territory quickly can we avoid being punished by His Majesty the Dragon King for poor management, and seize the huge opportunities released during the collapse of Qianhu City. So, Lord Xiamu is ready. End this battle at the fastest speed with the least cost and noise. Nuck was about to reveal some inside information to appease the simple-minded black dwarf, but at this moment, his powerful perception ability discovered something. Who is it? The dark troll roared, and the staff in his hand released a dark green breath, which rolled over the wall like a tentacle, engulfing several leeches. What's going on? Chief Blackbeard was also shocked when he saw this. How could there be such a thing as leeches in the Black Iron Fortress? Nuck's magic power poured into the leech, instantly turning the leech green, and it exploded with a bang. His face was gloomy. This is not an ordinary leech, but a summoned creature created by some kind of spell. The Black Iron Fortress seems to have been invaded. It should be the adventurers from Miracle City who sneaked in. What? Chief Blackbeard's anger, which had just subsided, suddenly burned again. I can't imagine that humans are so bold. They have seized several settlements outside the Black Iron Mountain, and this time they even sneaked into the strongest fortress of the Black Iron Mountain, without saying a word. The two Dark Masters attacked at the same time. The Dark Troll Nut released a large amount of dark green breath. These breaths condensed into dozens of vultures wrapped in black air in the air. These vultures seemed to have tracking functions. They shuttled through the Black Iron Fortress at a very fast speed, accurately found every leech that penetrated, and then crushed it with lightning speed. Chief Blackbeard immediately activated various defense and reconnaissance facilities of the Black Iron Fortress. But just at this time, explosions came from several directions. Some of the C4 explosives buried by the adventurer had exploded. This wave of explosions caused damage to some facilities of the Black Iron Fortress, but because Nut discovered it in time and cleared out the Miracle City agents who infiltrated, most of the facilities had not been detonated in time. Various barriers and restrictions were successfully activated. This means that the next battle will be a tough one. Chapter 218. Near Black Iron Mountain. A hidden valley. Ming Yu Xiaoshua's face was pale. She was obviously exhausted. Damn, they still have some tricks. All my leech clones have been destroyed. Ming Yu Xiaoshua's ability to lurk, infiltrate, and imitate is very strong. Not only can she release a large number of leeches to approach the target without anyone noticing, but she can also use the leech mimicry ability to transform into the enemy's appearance and take action. This is more real than the puppets made by ordinary spells, and the phantom is not easy to detect. She has made great contributions in several previous territory wars, but she failed to achieve her goal this time. It can be seen that the ability of the Leech Queen is not omnipotent. It is necessary to enhance the camouflage ability. For example, contract a Black Light original body. With the splitting ability of the Leech Queen and the survivability of the Black Light virus, we can definitely greatly increase the means of latent infiltration, so as to complete more difficult special operations. It doesn't matter, even if it causes some damage. For us, it has achieved our goal. Our people have just assembled. It's time to officially take action. All 1,500 adventurers arrived in the valley. Everyone's goal is very clear, which is the Black Iron Fortress ahead. The Lord attaches great importance to this battle, which is the largest operation in the territory in recent times. In order to ensure the victory of this battle, Miracle Territory dispatched 20 tanks, 30 Black Hawk helicopters, 30 mechas of various types, and the Monster Corps and mercenary troops in the rear can also join the battle at any time. There are only 1,400 monster soldiers in Miracle City. But Chi-Ji still has a large amount of spirit reserves. You can increase the number of monster soldiers at any time, or recruit more mercenaries through the mercenary house. If you go all out, you can organize about 4,000 to 5,000 elite soldiers at a time. However, Chi-Ji did not go all out. Why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? This campaign is only to attack the Black Iron Mountain, not the Evilwood Forest. After receiving the mission, the adventurer volunteered to act as the main force and asked the territory not to use monster soldiers for the time being, and to increase the mercenary troops other than the adventurer. Why? First of all, it is to reduce the losses in the war. Monster soldiers and mercenaries cannot be resurrected, and they are gone after they die. Adventurers can be resurrected after they die in battle, and it will not cause large-scale consumption of spirits and material resources. Even if this round of attack fails, and fails to capture the Black Iron Fortress, it can still cause great consumption to the dark species. Most of the 1,000 or several hundred adventurers can also be resurrected through the soldier house to participate in the battle again. At this time, it will be more certain to join forces with the territory troops and launch a general attack. Secondly, Miracle City has not launched such a large-scale campaign-level mission for a long time, and this opportunity to make meritorious deeds is very rare, and it is a good opportunity for adventurers to earn a lot of contribution points, other combat forces, and troops in the territory. They are undoubtedly their competitors. If it is a favorable situation, the more enemies the latter kills, the greater the contribution, and the lower the reward the former gets. If it is an unfavorable situation, once the latter suffers a large number of casualties, it will not only weaken the strength of the territory, but also greatly affect the evaluation of the mission. So, if you cannot use it, don't use it. This is the option that maximizes benefits. Boss G is very respectful of this. After all, it is not bad for the territory, and he understands the strength of the territory, and knows that the adventurers of Miracle City are not weak. To ensure the outcome of the battle. Although the monster core and prepared spirits were not used for the time being. But Chi-Ji used the territory's arsenal of arms to provide adventurers with guns, vehicles, and armored artillery support, so that the war could go smoothly and the characteristics of Miracle City could be played in this battle. At this moment, the battle has begun. When they realized that the infiltration and destruction were not going well, the adventurers immediately launched a frontal attack. The size of the troop of about 1,500 people is not small. Their abilities are rich and varied. Even if they are scattered and fighting on their own, they have good combat power, and are very difficult to deal with. But if they can be integrated and organized under the command of an excellent commander, the combat power that can be exerted will definitely double, and the adventurers obviously realized this. After discussion, veteran adventurers such as Baihajusher and Sanju, they unanimously recommended Higanbana as the commander of the Black Iron Mountain campaign. Higanbana has enough reputation among the adventurers in Miracle City. She has also managed an adventure group of thousands of people for many years, so she has certain experience in commanding adventurers to fight in groups. She is indeed the most suitable and convincing candidate at present. Brothers and sisters, I believe that everyone has been waiting for such a large-scale battle for a long time. Our strength has improved rapidly during this period, and it is time to conduct a real battle test. We must seize this precious opportunity and prove our strength and loyalty to the Lord. Higanbana stood on a stone, shouted to more than 1,000 adventurers around. She pulled out the scarlet undead slash from her waist and shouted, "Although the victory of this battle is an unquestionable result, we must show the momentum and style of Miracle City, and let the dark species see the true strength of our Miracle City." Good. Well said. These scums have been harassing the territory every other day. I have tolerated them for a long time. There must be a dungeon core in this Black Iron Fortress. In the future, it may be able to add a secondary secret realm to the territory. We will win. We will win. Long live Miracle City. The morale of the people is high in the Lord's Hall of Miracle City. The number of people watching the live broadcast has increased at this moment. Not only the 4 allied territories of Miracle City, but also the undead led by Vizeros, Yongjin, Nancy Leah, a dozen resident elves, dozens of leaders of the people in the territory, and many representatives of foreign merchants and adventurers are now gathered in the Lord's Hall to watch the excitement. No one expected that Lord Chi-Ji would be so bold and confident. Dare to challenge the third-level territory forces with only adventurers. Under the nervous and uneasy gaze of the crowd, this battle initiated by Miracle City against Shiamu City has officially begun. Higanbana divided the adventurers into 10 combat battalions. Each battalion had a population of 100 to 150 people. The most distinctive combat force in this battle was undoubtedly the Miracle City Mobile Armored Forces, which was also the first time that Miracle City had deployed armored forces in large quantities, and on a large scale in a war. 30 Black Hawk helicopters hovered in the sky. Each helicopter carried 8 to 10 adventurers. Most of them were contracted rocket launcher trackers, or adventurers holding machine guns and sniper rifles, so that they could use the mobility of the Black Hawk helicopters to launch air fire suppression. 20 M1A2 tanks began to make rumbling engine sounds and moved forward in the rugged mountains. These tanks were all produced in the Frenzy Secret Realm, mainly from the Black Light and Biochemical chapters. Although they were only second-level equipment, they had a very powerful range and destructive power, and their power was strong enough to pose a huge threat to third-level units. Not only that, 38 Titan mechas followed closely behind. In fact, Chi-Ji only provided 30 mechas. The extra 8 were all equipment provided by the adventurers themselves. The pilots of the Miracle City mecha troops are not of high level, but they are all adventurers who have successfully passed the Titan chapter. Which adventurer who has the ability to pass the Titan chapter is not the top pilot? Each Titan can be manipulated to exert the strength of the third level. In other words, among the Miracle City troops, the Mecha Squadron alone is equivalent to 38 third-level combat forces, not to mention the Black Iron Fortress in front of them. Even the Evilwood City is enough to pose a certain threat. Viseros has never seen such a territory force. The Black Hawk Squadron, the Tank Squadron, and the Mecha Squadron formed a powerful three-dimensional deep strike force, which made people feel the strong characteristics and oppression of Miracle City, without waiting for the Black Iron Fortress to respond actively. The Miracle City Mobile Armored Force took the lead in launching an offensive. 20 tanks of the Tank Squadron were neatly arranged on the hillside, and the muzzles of the 120mm M256A1 smoothbore guns were now aimed at the Black Iron Fortress, which was 3 kilometers away. Fire! One after another, high-explosive armor-piercing shells tore through the air and bombarded the fortress with a roar. The power of these shells was not inferior to the top third-level powerful spells. If they were hit head-on, the bodies of most third-level masters would not be able to withstand it. Boom, 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 a series of thunderous roars. High-explosive armor-piercing shells continuously bombarded the fortress barrier. Although it withstood a round of volleys, the barrier was not obviously damaged. Seeing this, Sanju couldn't help but sigh. It is worthy of being a fortress in a third-level territory. This defense is really very solid. Higanbana was full of disdain. Then I want to see how long this turtle shell can hold out under the artillery fire of Miracle City. Let the Mecha Squadron and the Black Hawk Squadron provide support. Bang bang bang, boom boom boom, round after round of volleys. The Black Hawk helicopter and Titan mecha also joined the battle. When dense missiles, rockets, and tanks, high-explosive armor-piercing shells, and depleted uranium armor-piercing shells were sharp. If we don't compare the comprehensive combat effectiveness, only the output power and effect are considered, the attack intensity of the Miracle City Armored Offensive Force will never be inferior to the siege of 300 third-level strongmen. Bang! A broken muffled sound. The defensive barrier of a certain area of the Black Iron Fortress was finally broken before it could be repaired. A depleted uranium armor-piercing shell penetrated the barrier and blasted a hole in the black wall of the Black Iron Fortress, which was as solid as iron. Under the terrifying firepower output of the Miracle City Armored Forces, the Black Iron Fortress barrier was overloaded in many places and had defense loopholes. Even with extremely powerful defenses and barriers, it is impossible to withstand such fierce artillery fire for a long time. In the Black Iron Fortress, the Dark Race fell into chaos. The Dark Race did not expect the siege equipment of Miracle City to be so powerful, and they would not have thought that a second-level territory would have such a terrible offensive capability. We can't sit and wait for death. We must fight back immediately. Otherwise, even if we can defend the fortress, we will suffer heavy losses. Chief Blackbeard immediately organized all the Black Dwarves to prepare for a full-scale counterattack. The ghostly poisonous troll nut did not advocate a head-on confrontation with Miracle City and opposed a rash attack on the human territory, but now there is no choice. The enemy has come to the door and can only be fought. After all, as long as you win the battle, the soul of the corpse was not destroyed. The dark species can be resurrected. But if humans are allowed to continue bombing, although there is absolute confidence that the fortress can be defended, it is likely to suffer huge losses, and it is hard to guarantee that other forces will not seize the opportunity to take advantage of it. Nugget said to Chief Blackbeard, I have personally scouted, the number of enemies is not large, only more than 1,000 people. We should give priority to destroying their engineering equipment as quickly as possible. Only in this way can the losses and casualties be minimized. What? Only more than 1,000? When he learned the number of troops in Miracle City, Chief Blackbeard breathed a sigh of relief and became even more angry. Only a few hundred people dare to attack the Black Iron Fortress? These damn humans don't take me seriously. Today, I will make them die without a burial place. The Black Iron Fortress has a total of 12 third-level combat forces. That is to say, in addition to Chief Blackbeard and Troll Nugget, there are 10 third-level units, all of which are quite strong, but not as strong as the 2 chiefs and generals. Ordinary troops stationed in the fortress. There are 6,000 black dwarves and 1,000 poisonous trolls. 30% of them are second-level soldiers, and the rest are first-level, third-level soldiers. Soldiers above the star level. Although it seems that there are not many second and third-level soldiers, especially the third-level soldiers give people the feeling that they are too rare. In fact, generally speaking, such a unit is considered a very strong elite in the third-level territory. It is true that Xiamu territory is a third-level territory. But a third-level territory does not mean that there are third-level units everywhere. Even for a force of the size of Qianhu City, most of the soldiers are only at the first level, 4 or 5 stars. It can only be said that the higher the level of the territory, the stronger the strength of the generals, and of course the more likely it is to cultivate high-level soldiers, and the higher the upper limit that the strong can reach. The strong have always been a minority. The mediocre are the majority. An ordinary person with ordinary qualifications and no adventures. In fact, there is not much difference between the first and second level areas and the fifth and sixth level areas. From this point, we can also see the horror of the Miracle City Mobile Armored Forces. This effect is equivalent to the joint attack of 3 or 400 third-level strongmen. Even the fourth-level territories, such as Rantianyun, cannot be launched casually. Speaking of which, 7,000 to 1,005? Is there any need to compare? The advantage is on me. Chief Blackbeard and Nugget immediately made a response strategy. First of all, the firepower of Miracle City is very strong. If the fortress is opened and attacked from the front, the fortress gate and the garrison will suffer great losses. It is better to pretend to resist at the main gate to attract the powerful mobile armored forces of Miracle City. Blackbeard and Nugget split their troops into 2 groups. The former led 2,000 elite black dwarves, and the latter led 1,000 elite trolls to act separately. They can go around the city through the secret passage. Blackbeard will attack directly from the flank and destroy the tank troops on the hillside that look very bulky and inconvenient to move. Nugget will use the secret technique of the poisonous troll to disrupt the human formation from the rear. When the enemy's firepower output weakens, the 4,000 black dwarves in the city will come out in full force again. Launch a fierce assault on the human army from the front. In this way, the power of the human army can be completely disintegrated, and the human army can be quickly wiped out at the fastest speed and the lowest cost. The 2 dark generals will act immediately after making a decision, inside the secret hall. The 4 lords, Vizeros and others are watching the live broadcast of the battle. Not good. The black dwarves are trying to sneak attack. Rantianyun noticed that a group of about 2,000 black dwarves suddenly rushed out from an inconspicuous ravine nearby. He immediately realized that the defenders of the Black Iron Fortress had a secret passage. The black dwarves are brave and good at fighting, and their skin is tough and their flesh is thick. Once they are attacked at close range, the tank troops will be in great danger. After all, the armored tanks in the human world can be destroyed in a few blows by the second and third level dwarves, and this is why the M1A2 tank is only a second level equipment. However, the adventurer was obviously prepared. When he saw the dwarf troops launch a sneak attack, instead of being frightened, Higginbana breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the dark species hid in the fortress and could not come out. Even if the barrier and various defenses were blown up, they could still keep safe for a while with the huge bunker. It is not certain that they can capture the fortress within a day. Once the battle is delayed to the next day, support from the Evilwood Forest may arrive. The difficulty and time for Miracle Territory to take down the fortress will be greatly increased. Therefore, we are not afraid that the black dwarves will not attack, but we are afraid that they will be turtles, and now we can finally breathe a sigh of relief. The black dwarf roared and charged, aiming directly at the tank troops on the hillside. The adventurers were well prepared and took out their weapons, which were all guns of various types. Fire! Show them some color. Feng Zhongmian stood at the front of the team. He directly transformed into the form of Train Tracker, pulled the trigger on the spot, and the Gatling machine gun roared. The terrifying metal storm quickly sprinkled on the dwarves like raindrops. Other adventurers also used M60, AK-47, M16, and other weapons to block. There were only 300 adventurers in total, but the crossfire they formed directly suppressed the dwarves in front of them. Although the black dwarves also have secret techniques that can greatly enhance their physical strength to resist the damage caused by bullets, they can't withstand the continuous sweep of such firepower. In just a moment, hundreds of black dwarves fell. Many of them were second-level black dwarves. Chief Blackbeard rushed to the front, and was the most conspicuous. He was hit by at least dozens or hundreds of bullets, but his skin was as invulnerable as diamond. The bullets kept splashing sparks on his body, but there was no way to cause a single scar. Damn it! Although Chief Blackbeard could withstand the dense rain of bullets, he still felt unbelievable and fell into rage when he saw his men falling one by one. Die! Chief Blackbeard condensed a black lightning hammer. Chief Blackbeard had already seen that the leader of this group of adventurers was Feng Zhongmian in the form of a Gatling tracker, and he was also the one with the strongest firepower and the greatest threat among all the adventurers, so he tried his best to eliminate him in the near future. Boom! The thunder hammer was thrown out. The land was split by lightning wherever it passed. The power of this attack was so terrible that even if Feng Zhongmian was in the tracker form, it would be difficult for him to stand up after enduring this attack. The strength of the Black Dwarf Chieftain at level 3 and 5 stars was fully demonstrated. A figure flashed over. He instantly swung his knife and accurately struck the thunder hammer. Some force deflected the lightning and bounced it back to the Black Dwarf. In an instant, more than a dozen Black Dwarves were wiped out by the violent force generated by the explosion of the thunder hammer. Chief Heishi was shocked. In a level 2 territory like Miracle Territory, there was actually a strong man who could block his full-strength attack. This is impossible. Even if there are level 3 units, they should not be so strong. When the adventurers saw the people standing in front of them, they all showed expressions of as expected. Old Dean is awesome. Haha, so cool. This is the first time I see the Ashina Sword Saint take action. The strong man who blocked Feng Zhongmian and deflected the attack was Baihajusher, who had transformed into the 3rd level spirit form Ashina Ishin. At this moment, he not only possessed all the abilities of the 3rd level 5-star Ashina Sword Saint, but also obtained the characteristics of the 1st and 2nd level souls. With the enhancement of several skills of Miracle City, his strength will only be improved on the original basis. You must be the dwarf chief of the Black Iron Fortress. Let me be your opponent. Baihajusher held a knife in his right hand and a 10-character gun in his left hand. He jumped up and summoned Golden Lightning. He took the initiative to attack the black-bearded chief with thunder, and the latter burst out black lightning to meet him. The two lightnings collided several times in midair. Each collision was earth-shaking. The momentum alone was terrifying. The strength of the black-bearded chief and Baihajusher was not much different. They could not tell the winner in a short time. After the black-bearded chief was restrained, it was difficult for other dwarves to break through the human firepower suppression. We go too! The green-skinned bully turned into an owl, Mei Inchua turned into an elder of the Ugmi tribe, Sanju turned into a monk who broke his vows, and several 3rd-level Miracle City adventurers joined the battle. Their goal was to stop the 3rd-level strongman among the Black Dwarves. When the strongman was dragged, Feng Zhongmian and other adventurers continued to fire. The Black Dwarves fell one after another like wheat being cut. Chief Heishu didn't expect that he could not break through the defense line of several hundred people in Miracle City, even though he led so many elite troops himself. If this trend continues, the situation will not be good, but it's not over yet. The ghost poison trolls led by Nukt also began to attack at this time. If the surprise attack succeeds and completely tears apart the adventurers from the back, then this battle may still be reversed. A dark green thick black fog erupted in the back. What is this? The adventurers fired or used spells at the black fog, but in the end, they were swallowed up by the thick fog. This is a joint spell of the poison trolls. The 1,000 poison trolls, led by Nukt, can temporarily elementalize their bodies, thus exempting them from most types of attacks. Not only that, when countless black fogs gathered together, finally, a black giant with a height of 200 or 300 meters and a hideous face was formed. The power that this black giant formed by the combination of the dark trolls can exert is at least the 4th level of strength. The ants of Miracle City dared to provoke the great evil with forest. Today, I will let you see the means of our poison trolls. Not good. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. I didn't expect the dark race to have such means. At this time, a figure quickly teleported in front of the giant. It was a white-haired figure with a faint glow. He was not wearing clothes on the upper body, and a sun-shaped tattoo pattern could be seen. He was wearing a pair of white pants on the lower body. Ancient God Snake. It's Black Kite. The adventurer Black Kite had already seen that although this black giant was bluffing, it was essentially a dark spell, so as long as a strong enough and large enough light skill was used, it should be able to restrain it. Sunshine. Black Kite launched the snake's ultimate move, instantly releasing 1,000 feet of light, covering the huge body of the dark giant. Only a shrill howl was heard, and the black giant could not hold on. His body immediately evaporated and collapsed. 1,000 ghost poison trolls were forced to cancel the transformation state, and fell into weakness. Nugget obviously never dreamed that the adventurer could actually break his ultimate move, and the moment the dark troll showed its true form, the adventurers immediately poured bullets to counterattack. Retreat! Nuck realized that the attack had failed, so he decisively ordered a retreat. Want to escape? Can you escape? Higanbana suddenly transformed into a cherry dragon, and the cherry dragon domain that instantly unfolded engulfed the poisonous trolls, dragging them all into the cherry dragon illusion, and hundreds of adventurers were also involved. In this way, the battle situation was very clear. Baihajusher, Meng Yinxue, Sanju, Feng Zhongmian and others led less than 300 adventurers to suppress the Blackbeard chieftain. Higanbana, Black Kite and others only used 200 adventurers to suppress the dark trolls. In other words, Miracle City still has 1,000 troops. The defense line of the Black Iron Fortress completely collapsed. Attack! Attack with all your strength! More than 1,000 adventurers, under the cover of tank fire, officially launched a fierce attack on the Black Iron Fortress. Although the dwarf Blackbeard and the troll Nuck had realized that something was wrong, they were powerless to save the situation. Only 38 Titan mechas with the combat power of the 3rd level are not something that ordinary black dwarfs can resist. Among the various forms transformed by more than 1,000 adventurers, there are also 3rd level units, including the 1,000-year-old mermaid, the headless, the 7-faced warrior, and the super black light hunter. It can only be said that Chief Blackbeard seriously underestimated the strength of the Miracle City troops. This army seems to have only more than 1,000 people, but the overall strength is not inferior to the defenders of the Black Iron Fortress. If they rely on the strong fortress to defend, they may be able to hold on until the end of time and Miracle City is forced to retreat. But from the moment they decided to take the initiative, this battle was inevitable, and slid into a one-sided situation unstoppably. Of course, because the Dwarf Chief Blackbeard and the Troll General Nugget are really good, and the defense of the Black Iron Fortress is indeed strong and the internal structure is very complicated, the difficulty of this battle is still quite high. In and out. It took a full 4 hours. The adventurers of Miracle City finally annihilated the dark species. Finally, the core of the Black Iron Fortress was successfully activated. The God Stone was successfully activated. You successfully occupied the Black Iron Fortress and obtained Chaos Treasure Box, Green, X1. When Chi-Ji received the prompt, it not only meant the end of the Black Iron Fortress battle, but also meant that Miracle Territory had won another glorious victory. Chapter 219. Lord's Hall. Everyone was amazed. We won! We won! I didn't expect that the adventurer trained by the Lord has grown to this point. Nancy Leah and other elves were full of admiration and joy. Ran Tianyun said, "Congratulations to Lord Qi for further expansion of his territory." Gao Yu, "What a wonderful battle." Ren Wanxiong, "Such a powerful enemy, but Lord Qi destroyed it while drinking tea and chatting. Such heroism makes me admire him." Li Jianhan was unwilling to be outdone, and quickly flattered him. "Yes, in the Lord War between life and death, only Lord Qi can deal with it with such a relaxed attitude, like a trivial game with a sure win. I have never seen such a miracle since I was a child." This battle lasted more than 4 hours. Although the time was not short, it was not too long either. Chi-Ji invited representatives from the 4 territories, the elves, the undead, and a group of guests to broadcast live using the crystal in the Lord's Hall, so that a tense battle that should have been difficult could be easily won while they were chatting and laughing. There were no twists and turns or suspense. Nearly half of the adventurers suffered casualties. Those who could be lost were basically the contract soldiers of the territory. The real loss was minimal. Compared with the number of enemies annihilated, the income generated by this battle, and the huge strategic significance of capturing the Black Iron Fortress, it was almost negligible. Miracle City is developing very fast. The 4 lords have seen it, and are mentally prepared. But they didn't expect Miracle City to be so strong. This time, they didn't go all out and achieve such a brilliant victory. If they went all out, wouldn't they be able to compete with Xiamu City, which has an absolute advantage in size? The comprehensive strength of Miracle City exceeds that of most senior 3rd level territories. Even if some 4th level territories cannot achieve this effect, Chi-Ji is now qualified to talk to the lords of 4th level territories only from the perspective of strength. This battle is like a promotional blockbuster. It directly shows the foundation of Miracle City. For example, various spirits, various abilities and skills. Sakura Dragon, Black Dragon King, Ashina Ishin, Ghost of Complaint, Ancient God Snake. These spirits are of extremely high quality. It is good to have 1 or 2 in ordinary dungeons, but Miracle City has at least a dozen spirits of rare quality not lower than the 3rd level. These are just those that have been excavated and mastered by adventurers. Judging from the Miracle City secret realm, there are more than these third-level spirits. There are probably dozens of monsters of no less than the third level in the Sui and Tang dynasties alone. I can't imagine what it will be like when they are fully excavated in the future. However, relying on these top-quality spirits alone is not enough to achieve such an impressive result. Equally important to the performance of the adventurers in this battle is the Miracle City's unique munitions system and mobile armor troops. This time, all of them are shown to the territory's trading partners through this battle. Isn't it a vivid military product exhibition? From various light firearms, to rocket launchers, airborne heavy machine guns, to high-energy arc guns. From Black Hawk helicopters to tanks and mechas, all shine. It is true that the strength of the Miracle City adventurers is far beyond common sense, but the main reason why the leader of the Black Iron Fortress, Blackbeard, failed is that he underestimated the power of the Miracle City munitions. Even if he is just a first-level adventurer, when he holds the high-energy arc gun from the Titan chapter of the Star Sea world and charges it with energy in advance, he actually has the ability to kill most ordinary third-level units in one blow. If he puts on various types of Titan mechas, and can operate them skillfully, he can exert the combat power of a third-level master, and with machine guns and various weapons, the killing efficiency is even higher. This is the power of Miracle City's arms and weapons. It is not only a top battlefield weapon, but also a force that rewrites the rules of war. The four lords were amazed and more determined to purchase more arms to arm the territory. Even if it is just an ordinary M16 or AK-47, as long as they are equipped with enough quantity, they can greatly improve their combat effectiveness and make them invincible in the territory competition, not to mention airplanes, tanks, and mechas. As a special mechanical equipment, it is not only more convenient to trade, but also has a low threshold for use, and it also has liquidity that arms units do not have. Miracle City does not directly sell high-level arms for the time being. In fact, this power can also be obtained by other methods. For example, Tianyun City wants to attack a strong town with strong defense. When its own attack capability is insufficient, and it is difficult to conquer the city, he can communicate with Miracle City and borrow 300 or 200 tanks with a large sum of money. When hundreds of tanks appear on the battlefield at the same time, it is no different from having hundreds of third-level warlocks, who are good at attacking. This is enough to cause a devastating blow to the enemy's defense line. After breaking through the enemy's defense line, all will be returned to Miracle City. If there is any loss, it will be compensated according to the value. Miracle City will not lose much military power, but it can repeatedly obtain a lot of income and benefits in the process of arms assistance, thus creating a project that makes money without doing anything. The four lords have many similar cooperation plans in mind. The four lords have personally experienced the secret realm of the Miracle City Star Sea, and Ran Tianyun is one of the first people to open the Titan chapter. He knows how rich the weapons and equipment are in the Frenzy world and the Star Sea world. There is still great potential for further development in the future, from nuclear bombs that flatten a city to space battleships that can sail the universe. As the strength of Miracle City increases, the arms industry will continue to upgrade and have great potential. The undead tribe headed by Viseros was more shocked than the four lords. It was not difficult for him to see that Lord Chi-Ji's intention to show the war was actually to show the potential of Miracle City in order to increase the confidence and loyalty of allies. From the performance of the four lords vying to flatter, the effect was obviously achieved. Chi-Ji used facts to prove that following Miracle City can not only make a fortune, but also save lives at critical moments, and take off with this wind, thus reaching heights that were unimaginable in the past. With such great benefits and such rich profits, how could they not lick their knees? It is not surprising that they all become flatterers. At the same time, Bezaros realized that with the full support of four powerful lords with deep territorial background, Miracle City did not need to sell out its core interests to find allies and umbrellas locally. Back to the war itself. If Qianhu City did not care about the cost, of course, it could also capture the Black Iron Fortress within a day. But the final loss would be at least 10 times that of Miracle City, and this loss would be completely unprofitable. The fighting in the Evernight Forest was fierce, and the competition was very cruel. Each territory must maintain sufficient redundant forces, and make itself a poison pill to protect itself. So, there will be second-level units in the first-level territory. Level 3 units will appear in Level 2 territories. Level 4 units will appear in Level 3 territories, like Qianhu City. Black Iron Fortress is not the core area of Qianhu City, so there is no Level 4 combat power guarding it, but its own defense is very solid. If it cannot be quickly conquered within one day, Qianhu City's high-end combat power will definitely rush to support it. This will make the troops that invade Xiamu territory more passive. In other words, if they cannot win quickly within one day, the price they pay may have to be multiplied many times. It is so difficult for high level to fight low level. Who can you blame for the fact that Miracle City defeated high level with low level and crushed it? How can you not be shocked when you witness Miracle City ending the battle with an absolute crushing advantage? Black Iron Fortress is the southern gate of Xiamu City. The strategic significance of this battle is very important, which is equivalent to kicking open the door of Xiamu City. Miracle City will have the ability to march straight in with a large army. On the contrary, if Xiamu City wants to threaten Miracle City again, it must first recapture Black Iron Fortress. After Qi Ji successfully refined the core of the Black Iron Fortress and transformed the area into the territory of Miracle Territory, the protection of the law it received was the same as that of Miracle Territory. That is, all units above the second level would be suppressed. Only use second-level soldiers. Is it possible to recapture the Black Iron Fortress? Even if you have the ability to do it, the cost is unbearable. The Black Iron Fortress has become a big poison pill since the moment it fell. It is not good to eat the evil wood forest, and it is not good to not eat it. If you fight, you must be mentally prepared for the loss of elite troops. If you don't fight, Miracle City can use it as a springboard to attack the core city at any time. This is the value of strategic locations. This battle greatly improved the geographical environment of Miracle City. From now on, he will be in a more active position in the confrontation with the evil wood forest. Viseros has reason to believe that with the strength of Miracle City, it will be no problem to annex the evil wood forest in as short as 10 days and a half a month, or at most 1 or 2 months, join Miracle City, and become a territory hero. Maybe it is an absolutely correct option, because the future potential of this dungeon is unbelievable. Although Viseros is already tempted at this moment, becoming a territory guardian hero is equivalent to completely swearing allegiance to Lord Qi Ji, and he will never be able to get rid of his relationship with Miracle City again, and there are too many interests involved. It is difficult to make a choice immediately in such a short time. As for joining Miracle City and becoming a citizen of Miracle City, Viseros doesn't mind this at all, but it is troublesome to do this step, because he has completed the awakening of the adventurer's soul in the dungeon controlled by the Pale Truth Society. The mobility of alien adventurers cannot be compared with that of human adventurers. If Viseros wants to switch to Miracle City, he can only completely destroy the current adventurer's soul. All cultivation will be reset to 0 in an instant, and the success rate of awakening the adventurer's soul again will be greatly reduced. The price is too high. It has to be carefully considered. After the live broadcast, Qi Ji teleported to the Black Iron Fortress. The battle is completely over. The fortress was severely damaged both inside and outside. It is not difficult to see from the traces of the battlefield that the battle was fierce, especially when the adventurers successfully broke through the city gate defense line and entered the fortress for close combat. Although there were only 4,000 elite soldiers left in the Black Iron Fortress at that time. However, relying on the familiarity of the terrain and the use of various formations and mechanisms, the adventurers suffered a lot. Most of the personnel consumption in this battle occurred in the fierce internal street fighting. Fortunately, the adventurers in Miracle City have many means, many abilities, and strong adaptability. So in the end, they took the city without any suspense. Report to the Lord. The dark species have been completely eliminated. We have seized about 42,000 pieces of equipment. Various materials, ores, and other resources, estimated to be up to 120,000. The adventurer came forward to report. Qi Ji was very satisfied. He immediately distributed the contribution points to the adventurer. The 1,500 adventurers who participated in the war received more than 800 contribution points per person, which is a huge number, enough to make the adventurer feel that he has made a fortune, and for the territory. Another wave of currency liquidity was injected. This can promote the economic cycle of the territory, make the territory more prosperous, and prevent everyone from holding on to the contribution points and not spending them, so that the lack of currency circulation causes deflation. Report to the Lord. We rescued 7,000 slaves. Nearly 6,000 of them are dwarves. We have communicated with them, and most of them are willing to join the territory and swear allegiance to the Lord. Qi Ji spent tens of thousands of mental energy to give these people the territory mark in one breath. In this way, Miracle Territory has added a large number of people, and the total population has reached more than 40,000. Very good, very good. Population resources themselves are one of the most precious resources, especially in the current situation where Miracle City has a large area and a small population, and grassroots staff and labor are extremely scarce. Qi Ji then carried out emergency construction on the Black Iron Fortress, repairing its walls, building arrow towers, reconnaissance towers, and adding territory warehouses, monster camps, and other facilities. Another Gatling tracker, 2 bazooka trackers, and a small team of Knoll machine gunners were deployed. In this way, with the rugged terrain of the Black Iron Fortress and its characteristics of being easy to defend and difficult to attack, even if the poison trolls launched a counterattack, it would be impossible to quickly recapture the fortress, and the territory would have enough time to react. The human race has the advantage of teleportation and is extremely mobile. Therefore, there is no need to deploy too many troops in the local area. As long as the main city is always on alert and the troops are always in a state of rapid response, reinforcements can be sent to any direction in time. This strategic location is now stable. Chi-Ji can rest assured and continue to enjoy the fruits of victory. The first thing that comes to mind is of course a Chaos treasure box obtained after occupying the Black Iron Fortress. The quality of this treasure box is not low, and there is a chance of opening good things. He thinks that it is time to activate it immediately. You open the Chaos treasure box, Soul Crystal plus 35,000, Blueprint, Monster Ceiling Altar plus 1. Only one blueprint, although the content is not much. But the quality of the blueprint is not low. Chi-Ji's eyes lit up. It's actually a monster altar? This thing is just useful. Check the blueprint. Blueprint, Monster Ceiling Altar, 3rd level rare blueprint, construction conditions, 12,000 soul crystals, 8,000 materials, 6,000 spirits. A 3rd level rare building. Supporting facilities for the monster camp. It can only be built in a monster camp of no less than 3rd level to play a role. The function of the monster altar is very simple. It can seal any monster in the camp and integrate it into the body of any territory's citizen. Do this. There are at least 2 benefits. First, monsters are consumed in daily life when kept in the camp. If they are sealed in the bodies of the people of the territory, although more materials will be consumed at one time during the ritual, there will be no additional expenses after the sealing is completed. Second, the monsters are sealed in the people of the territory, which is equivalent to giving the people the ability to transform their spirits once, which is equivalent to creating a long-term mercenary, and is equivalent to giving the monsters wisdom. Simply put, the effect of the monster altar can be understood as a large group of ordinary people who are powerless. Let them become human pillars and merge with a certain territory monster. These people will gain the ability to transform their spirits once, and after becoming the corresponding monsters, they can not only exert the full strength of the monsters, but also control the monsters through their own wisdom to complete more complex actions. Of course, the transformation effect is time-limited and limited. If it lasts too long, the monster seal will fail. If the monster's power is overused, or the host is fatally injured, it may cause the monster to die of exhaustion. Therefore, the people whose monster power is sealed must use this power carefully, and must return to the monster camp every once in a while to use the monster altar to repair the seal or replenish energy. In addition, each citizen of the territory can only seal one monster. However, the monster power can be replaced by removing the seal. In general, the effect of the monster altar and the mercenary house is a bit similar. Both can temporarily give the monster power to specific people in the territory, but there are great differences in the specific operation. The mercenary house is operated by spirits, and can only be used for adventurers. The advantage is low cost, but it can only last for 1 day. The monster altar directly uses the existing monsters in the territory, which means that the monsters in the territory must be summoned first, and the cost of summoning monsters is usually more than 10 times that of creating a level mercenary. This means that the total cost is actually very high. However, the advantage is that it is not limited to adventurers. Any citizen can become a container, and as long as this power is not actively used, the shelf life of the monster power is very long. With the monster altar, Chi-Ji can develop a new type of monster soldier. He can select a group of citizens with low levels and weak strength, but loyal and reliable enough, and select monsters from the monster camp to seal them into their bodies, so as to form the territory's guard force. The biggest disadvantage of monster soldiers is that they have no wisdom. With the monster altar, it can be solved. Of course, Chi-Ji can't seal all high-level monsters into the people of the territory, because once the seal is formed, the monster and the host will be bound. If the host has an accident or is assassinated before reacting, there is no doubt the monster will also die. The risks and costs should not be underestimated. Chi-Ji was very satisfied with this harvest. Although only one blueprint was produced, it was exactly what the territory needed. When Chi-Ji finished all the aftermath and finishing work, It was almost 6 o'clock in the morning in Miracle City, which meant that the dungeon world was open again. When the chaos tide enveloped the world again. This meant that the disputes in the chaos continent came to a temporary end. Thousands of adventurers rushed into the hall, and for them, this was the happiest moment of the day. Bezaros walked into the secret hall with 20 high-level undead. It was not difficult to see that the adventurers in Miracle City were full again, and the number had increased significantly compared to yesterday. Although a lot of things happened in a short time. But at this moment, Bezaros has put other things behind him. Now nothing is more important than enjoying the secret realm and enjoying the adventure. Akra said, I will complete the job transfer task soon. I heard that the next main line will go to the Sky City on the west coast. Sky City? What is that place? It is said that it is related to the heavens. It is the place where the sharpshooter came to Arad before. What? It seems that the worldview of the secret realm of Arad continent is actually far more than Arad itself. We may explore the heavens in the future. The adventurers are curious. The Sky City sounds very interesting. I don't know where it comes from, what kind of plot story it has, and how many new and strange things I have never seen before will be encountered in it. Decipher the mystery and unknown. Continuously challenge and explore. This is the greatest joy of adventurers. Bezaros is about to reach level 19. He plans to lead a few undeads to kill the Zombie King, which is the Dark Thunder Ruins of King difficulty, help them complete the job transfer and level up, and then complete the main quest and go to the Sky City on the west coast for adventure. It is better to find a helper. This will make the level faster. Bezaros noticed the Blackstone Hammer King nearby. Little Black, what are your plans today? Do you want to kill the Zombie King together? The Blackstone Hammer King just activated the Secret Realm Crystal. When he received the invitation from the old Lich, he was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, No hurry, no hurry, I heard that the Black Light coming chapter has been updated. I plan to go to the Black Light world first to have some fun. The Black Light of the Frenzy Secret Realm? Bezaros entered the Secret Realm Hall. He had already noticed that many adventurers were discussing this topic. Now, as the secret crystals were activated one by one, many adventurers chose to challenge Black Light. Of course. Because Black Light is charged. So not all adventurers who are interested in it have the capital to challenge it. These adventurers who want to challenge Black Light, but are short of money ran to the secret crystals that are challenging Black Light to watch. This shows that this secret is also quite popular in Miracle City. Bezaros couldn't help but become a little interested. Anyway, a day is quite long. Let's see what's going on first. Bezaros asked Akra and other high-level undead to brush the map by themselves, while he stayed beside the secret crystal of the Blackstone Hammer King and watched the latest content of the Black Light chapter with more than a dozen adventurers. After the crystal is activated, quickly select the Doomsday Frenzy Secret Realm. When selecting Black Light coming chapter, Blackstone Hammer King only saw the original length. There is a new content called Dark Prototype. This part of the Secret Realm content is also charged, with a minimum value of 20 points for a single chapter, and the highest 1 or 2 chapters can reach 100 points. Of course, like the main story of the Black Light, the prologue of the Dark Prototype can be experienced for free. Really good. This time it is not updated while being produced. The Lord released all the content at once. From the number of chapters, although the Dark Prototype is only a biography, its volume is not inferior to the main body at all. I feel that it even has more content than the main body. The Blackstone Hammer King rubbed his hands excitedly. Brother Hammer, don't waste time. Hurry up. I want to see it. Of course, the Blackstone Hammer King did not want to waste precious adventure time. After learning about the content and volume of the Dark Prototype, he immediately chose to challenge the Secret Realm. A continuation of the previous work, but a brand new Black Light story. At this moment, it is being presented to all adventurers through the Secret Realm Crystal. Chapter 220. Under the gaze of Bezaros, the Blackstone Hammer King entered the story of the Dark Prototype. This story seamlessly connects to the ending of the Black Light chapter, or more accurately, the bad ending of the main chapter. So, boom, opening critical hit, a blazing fireball exploded. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. The terrifying power of the nuclear explosion was presented from various perspectives, scenes, and methods through the secret crystal. The heat radiation evaporated countless flesh and even steel, and the terrifying shock wave destroyed the entire Manhattan in an instant. A prosperous metropolis. It became purgatory in an instant. Bezaros, this is... what kind of power? The scene of Manhattan being razed by nuclear weapons has been staged many times in Miracle City. After all, The number of people who challenge the Black Light chapter has exceeded 2,000, and the current pass rate is close to 1 in 10. Even so, whenever the nuclear explosion scene appears, adventurers will still come to watch. It can be seen that such a shocking scene is never boring. The Zaros knew about the existence of the Black Light chapter, and had seen the scene where the adventurers fought against the biochemical monsters, but since he had only arrived in Miracle City yesterday, he was not clear about the details of the plot. At this moment, he was suddenly faced with a nuclear explosion. He was not mentally prepared at all. Even if he felt it indirectly through the secret crystal, he still felt a tremor from the soul. Bezaro's intuition and instinct told him that he had no power to resist this power. Destroy a huge city in an instant, and Miracle City actually has such a terrifying weapon. He was not shocked by the power itself, but by the fact that the power was not caused by a natural disaster, but a weapon that even mortals could use. The secret realm is not the real world. But everything in the secret realm did not come out of thin air. Everything is nurtured from the sea of inspiration of the Lord, and all are the result of the Lord's arrangement and design, and there is also the possibility of being condensed and concrete. If one day Miracle City can mass-produce this kind of weapon called nuclear bomb, let alone the Evernight Forest, the power structure of this continent will probably be hit by a huge impact that has not been seen in 10,000 years. This is nothing for Miracle City? Ran Tianyan walked to his side, as Tianyan Ranger. There is a thing called the Holy Ark in the Star Sea secret realm. Its energy can destroy a city, let alone 1,000 or 10,000 cities. Once this Holy Ark is weaponized, its power is tens of thousands of times more powerful than a nuclear bomb, and it is a real-world destroying force. The power of a nuclear bomb is already incredibly strong. Even a powerful person like the Evernight Dragon King may not be able to survive such an explosion. As for weapons that are thousands of times more powerful than it, this is beyond the scope of imagination. Does this kind of world-destroying weapon really exist? Although it is unbelievable, it should be very credible and true from the mouth of the person in front of me, with the identity of Lord Ran Tianyan. There is no need to deceive yourself for no reason. It is also very easy to verify the truth of these things. Dezeros could only sigh. It seems that I still don't know enough about Miracle City. No one knows the limits of Miracle City or Lord Chi-Chi. The existence of this underground city itself is a miracle. Ran Tianyan said, so if I were you, I would accept Lord Chi's invitation without hesitation at the first time. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that is unique in the world. Without waiting for more thoughts, new perspectives of Manhattan being raised by nuclear weapons have been shown. The story and plot are officially opened. Various images and sounds of the secret crystal continue to emerge. Some are news broadcast clips, and some are radio communications. It is not difficult to find useful information from the seemingly chaotic and complex audio. The main content is describing the nuclear explosion and its subsequent impact. A year has passed since the Manhattan incident. This year has been calm, and there has been no biological disaster. Manhattan, where the blacklight virus broke out, has been physically razed to the ground. It seems that the spread of the virus has been completely cut off, just when everyone thought that the situation had been brought under control. At this time, the blacklight virus suddenly broke out in the San Francisco Bay Area. However, the virus was completely out of control in a month, and millions of residents were threatened with death. The area has been blocked by the Black Watch. How similar is this situation to Manhattan at the beginning? The adventurers immediately discussed it. Silly goose, the blacklight virus broke out again? This time it appeared in another city. Time Traveler, this outbreak is not that simple. Why do you think so? Time Traveler, if you have studied the map of this country, you will find that New York and San Francisco are very far apart. Even the straight line distance is 3,000 or 4,000 kilometers. Why dear, what? So far? Bright moon shining on the snow. That's really weird. Even if the blacklight virus gets out of control, it should have a transmission trajectory. It is impossible for it to suddenly break out thousands of miles away without any warning. Time Traveler analyzed. I don't think this is an accident. It is most likely the result of careful planning. The culprit should be the blackened version of Alex. Dark Age? Why is it him? The Time Traveler also has no direct evidence. It is not difficult for him to find out by studying the content of the main story of Black Light. The ability of the black light virus to infect and spread is actually decreasing. This virus can be transmitted through air and breathing at the beginning. When the human researcher Alex broke the virus test tube at the station, it instantly infected the passengers in the station, and these passengers spread the virus everywhere in a short time, thus forming a large number of infected people in a very short time. However, not long after, The black light virus gradually stabilized. At this time, it can only be transmitted through body fluids or contact. Its infectious ability is far less than that of the T virus, so it is difficult to cause large-scale infection. At this moment, a city thousands of kilometers away from New York, where the virus first broke out, suddenly had a large-scale infection in a very short period of time. It is likely that someone poisoned the city's water supply system and other places. At that time, the time traveler told everyone his thoughts. Everyone felt that this wave of analysis was still very reasonable. As for why the traveler boss put the object of suspicion on Dark Age, Dark Age was originally a perfect prototype that was finally fused after the Supreme Hunter successfully counterattacked. He not only has all the abilities of the complete form Age, but is also full of the Supreme Hunter's arrogance, contempt, and even hatred for all mankind. The adventurer's speculation is actually almost right. Chi-Ji made a large-scale adaptation of Prototype 2. Although most of the main and branch plots were retained, compared with the original work, the plot and character creation were greatly optimized and polished. First, the game scene was moved from New York to San Francisco. In addition, the original process of the birth of the Blackened A brother was created, and the character was shaped more deeply. The Blackened A brother is no longer the pure evil villain in the original work, who is simply disappointed with humans, and wants to destroy all mankind, but believes from the bottom of his heart that black light life is the future. Only by creating an era belonging to black light can truly perfect life be born. Therefore, other lives and humans should be completely eliminated. When the character has the support of beliefs and thoughts, his motivation and behavior will be more reasonable, and it is easier to produce personal charm. When the adventurers discussed, the official plot was presented in the secret crystal. This is the carriage of a troop carrier, in which more than a dozen fully armed special forces are sitting. A burly black man is in the C position. He is not wearing a helmet, has short hair, and a resolute face. He is playing with a dagger. Suddenly, his sharp eyes change. This is the performance of being possessed by the adventurer. My name is James Heller, a battle-hardened Marine sergeant. My wife and daughter died in the second virus outbreak. This black brother is the character played by the adventurer in the Dark prototype. James is a Special Forces soldier who has been through countless life and death situations. The second outbreak of the Moser virus left him with nothing. His wife and daughter died in San Francisco, killed by the claws of the black light monster. Black brother was filled with anger and hatred. He took the initiative to apply to enter the most dangerous red zone in the infected area, just to find the culprit who killed his wife and daughter, Alex Moser. Although James is not a soldier of Blackwatch, he has heard of the danger and horror of Moser, but even if there is only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he will die with him and take revenge. An unswerving avenger. The Blackstone Hammer King quickly understood James' memories, experiences, emotions, and goals. He could clearly feel James's extremely strong will for revenge. This is an extremely powerful man. There is no way to stop such a man except complete death. The problem is, he is just a mortal. How can he challenge the godlike Dark Brother AI? Yes, interesting. It is worthy of being a story created by Lord Chi. There is enough suspense and drama from the beginning. Can Haegook kill the Blackened Brother AI? This is an impossible task, which makes it more interesting. There will be a good show to watch. The Blackstone Hammer King glanced at his teammates. It was not difficult for him to know from his memory that each of them was an experienced Marine Corps, but because they had only experienced conventional wars, they knew nothing about the biochemical war caused by the Black Light virus, and at this moment, they were completely unaware of the danger of this mission. Not only that, they all boasted to capture Moser. At the same time, they did not forget to laugh at the incompetence of the Black Watch. The Blackstone Hammer King wanted to remind everyone to be careful. Not to mention the Black Light Demon King Moser. Even ordinary black light monsters are not something that ordinary soldiers and light weapons can deal with. Before he could finish his words, a car was thrown by the violent force. With a loud bang, the troop carrier was directly knocked away and overturned. The adventurers didn't expect it to be so exciting at the beginning. However, Brother Hay is not an ordinary Special Forces soldier. His skills have reached the limit of mortals, plus his experience and reaction from hundreds of battles. So even though he was thrown out of the car, he used a series of operations to save his life. The other teammates were not so lucky. Most of them died from crashes, falls, and explosions. At this time, several black light creatures descended. They attacked and hunted the survivors crazily. Several other teammates also died. Only Brother Hay hid in the bunker and saved his life. The Blackstone Hammer King did not dare to act rashly. He knew that with his current strength, it was impossible to fight against these black light monsters. Although he could only watch his teammates die tragically, this scene made the eyes of the adventurers watching shine. It is worthy of being a paid sequel to Black Light. This Black Light mutant bird is probably a first level 4 or 5-star strength, and it is definitely a very practical spirit. And this giant monster with infinite power. I am afraid it has reached the second level 5-star. This is just the prologue. There are several Black Light creatures that have never been seen in the prologue alone. I don't know how many surprises there will be in the whole chapter. The second generation of the original lacks major innovations or gameplay improvements. However, many monster types have been updated. Chi-Ji used a lot of concept monsters from official novels and official designs in the process of making Dark Prototype, so there will be at least hundreds of new monsters from level 1 to level 3 in the whole chapter. Just based on this point. It is a huge surprise for adventurers. The Blackstone Hammer King is also a veteran, and he will never worry about the lack of firewood. He hid and waited until the noise outside became smaller, then he carefully climbed out of the bunker to conduct reconnaissance. As expected, none of the supporting teammates were left. He is the only survivor of the entire Special Forces. The Blackstone Hammer King wanted to leave this dangerous area, but he saw a figure wearing a signature hood at the corner. The latter was squatting on the body of a Marine and checking something. He didn't seem to hear the movement behind him. It's him, Black at Age, Alex Moser. Blackstone Hammer King was very surprised. As the first person to read the main story of Black Light Advent, he naturally liked Age's role very much. But he could also clearly feel that the hatred and anger generated by this body were released uncontrollably like a volcanic eruption. Kill him! Kill him! This feeling is very wonderful. Blackstone Hammer King played Hage, so he chose to follow Hage's instinct and approached Moser carefully from behind. Hage, you are looking for death. Age was created by me. How can you threaten him with this small dagger in your hand? That's what he said. Driven by Hage's strong willpower. Blackstone Hammer King realized that this was something that had to be done, otherwise it would completely violate the character setting and eventually lead to the loss of plot synchronization. This was probably a plot kill, a sneak attack, clean and neat. Cut the throat directly with one knife. Black Brother's movements were very smooth and ruthless. However, as expected, this toy-like weapon could not cause any effective damage. The Blackstone Hammer King was instantly knocked away and fell heavily to the ground. Moser turned around with a pale and cold face full of disdain. The wound on his neck healed automatically in less than a second. Moser! The Blackstone Hammer King roared with anger from the depths of his soul. The great demon King Moser looked at the black man in front of him, and his eyes gradually changed from disdain to appreciation. Well, a good look, but as a human, you are too weak. After that, turned and left. I will spare your life, but if you still have the courage, you can catch up and try again. The big devil Moser did not kill Hage, nor did he leave the scene immediately. Instead, he put Hate to a test, and the next test is the main content of the prologue of Dark Prototype. This round of tests has 3 levels. The first level is chasing. Moser will walk at a moderate speed. The adventurer must chase him to the designated location in a rugged, complex and dangerous environment. The second level is the monster. A huge black light giant will appear. This monster is invincible. The adventurer must survive under its attack. The third level is to kill the hunter. Moser will release a black light hunter. The adventurer needs to use the light weapons scattered around the venue, and the dagger in his hand, to defeat the hunter. Although Hage is a top mortal. But mortals are still mortals after all. Even if he holds a rifle and light weapons, his comprehensive strength is only a first level 5-star. The weakest black light hunter is a second level 1-star unit. It is not easy to defeat it under this situation. These 3 levels were very impressive, which made the adventurers watching outside very happy. However, they were also very difficult, which led to the failure of most adventurers. Only 10% to 20% of adventurers passed successfully, and the Blackstone Hammer King was one of them. He successfully killed the Black Light Hunter with a dagger with good performance and luck. Finally, the Blackstone Hammer King passed the levels and came to the big devil Moser again. This time, Moser did not play tricks on Black Brother. He just waited quietly for the Blackstone Hammer King to arrive in a small alley. The two sides confronted each other again. Moser, you have a strong will that is different from ordinary people. You are qualified to be one of my real subordinates. If you are willing to join us, I will give you a new life. Go to hell. The Blackstone Hammer King fired his pistol, and the bullets hit the target one by one. Although several bloody holes were created on Moser's body, these insignificant wounds healed instantly and left no trace. Ordinary weapons cannot hurt Brother AI. This attack is meaningless. But Brother Hay is completely blinded by hatred, and we adventurers can only execute him. The next second, Moser flashed over. He was so fast that it was difficult to see with the naked eye. With a wave of his hand, a huge force came. The Blackstone Hammer King was directly knocked back dozens of meters, and hit the wall heavily. Even though his physique was different from that of ordinary people, when he was hit by this blow, at least 20 to 30 bones in his body were broken. Moser flashed again, like a ghost, and grabbed Brother Hay's neck. Do you really want to die? It doesn't matter whether I live or not. I just want you to die. The Blackstone Hammer King pulled out a dagger, and stabbed Moser's arm frantically, but such an attack was not even a tickle for the latter. A mere mortal. How could he be so violent and fierce? What kind of hatred can make people so crazy and hysterical? Moser was not angered by Black Brother's reckless behavior, but was more appreciative and satisfied. He saw his right hand quickly wriggling into several tentacles, piercing into Black Brother James' body fiercely. The black biomass was continuously injected. It made Black Brother scream miserably. These viral substances not only instantly repaired Black Brother's fatal injuries, but also fundamentally transformed Black Brother's body. The pain caused in this process was not an exaggeration to describe it as 1,000 cuts. Sooner or later you will understand that this world and era belong to Black Light. I give you this power not just to enslave you, but to give you a chance to climb up. Moser said calmly. So, if you really want to kill me, then start to transform yourself from now on, and I will be waiting for you at the top of the food chain. After saying that, withdraw your hand. Black Brother James lost his strength and fell to the ground. Countless black virus substances are still merging with the body, constantly transforming this body. This kind of pain is unbearable for any iron will. When James completely lost consciousness in the pain, the prologue of the dark prototype of the Black Light chapter ended here. The entire prologue process is not long, but it is undoubtedly very qualified and wonderful. First of all, it fully portrays the protagonist Black Brother in the Dark Prototype special chapter. Secondly, the appearance of the big villain, the Big Devil Moser, revealed an amazing amount of information, which made people want to explore his motives and purposes, and what he was doing. Finally, there are wonderful battles, various new monsters, and enough suspense. The adventurers saw this. Each one was excited. So that's it. So that's it. Although Hage hates Age, his abilities were also given by Age. Although Hage is not very strong now, he has been transformed by Age, and has the strongest Black Light virus. His future growth space cannot be underestimated. He may even surpass Dark Age. Nonsense, if you are not stronger than Dark Age, how can you challenge him? This prologue implicitly reveals a huge amount of information. It has aroused heated discussions among adventurers. Did you notice? Dark Age has hinted more than once that he wants to turn Hage into his subordinate, and make Hage one of them. Since he is one of them, then the number of people in this group must be plural. Has Dark Brother AI created his own Black Light team? It is possible. And it is very likely. This prologue is obviously a series of screening, reconnaissance, and testing of Brother Hay by Black Brother AI, and finally decided to inject the virus. The whole process is very skilled, and does not seem like the first time. We have reason to believe that there are many types of Black Light prototypes in the Dark Prototype, and Brother Hay is just one of many new virus people. Are you crazy? Why did he do this? Yes, this Brother Hay and Brother AI obviously have a blood feud. Why would he give his power to an enemy that may pose a huge threat? The adventurers were very confused about Moser's behavior. Time Traveler, because your thoughts are typical human thinking, and you don't stand in Age's perspective. Whoa Warrior, why do you say that? Time Traveler, for humans, individual survival is the most important, but for viruses, continued reproduction and evolution are above all else, so it is instinctive to continue to spread, mutate, and find stronger hosts. Cat Ming Ming, I know, the Black Age at this moment is the same as the White Sister, Elizabeth, at the beginning. They are essentially inhuman, and don't care much about their own survival, but care more about whether they can promote the further evolution of Black Light. Yes. I think if I can make the virus evolve, even if I can be used as a sacrifice, I will not hesitate. Adventurers were amazed. Everyone expressed great expectations. The Big Devil Moser is already a very powerful existence. If he has a large group of virus prototypes with different abilities under his command, it is unimaginable how strong this Black Light force is, and how rich and exciting the battles in this chapter are. The most important thing is, the more virus prototypes there are, the greater the probability of exploding super rare spirits. How can adventurers not feel excited and expectant? In fact, their guess is not wrong. Compared with the first part, one of the biggest features of the second part of the killing prototype is that there are a large number of black light prototype small bosses. Chi-Ji even increased the number of bosses during the production process. In the entire Dark prototype chapter, from the big boss Moser to the small boss, there are more than a dozen big and small boss battles, which can not only bring a more refreshing experience to adventurers, but also produce a large number of black light prototype spirits for the territory, in the long run. This secret realm must be of extremely high value. This value is not only for adventurers, but also for Miracle City and Chi-Ji. Because it is not only a super cool and exciting mowing type secret realm, it can not only harvest the contribution points of adventurers on a large scale, but also create a large number of top agents for the territory. Even if you can't get the spirits of Brother Hay and Brother A, the value of the spirits of each small boss, it is enough to drive adventurers crazy. Chapter 221. Free City. Above the Blue Sea. Boss Chi's office environment today is a luxury cruise ship, which not only has a variety of fine wines and delicacies, but also allows him to go fishing or experience other exciting programs. Since the Free City secret realm, he is getting better and better at enjoying life. However, enjoyment is enjoyment, and work must be of high quality and quantity. Chi-Ji used Inspiration Activation twice, and successively activated the Inspiration Crystallization of the Elden Ring and God of War series. The first one to be activated was the Old Man's Ring. All kinds of familiar materials were immediately presented in front of him. Scene materials: Stonewall City, Ria Lucalia, Volcano Mansion, Royal City Rodel. Eternal City, Blood Dynasty. Shadow City, character materials: Amputee Grek, Full Moon Queen Rhaenyra, Star-Shattering General Latin, Blasphemous King Munder, Valkyrie Marnia. Blind Swordsman, Night-Eye Queen. Golden Godwin, Eternal Queen Maria. There are all the contents of the Old Man Ring DLC and derivatives. There are at least dozens of characters who only exist in the background and setting collection. For example, Eternal Queen Marika, Golden Prince Godwin, etc. are all core characters who directly promote the core plot and trigger the Broken War, and they have never officially appeared in the game. For example, there are several hidden bosses who are confirmed to exist but have mysterious identities, such as Night-Eye Queen, Storm King, etc. In addition, although there is no direct evidence or the evidence has been erased in the plot, there are signs that the Ancestral King, the Fire Giant King, the Kings of the Eternal City, the Golden Law, and the ancient kings and gods created by various beliefs and gods must have existed. All gods under the background of the entire worldview are also included. Whether it is the Supreme Will, Scarlet Corruption, Invisible Mother, or Dark Moon, Death, Mad Fire, etc. In short, the content is too rich. Chi-Ji will retain the original plot framework and further broaden the worldview. He will create more supplementary content, and even more original stories and battles, and this part will be used to constitute, integrate, and explain the worldview of the Fourth Secret Realm. The Fourth Secret Realm is codenamed Nightmare Disease Realm. This will be a crazy and disordered chaotic universe. The source of the worldview is an unnamed original concept. There is no word or description method to accurately describe its existence and nature. Some civilizations, or believers, who are aware of its existence call it the core of the original chaos. The original chaos was born in the ultimate chaos center beyond all universes, time and dimensions. He fell asleep repeatedly. Every time you sleep, you will have all kinds of strange dreams. These dreams are worlds of all sizes. In other words, everything in the world comes from a dream of the original chaos. Once you wake up, all the concepts of the world will disappear, and this is the ultimate and complete destruction. The original chaos sleeps and wakes up repeatedly. In blindness and stupidity, it constantly creates and destroys the world. No one knows how many reincarnations it has gone through. Due to some unknown reasons, this round of sleep is particularly long, and mysterious diseases have occurred, and eventually a large number of powerful evil gods have emerged. These evil gods are like germs, born from the core of the original chaos. When they realize that the original chaos is about to wake up, they are afraid of being completely destroyed and wiped out, so they come up with various methods and means to delay this day that is destined to come. Because of the influence of germs, each world has different degrees of disease. Finally, a unique worldview of strange, oppressive and dark is formed. These disease worlds may be the Victorian Bloodborne, the medieval Dark Soul, the warm snow with martial arts elements, or the fantasy world of mystery, Taoism and so on. Some are big and some are small. Each disease world is independent of each other. But there is a close connection, which can eventually form an interaction. Adventurers will wander in chaotic and crazy dreams with different degrees of infection. They will experience wonderful stories in the nightmare world, and finally discover the truth hidden outside the disease world. This is Chi-Ji's current plan for the fourth secret realm. The border will become the first disease world. The opening work of each secret series is very critical, and Elden Ring is also a rare top-level material. Chi-Ji will naturally spend more energy on it to create a dark epic that is grand enough. At the same time, Chi-Ji activated the inspiration of God of War. As a very classic game IP, the God of War series has 8 core game works alone, not to mention various mobile game adaptations, official novels, and official comics. From the story before Kratos became the God of War, to Kratos slaughtering all the Greek gods, and finally entering the world of the Norse gods, one of the most classic characters in the history of games has been fully shaped. If the Greek god-killing part is called the Old God of War, then the Norse mythology part is the New God of War. Chi-Ji plans to use the New God of War as the entry point. First let the adventurer play the illiterate old father, and then return to the story of Kratos' youth in a flashback way. In this way, the contrast between Kratos' old age and prime age can be used to shape this character more three-dimensionally. Let adventurers experience the passionate, fierce, and brutal journey of killing gods. Of course, in terms of specific production, it is also necessary to enrich the worldview of the God of War series, so that this series of stories can be better embedded in the framework of the 10 Kingdoms. Chi-Ji has a detailed plan for the production of the content of the 2 secret realms, and has accumulated enough inspiration. I believe that it will not take too long to produce it, and present it to adventurers. After working hard for a while, habitually check the operation of Miracle City. Hey, the popularity of the Black Light chapter has increased so much. The number of people online at the same time today has exceeded 850? This number does not seem to be much at first glance. If compared with Ashina, Biochemical, Titan or Arad, it is indeed the case. Even compared with the End Arena and Free City, there is a big gap. But Black Light is a paid secret realm. The contribution points of Miracle City are extremely valuable. Adventurers are not willing to spend even one more contribution point, and most adventurers don't have any extra contribution points. Naturally, the popularity of the secret realm cannot be compared with other secret realms. Chi-Ji is very satisfied. Not bad, really good. According to the current popularity, just relying on this Black Light chapter, at least tens of thousands of contribution points can be recovered from adventurers every day. Currently, the city has only been open for 1 hour. However, the first batch of Black Light prologue passers appeared. When they discovered various new Black Light monsters, they realized through speculation, reasoning and imagination that the dark prototype is far more than Alex, which caused a lot of heated discussion among the adventurer group. If this trend continues, as the total amount of contribution points issued gradually increases, Chi-Ji feels that the rapid growth of the popularity of the Black Light chapter will continue for a long time. Although it costs a lot to clear the Black Light can quickly eliminate a large number of powerful enemies, like mowing the grass. This secret realm is relatively easy to score high. If you are lucky enough to get a big product, most of the cost will be covered immediately. What's more, the Black Light secret realm can not only produce tanks, helicopters, Black Light monsters, and super soldiers. There is a greater chance to produce various powerful virus prototypes. The Black Light virus prototypes may have different abilities, but the basic abilities such as swallowing and absorption are the same, which means that any prototype has great value. For a while, Black Light has not only become the most exciting secret realm, it has also become a representative of high investment and high returns in Miracle City. It is estimated that the volume of the 2 works, 1 main chapter and 1 sequel, is enough to run for a long time. Even if adventurers pass through the game one after another, many people will choose to play it twice, 3 times or in endless mode. However, although the popularity of Black Light has risen quickly, but the secret realms updated this time are not limited to Black Light. Each secret realm has unique advantages, each secret realm has a basic base, and each secret realm is irreplaceable, and this is the biggest feature and charm of Miracle City. Adventurers may challenge 3 or 4 different secret realm chapters at the same time, but there must be a primary and secondary distinction among them. Once you are immersed in a secret realm, unless you have completely cleared it and are addicted enough to change your taste, or you encounter a bottleneck that cannot be broken through in a short time, you will not easily change the secret realm of the main strategy. For example, Ran Tianyun, Vizeros, Nancy Leah and others stopped to read the content of the Black Light prologue. Although they admitted that Black Light was very good, it did not affect their own plans. They had already left and started their own adventures. Vazaros returned to the Arad continent. This familiar body, familiar power. Although it is not strong, it is getting stronger every day. This gave him a strong sense of satisfaction, fulfillment, and endless motivation. This is impossible to experience in the real world. After all, he had reached a bottleneck 300 years ago in the real world. How could he experience the feeling of breakthroughs and progress in the secret realm? As long as you pay, there will be rewards. This is also one of the greatest charms of the Miracle City secret realm. Vazaros couldn't help but say in his heart, I am finally back to Arad. I am so addicted to it after just one night. It seems that even I can't fight against the poison of the Miracle City secret realm. Near the secret crystal, there are several high-level undead subordinates. One of the undead knights couldn't help asking, Elder Vazaros, since you have come to the main city, why don't you experience other secret realms? After all, we won't be able to enter when we return to Qianhu City. A necromancer, don't you like other secret realms? To be honest, the impact I received today is greater than the sum of the past few hundred years. Vazaros commented, the gameplay of Frenzy is varied and the content is extremely rich. I think Blacklight, Biochemical, and Frenzy competition can be separated into a super large main secret realm, and even support a popular dungeon on its own. The 10 Kingdoms is imaginative and magnificent. Ashina cuts off the fateful curse of immortality, and the fantasy adventure of Sway and Tang Patching the Sky are all heart-wrenching, and the content is extremely huge. Even the Star Sea secret realm, which is the only one I haven't learned in depth, has produced mechas that shined in the territory war. I heard that there is a treasure called the Holy Ark in it, which can not only distort time, but also has the power to destroy the world. The 3 main secret realms in Miracle City have their own characteristics, high quality, and huge potential. However, because each secret realm in Miracle City contains endless treasures and opportunities, like a bottomless and inexhaustible rich mine, energy and time are limited, so we must make some choices. If you dig a shovel in the east and a hoe in the west, even if you can dig out some benefits, the benefits are relatively limited. Because you are not focused enough and not invested enough, you can't dig the deepest and most valuable treasures. Vazaros has tens of thousands of high-level undead subordinates, most of whom can only be stationed in Qianhu City. Among the many top secret realms in Miracle City, only the undead in Arad continent have the most advantages in development. Instead of chasing hot spots, it's better to focus on one. It's not too late to gain a foothold first, and then seek expansion. Several high-level undead could not help but whisper to each other. Although it is unknown whether Vazaros will completely surrender to Miracle City. But from the current situation, he obviously has plans to develop in Miracle City for a long time, and intends to use the Arad continent as the base of power to make himself have enough weight in Miracle City. Even as strong as Elder Vazaros, it is completely impossible to resist his charm. But this is a good thing for us, isn't it? I recently played Franklin in the Free City, experiencing the lives and stories of ordinary people, which made me feel that my soul is rejuvenated as never before. But if Vazaros really joins Miracle City, will the high-ranking officials of the Holy Society have misunderstandings? Who cares? If the sky falls, Elder Vazaros will hold it up. Inside the secret realm, Berserker Vazaros walked to the front desk of the hotel. Celia habitually expressed greetings. Hello, Lord Vazaros. It is another day full of hope. I wish you the same success in your next adventure. Vazaros said, Thank you, beautiful Miss Celia. I wonder if there is any news about yesterday's commission. I am preparing to report to you. Celia, I have specifically inquired for the adventurer. There are several merchants in Huttenmar who still have stocks of Balian Xiantai. The Magic Guild is also auctioning a batch of magic seals recently. I hope this information can bring you some help. Vazaros was refreshed. This information is very useful to me. Miss Celia helped me a lot this time. Celia blushed and said quickly, Please don't say that. The adventurer has helped me so many times. I am really happy to be able to help occasionally. Vazaros said seriously, No, I am not helping Miss Celia. I just hope to do something within my ability for this beautiful continent and the kind people. So don't think you are bothering me. If you need anything else, please be sure to ask. Celia's favorability towards you has increased. This scene made the adventurers outside stunned, especially the trusted subordinates of Vazaros. Elsa the elf couldn't help but say, This old lich is really shameless. He is obviously the most sinister and despicable person, but he pretends to be a righteous gentleman and a passionate young man in the secret realm. Similar complaints were heard by Vazaros. But the old lich didn't care at all. The secret realm of Miracle City is to play different lives. There is no time to lose. Act now. Vazaros began to actively collect various materials. The cause of this matter can be traced back to the challenge to the Zombie King yesterday. When the team killed the monster leader, the corpse stealer, the bone prison breath, a purple blueprint Millennium Black Iron Sword was exploded. Vazaros spent a lot of money to get the blueprint, and immediately sent it to the blacksmith shop on the back street of Huttonmar, asking Cinda about refining this weapon and cooperation. Cinda was very interested in the weapon design in this blueprint, so he offered the conditions for buying out the blueprint, either paying Vazaros a large amount of Arad coins for the buyout fee, or cooperating with Vazaros to develop this weapon. Cinda offered 500,000 Arad coins for the former. It is quite difficult to obtain coins in the Arad continent. After all, the speed of real people's map clearing cannot be compared with that of computer games. The latter can easily clear 10 copies in an hour, while the former may only be able to clear 1 or 2 copies, even if the explosion rate is not considered. Just from the efficiency of map clearing, the former is 10 times more difficult to make money. 500,000 Arad coins are indeed a huge sum of money at this stage. Vazaros finally chose to cooperate with the Cinda blacksmith shop. Vazaros shared the drawings with Cinda, and the Cinda blacksmith shop will cast this sword for Vazaros at cost price in the future. Of course, there is a quantity limit. At most 1 sword can be produced per day. The main materials for casting the 3,000-year-old black iron swords are 10 parts of 100 refined black iron, 10 parts of primary magic seals, and 100 colorless small crystals. 100 refined black iron is the main forging material for weapons. This material is not currently produced in the dungeon, and can only be purchased through other channels, such as from merchants. Colorless small crystals are responsible for providing the energy required for casting. Recently, a large number of adventurers have decomposed a large number of equipment in the process of completing the job transfer task. Among them, colored crystals are more popular, while colorless small crystals are more like byproducts. The probability of decomposition is higher, but it is not required for any job transfer. Now it seems that colorless small crystals are very important energy materials. Maybe you can stockpile more now. There may be many unexpected uses in the future. Finally, there is the magic seal. This is not a forging material. It's just that magic equipment or magic means are needed in the production process of high-quality equipment and props, and this service is usually only provided by magic guilds. The magic seal is the certificate for applying for the use of services. Different levels of magic equipment require different levels of seals. From the fact that the blueprints can be used to repeatedly forge weapons to the way materials are obtained, it can be seen that GG wants to make Arad continent a relatively more realistic world. Acquisition of materials. Although most materials can be obtained in dungeons, there are also quite a few dungeons that do not produce directly or have low production. Adventurers can obtain them through merchants or forces in Arad continent. Of course, they need to pay enough money or have requirements in terms of reputation or favorability. It is not difficult to see. Arad continent not only reproduces the mainstream gameplay of DNF, but also allows adventures and battles in dungeons formed in various regions. But because this world is more vivid, there are more possibilities. Therefore, in addition to adventure battles and the main storyline, there are many ways to explore and operate. Adventurers can collect and accumulate various technologies, manage various power relationships, and cultivate the favorability of various characters, and this process also requires a lot of energy and resources. As long as the adventurer has a need, GG has a way to make a profit from it. For example, in order to cultivate the favorability of a certain NPC, not only do you need to do more related side quests, but you also need to give him various gifts to please him. There are many times it is inevitable to use the territory mall. There are hundreds of NPCs related to the plot of the Arad continent, and there are thousands of other NPCs that can develop relationships. Does Boss Chi still have to worry about not making money in this process? Adventurers make friends with all kinds of people, and over time, they will develop feelings, and they will be more willing to spend money on them, and further increase their connection with the Arad continent, and enhance the experience and stickiness of the secret realm. 3 hours later, Vazaros brushed 9 zombie kings in a row. He led several undead adventurers to complete their job transfers. He also completed all the main quests in Grand Forest and raised his level to level 20, which is good enough to be in the top 15 in Miracle City at this stage. This round of challenges is over. Secret Realm rating, a medium. You obtained the bone prison breath of the corpse stealer spirit. It turned out that a spirit was dropped. The probability of dropping spirits in the dungeon mode of Arad continent is not high, but it is not completely impossible. It just requires quite good luck. This time, Not only did a spirit drop, it also dropped a second-level 5-star rare spirit. Not only that, the Bone Prison Breath is a zombie-like undead, and it is indeed a zombie species that has never been seen before. This is a very valuable project for the Pale Truth Society. Bezaros was surprised by this, and he did not rest and landed in Arad again. At this time, good news came from the blacksmith shop. Bezaros' Millennium Black Iron Sword was successfully made. This is a powerful level 20 purple giant. Although it is a bit bulky, it is far more powerful than the Comprehender's rod in his hand. The power that can be exerted by the superposition of the Berserker's Greatsword mastery is greatly increased. Getting stronger little by little every day. Constantly cultivate characters and manage to grow yourself. There are new gains every day, new growth every day, new expectations every day, plus various costs and efforts, as well as various positive and timely feedback. This is why online games are addictive. It is also the reason why Bezaros is so obsessed with the Arad continent, and has such a high evaluation of this secret realm. When Bezaros showed the equipment attributes to the adventurers, this immediately aroused widespread interest among the adventurer group. Bezaros directly offered the conditions. As long as the adventurer could gather all the materials, he only needed to pay an additional 100,000 Arad coins, or equivalent small crystals, and other equipment, and he could exchange them for a 1,000-year-old black iron sword. The purple weapon had a very low drop rate. Generally, it was easier to drop in the first pass, and the drop rate was only slightly higher in the king difficulty, but overall it was still very difficult to get it. Especially the Ghost Swordsman's weapon. Why? Because among the first characters created by the adventurers in Miracle City, the number of Ghost Swordsmen actually accounted for nearly half, which meant that the price of Ghost Sword weapons in the future would definitely be much higher than that of other characters. When I learned that this method could be used, it was relatively easy to get a level 20 purple giant sword of good quality from Bezaros. For a while, many people became interested. It is indeed a good weapon. Strong, Bezaros, I want to reserve one. Give me 2 days to prepare materials and money. I want one too. Although I changed my job to Sword Soul, I found that Sword Soul does not have to use a dedicated lightsaber. As a weapon master, I can also master the giant sword, and it is very powerful. I also want a weapon that matches my job, but unfortunately I can't take out so many Arad coins for the time being, and I don't have any extra miracle coin contribution points, so I can only exchange it with other materials and equipment. In less than 2 hours, Bezaros received an order for 5,000-year-old black iron swords. These 5 orders alone can bring Bezaros an income worth 500,000 Arad coins. Cool! Bezaros felt that he had caught a vent. In the future, as a large number of Ghost Swordsmen complete their first job, weapons of this quality will definitely become more and more popular. But just when Bezaros was satisfied with this, suddenly a familiar figure found him. This person was none other than the owner of the adventurer inn, Celia, who was the guide of the previous main quest. Bezaros had completed the main quest of Grand Forest. He and Celia worked together to repair the large magic circle of Grand Forest, but Celia was still a little uneasy and had a bad premonition. The great magician Mal has set up more than one magic circle. Celia said, although the magic circle of Grand Forest has been repaired, I am worried that there will be problems with the magic circle on the west coast. After all, the Sky City, the legacy of Apostle Bakar, has recently shown obvious abnormalities. Bezaros, Apostle Bakar? Celia nodded and said, Tyrannosaurus King Bakar was once one of the apostles. He was also a tyrant, who ruled the heavens for 500 years with cruel and iron-blooded means. He also had a profound impact on several forces in the Arad continent. The Sky City is his work, and its purpose is to sever the connection between Arad and the heavens. Bezaros is very interested in the strong in the secret realm of the Arad continent. I immediately learned about the story of Tyrannosaurus King Bakar. Although Celia knew some deeds about Bakar, she did not know Bakar's true secret, but even these deeds were enough to shock Bezaros. The heavens are too far away. Let's talk about the 3 dragons created by Bakar. Mad Dragon Hess, Evil Dragon Spitz, Ice Dragon Skarsa. These 3 dragons were thrown to the 3 forces of the Arad continent respectively. Mad Dragon Hess posed a huge threat to the Delos Empire, and directly led to the birth of the Ghost God Kazan and the Ghost Hand Plague. The Evil Dragon Spitz and the Ice Dragon Skarsa respectively posed 2 huge threats to the Principality of Belmar, the Dark Elf Kingdom in the south, and the Banta tribe in the north, causing huge losses, which directly affected the survival of the 2 major forces. When he learned about these deeds, Bezaros became very interested in Tyrannosaurus King Bakar. The Sky City is a great wonder left by this strong man in the Arad continent, which may hide the secrets about Bakar. At the same time, Bezaros was very curious. How was such a powerful existence defeated? Do adventurers still have a chance to compete with this powerful existence? Of course, he knew that the existence of the level of the Apostle was too far away from the current adventurers in Miracle City. However, it is precisely because of the distance, and because there are still many unexplored areas and undefeated powerful enemies in this world that people are more looking forward to it. Because this world is far richer than imagined. There are still many stories, many areas, and many strong people who have not been challenged. Vesilos accepted Celia's commission and decided to go to the west coast in person to investigate the anomalies in the Sky City. This also meant that he would officially open the second adventure area of the Arad continent after the Grand Forest. Chapter 222. In the Arad continent of Miracle City, each dungeon area has a main plot. Only after the adventurer has completely cleared all the main plots in an area can the adventurer open the next dungeon area. It is worth mentioning that some plot levels will restrict adventurers from forming teams. These levels usually have a common feature, that is, there are secret characters joining the team, and these plot characters are often very powerful partners, which can bring great help to the adventurer's plot. Grand Forest is the first area. The main quest is relatively simple. The final quest is just to escort Celia through the Dark Thunder Ruins to repair the Great Magic Circle. This quest has no mode restrictions. You can choose the Return to True mode or the King level difficulty, so that you can use the NPC to go through the main plot and brush the spirit or the job transfer task at the same time. However, almost all adventurers chose the normal mode. Because Celia is only a level 21 auxiliary in the dungeon battlefield, and has no attack skills. The health bar of the king level boss is too high. If there is a lack of output, it is difficult to win. In normal mode, Celia is a very powerful nurse. She can not only restore the life value of adventurers, remove various negative or abnormal states, but also warn of danger and provide buffs. The difficulty is naturally not too high. Currently, dozens of adventurers have completed all the main tasks of Grand Forest. Although several people have not completed the job transfer, they have been fighting in the Sky City dungeon for several days. Because Vizeros was not in a hurry to pass the main plot, after all, in his opinion, sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood. Completing the job transfer first and gaining stronger power as soon as possible is more important than advancing faster. Besides, the main storyline also contains many opportunities that can be cleverly used. Others enter the Sky City first, which can provide more information for Vizeros, and any pitfalls can be stepped on first, so that he can gain the advantage of latecomers and catch up. At this moment, Vizeros came to the west coast. This city belongs to the territory of the Principality of Belmar. It is also a port city with a prosperity and scale comparable to the capital in the Principality, full of commercial and trade vitality. White seagulls are flying in the port, and all kinds of merchant ships and cargo ships are densely packed. It is very busy here every day. At least hundreds of large ships are received. The huge port and the coast are full of sailors from all over the world. Because of the frequent flow of passengers from all over the world, a very prosperous service and entertainment industry has been bred. It is not only a good place for business, but also a good place for tourism, vacation, leisure and entertainment. Not long ago, the Sky City, the legacy of Bakar. It suddenly appeared on the west coast without any warning. It caused a sensation throughout the Arad continent. Such an unusual incident did not reduce the vitality and liveliness of the city. Quite the contrary. Countless people of Arad continent were excited. There were many curious travelers who came all the way to the west coast just to see the shocking wonders of the legendary Sky City. There were also many adventurers, explorers, merchants, and various forces who approached the Sky City hoping to enter it so that they could find the treasure left by Bakar and seize the opportunity to get rich overnight. This inevitably alarmed the high-level officials of the Principality and the Empire. The Empire forced its way into the west coast under the pretext of investigating the Sky City. At this moment, it is not difficult to find soldiers or adventurers from the Empire everywhere on the west coast. Everyone knows that the Delos Empire is a powerful and ambitious military power. The Emperor of Delos has long coveted the Principality of Belmar under the rule of the Queen. When it comes to the game at the national level, the matter becomes even more treacherous and complicated. Bezaros first did the preparatory task of entering the Sky City. Because the Sky City has been jointly blocked by the Empire and the Principality army, adventurers who want to get close to the area or enter it for adventure must obtain a license, and the fastest way to obtain a license is to find a local guarantor. This was originally a very troublesome thing. However, before this, the adventurers who came to the Sky City for adventure had already explored away. There was a businessman named Roger on the west coast who could provide a guarantee to get a license. And not only that, they could also establish a relationship with Roger to start cooperation. Of course, Roger did not refuse everyone. He would propose to test the adventurer's strength. As for the test content, it was also very simple. He could help the adventurer enter the Sky City temporarily, and the adventurer had to pass the Dragon Tower at the bottom within 1 day, and at the same time collect 10 relevant task materials from it. No problem. Bezaros gladly accepted the task. He successfully entered the blockade of the Sky City, and then came to an inconspicuous area below the Sky City. This area was a few hundred meters away from the Sky City. There was a blue vortex that only the Miracle City adventurers could see, and the shadowy shadows nearby were projections of adventurers from Miracle City in other dimensions. The natives of Arad continent cannot see these, because this place is the entrance to the dungeon of the adventurer of Miracle City. The so-called dungeon is a special space based on reality that can be challenged repeatedly for an unlimited number of times. The space created by Miracle City can affect reality, and the specific way is to enter the main plot. Adventurers can fail countless times when challenging the main dungeon, and all failures can be invalidated. As long as they succeed once, it will be transformed into an established reality, thereby effectively promoting the development of the Arad world. All dungeons will not disappear, even if the plot has ended, or the relevant plot has not started. Adventurers can also enter the dungeon to challenge repeatedly. Although it will not have a direct impact on reality, they can also obtain various materials from it. With such ability blessing, as long as every adventurer has enough perseverance and patience, they will sooner or later become the top adventurer in their respective Arad continent worlds. And it feels like cheating. Complete seemingly impossible adventures and tasks one by one. The various NPCs in Arad were shocked and admired, and eventually became famous all over the world. This is also one of the main pleasures of adventure in the Arad continent. Vizaros opened the chat channel near the entrance of the dungeon. A piece of peripheral information appeared in front of him. Woe Warrior, the Dragon Tower is about to start, and those who want to level up together are welcome. Artis, the puppet entrance is missing a sharpshooter, and the requirement is above level 18. Those who have already changed their job are preferred. Lucky Grass, challenge the king level Dragon Tower, lacking a strong output, have confidence in yourself, and are not afraid of failure, join the team quickly. The adventurer's progress is faster than expected. At this moment, an adventurer has already played the second map. Bezaros decided to hurry up, and after scanning everyone's comments, he finally became interested in Lucky Grass's team, because Lucky Grass wanted to challenge the Dragon Man Tower King level. Adventurers cannot directly choose the King level challenge difficulty. Generally, you must complete at least 3 passes of the ordinary level with a qualified score, or complete a single play and get a high enough score, so that you can open the King level challenge difficulty permission for the corresponding map. Bezaros cannot open the King level Dragon Man Tower, but you can enter it through the team. He heard that although the difficulty of the Dragon Man Tower is high, as the first copy of the Sky City, it is generally not much more difficult than the Dark Thunder Ruins. With his current level 20 strength and equipment, he thinks it should not be too difficult to pass the King level difficulty of this copy. Applying to join the team. Joining the team successfully. Current team members: Lucky Grass, Angry Chicken, Time Traveler. The 4-man team was formed successfully. Lucky Grass is a level 19 ammunition expert. Cranky Chicken is a level 19 Qigong master. Time Traveler is a level 18 sword soul. And now there is a level 20 Berserker Bezaros. The strength of this team can be said to be very strong. When the team was formed, the 4 people can see each other. Cranky Chicken's eyes lit up and said in surprise, "Fuck, it's okay, I actually teamed up with Bezaros, this must be a sure thing." Time Traveler was also slightly surprised, because he also knew how powerful Bezaros was. This man was not only a level 20 Berserker, but also had a level 20 purple giant sword, and there were also many purple quality armors on his body. In terms of level, he can be ranked in the top 10 among the adventurers in Miracle City. In terms of comprehensive strength and output capacity, he is definitely one of the best. Bezaros said, "The adventure time in Miracle City is precious, let's enter the dungeon as soon as possible." Lucky Grass, "Okay. Let's drive now." Everyone entered the Dragon Tower. Bezaros looked around with curiosity. The Dragon Tower is the lowest level area of the Sky City. The decoration is very luxurious. Various exquisite statues and murals can be seen everywhere. Even ordinary pillars and floors look like they are carefully carved. It is very old. But it looks neat and new. Bezaros immediately realized that a unique ecosystem had been formed inside the Sky City. This place was definitely not as simple as it looked. There were many formations or magic knowledge worth studying. The research value of this scene alone was much higher than that of the Grand Forest. The time traveler introduced to Bezaros. The Dragon Tower was once the place where the Apostle Bakar used to cultivate magic dragonlets. Although it was the lowest area of the Sky City, it was not easy to get through. According to the introduction, Bezaros learned. The Dragon Tower has 3 floors. Each floor has 4 to 6 areas that are allowed to enter. Each area has many dragon guards or magic pterosaurs. There are a few areas with a large number of monsters. You can't get close to them anyway. You must get to the top floor as soon as possible, without waiting for the adventurers to introduce more. Those who trespass into the Sky City will be killed without mercy. A murderous shout. 2 level 20 dragons holding long forks appeared in front of him. There are dragon people in the Chaos Continent, and they are a very large population. Bezaros knows that there are more than a dozen branches of them, big and small, and even the weakest dragon people have very strong racial talents and strong qualifications. The dragon people who appeared in the Sky City at this moment did not look like any species in the Chaos Continent, but more like a kind of existence between dragon people and lizard people, although they did not look very advanced. But they were also burly, and did not look easy to mess with. At the same time, screams came from all directions. At least a dozen pterosaurs rushed out from their hiding places. There are not only many dragon people in this area, but also dozens of small pterosaurs. The latter are not adult magic pterosaurs, but they are the first flying monsters faced, which makes many adventurers suffer for this. Bezaros before the challenge. He had already collected relevant information. The dragon guards are good at thunder attribute attacks. They will bless the power of thunder and lightning on the tip of the halberd, so as to perform a quick stab skill, which has very powerful displacement and lethality. The small pterosaurs have fire attribute attack capabilities. They can spit flames or poisonous smoke within a short range. Although the lethality is not too strong, it is not easy to deal with pterosaurs because they always come in groups. Bezaros immediately made a judgment in the face of the current situation. You block the pterosaurs, I will deal with the dragon people first. Okay. Leave it to the boss. Go! The 4 people acted immediately. When they realized that they had become prey, the 2 dragon people were furious and attacked with their forks. They started with a quick stab. Bezaros was mentally prepared, so he dodged in time, and then immediately activated the Berserker skill Blood Awakening, and the blood in his body suddenly boiled like burning. It is one of the core skills of the Berserker. Its effect is to increase strength and speed. The effect of Blood Awakening is related to the Berserker's health, and is inversely related. This can be understood as, every time the Berserker consumes a part of his health, this part of his health will be converted into strength and speed, so theoretically speaking, the more he consumes, the greater the increase. Of course, there is an increase limit. This limit is related to the adventurer's level and skill level. In general, it is a very practical skill. After Bezaros activated the Blood Awakening, his momentum suddenly increased, and he instantly swung the Millennium Black Iron Sword in his hand to make a cross cut. The blood-colored sword light tore through the air. Although the speed was not fast, it left 2 huge blood-colored blade lights, one vertical and one horizontal. The moment the 2 crossed and overlapped, they attacked the 2 dragons in front of them. The 2 dragons felt the powerful power of the blood-colored cross sword light. Their faces changed, and they quickly resisted, jointly releasing a layer of light blue translucent defense shield. But the sword light of the cross slash went straight through the shield. Although the power was weakened, the remaining power still passed through the dragon man's body. -232, -228, the cross sword light passed through the body. No obvious wounds were caused on the surface of the body. This skill can cause multiple enemies to be injured at the same time. Under the impact of the Berserker's powerful blood and energy, even if there is no obvious damage on the surface, it will cause serious internal injuries and bleeding, thereby continuously losing vitality. Collapse of the mountain. Bezaros did not give the Dragon Man a chance to change his phone, because the Dragon Man was very agile, and he would be passive if he fought back. Therefore, after the cross slash caused damage, he immediately launched a collapse of the mountain, and smashed it hard on the shield. Bang! The violent blood power burst out. This power, accompanied by the might of the collapse of the mountain, instantly tore the Dragon Man's shield apart and blasted the 2 people away. The 2 were completely unable to stop the powerful 20-level purple giant. Bezaros knew that the health bar of the king-level monster was very high. Even if the 2 dragon men were seriously injured, as long as the health bar was not exhausted, they would not fall down and would immediately recover their combat effectiveness. Can't stop. Must do it in one go. Viseros rushed towards one of the dragon men. He swung the 1,000-year-old black iron sword and chopped it head-on. Dang! The dragon man raised his fork to resist in a panic, but he couldn't completely offset the powerful attack. Not only was he injured again, but he was also hit stiff and retreated backwards. The second sword, the third sword, the fourth sword. Viseros waved the purple giant sword and slashed at the dragon man one sword after another. The latter screamed and retreated continuously, almost completely unable to fight back. Every strike of the sword hit the flesh. Every strike of the sword drew blood, under such a brutal attack. In just a few seconds, the dragon man's life was completely exhausted. Viseros slashed it up, and sent it flying more than 10 meters away. Because the vitality was safely exhausted, the body became extremely fragile, and broke into pieces on the spot, and turned into flying pieces of flesh. A set of 3-stage slash, cross slash, and mountain collapse combo. The other one was also torn into pieces by the violent sword energy. Viseros killed 2 dragon men in less than 60 seconds. The process of this battle was not only very exciting for Viseros himself, but also cheered by the adventurers outside. It's so cool to watch. The continent of Arad is so exciting. This unique battle design is definitely one of the core factors. Yes, if it's 100% real, the battle will be decided in an instant, but there will be no such hearty pleasure of hacking and killing. It's fun to hack the enemy to pieces without any chance of fighting back. The 4 of them worked together to quickly pass the first area, and then search the other areas of the first floor one by one, crack one random mechanism after another, and finally found the passage to the second floor, killing all the way down. Viseros soon discovered. The Dragon Tower is not only full of powerful dragons and monsters including pterosaurs, but the whole scene is also full of dangers, with a large number of traps distributed in it. For example, there is a dragon statue that can continuously spit out fierce flames everywhere, and there are various rotating mechanism columns, and there are various hidden arrows and poison gas traps. If you accidentally trigger them, you will suffer considerable damage or be trapped. In addition, there are many elite monsters in the Dragon Tower. Some of these elite monsters are powerful dragon warriors, and some are pterosaurs with their own dominance. They are all very difficult to deal with. It took the 4 of them more than an hour to clear most of the area and kill the boss area. Every dungeon has a leader. The Dragon Tower is no exception. The leader here is a dragon general named Lucas. This dragon general not only has a super thick blood bar, but is also good at using a set of sharp and violent thunder halberd techniques, which are incredibly powerful. He is especially good at a thunder body shield, that is, releasing lightning to form a shield around the body. If you don't react in time and get hit by the thunder ball, ordinary level 18 adventurers are likely to be killed in one hit. Even if the equipment is as powerful as Viseros, being hit by Lucas's thunderball body shield once, it will instantly lose more than 40% of the health value, so you can imagine how powerful it is. When Lucas is at low health, he will release the clone technique and summon 4 clones at the same time. Each clone has independent health points, and the clones also know the skills that the main body knows. Once a pincer attack is formed, even Viseros will be killed instantly. The difficulty of this battle can be imagined. In the end, at the cost of the death of the angry chicken and the lucky grass, the team barely defeated Lucas, and this thrilling victory immediately attracted the cheers of the adventurers watching. It was a close call. It almost failed. I didn't expect the king-level Lucas to be so cruel. Yes, this dragon man sprinted. If it were me, I couldn't stop a single blow. Is the difficulty of the lowest level of Sky City so high? I don't know how powerful the final boss is. Get rewards. Viseros was not very lucky. One box only gave him 3,000 Arad coins. Another box only gave him a pair of level 20 blue cloth pants after paying 2,500 Arad coins. Although no good equipment was found. But Viseros collected more materials than required for the task. When he sent the task materials to the merchant Roger, the latter was shocked by his strength. Adventurer, you are amazing. Not only did you complete my commission, but you did it better than I thought. Roger's favorability towards you has increased. Viseros was slightly stunned when he received this prompt, because the information about other adventurers completing related tasks did not mention the increase in favorability. This aspect was also confirmed by the adventurers in Miracle City. Why does Viseros increase favorability when delivering tasks? I did this task, and there is no such thing as favorability. The only reasonable explanation is that only by clearing the king-level difficulty Dragon Tower and obtaining higher quality materials from it can you obtain the favorability of the Secret Realm characters while completing the task. Another new discovery. This is very valuable and must be recorded. Adventurers all know that in the Arad continent, favorability is a hidden attribute, and the specific value cannot be found. At least there is no way to find it at present. Is favorability really useful? Nonsense. It is the premise for triggering some special tasks and special plots. Not only that, now many adventurers have confirmed that the more favorability a secret character has, the more interactions can be generated, and the more help can be obtained. It is not ruled out that in the future there will be adventurers who call secret characters brothers and sisters, or even fall in love with them. Then won't Celia become my wife sooner or later? Bah, shameless, Celia is mine. Since you all like Celia so much, then I will wrong myself and capture the unwanted Queen Scotty. It's not that easy. No one knows what the upper limit of favorability is, and different characters with the same favorability value must have different interactions and reactions. Damn, Chilauthy is very cunning. Can he show his favorability? Busaros was very surprised to accidentally gain the favorability of Roger, a big businessman on the West Coast. This guy is obviously a very powerful businessman, and there must be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. After successfully getting the pass, Busaros can enter and exit the Sky City freely in the future. He has officially established a foothold in this area, and then he continues the Sky City mission. This mission is the main storyline. The mission goal is to collect 15 Dragon Eyes and hand over the materials to the Ghost Swordsman Mentor GSD. The difficulty of dropping Dragon Eyes is very high. In normal mode, only 1 or 2 can be produced on average. Busaros then brushed the King-level Dragon Tower again and obtained 7 Dragon Eyes in one go. It seems that even if it is a King-level Dragon Tower, it takes 2 or 3 to brush enough materials. This round of challenges is over. This evaluation. Armor below. You have obtained Skill Stone. Thunder Body Protection. Busaros' challenge this round ends here, and this adventure has also been very rewarding. He has obtained the unique secret skills of Dragon General Lucas, which is a second-level rare skill. No doubt. This skill is quite strong. It can attack and defend. It is a very practical skill. The only regret is that the quality has reached the rare level, which means that it cannot enter the secret store. For Busaros, no matter how excellent this second-level skill is, its practical value is relatively limited. However, even if the practical value is limited, this skill stone also has considerable economic value. Busaros is still very satisfied with this harvest. The old lich calculated the time. It has been 7 or 8 hours since the opening of the city. Today's secret adventure has begun and has entered the final stage, and he must seize the time to complete the new round of adventure as soon as possible. The continent of Arad is really interesting. The old lich is determined to find out the secret of the Sky City, and he must work hard to become the strongest berserker in the entire continent. But at this time, the exclamations of adventurers came from a certain direction near a secret crystal, and the secret realm in the secret crystal seemed to be the continent of Arad. Elder Busaros, an adventurer, asked GSD to come out and let this old swordsman join the team to help brush the map? What? There is such a thing. Busaros showed an incredible look. Although it is not uncommon for characters in the secret realm to help adventurers pass the map, there are many main levels, and even side plots that can be fought side by side with the tasks on the Arad continent. For example, Celia has personally participated in most of the maps in the main line of Grand Forest. But who is GSD? Adventurers call him Master G. This is the mentor of the Ghost Swordsman. How could he personally help adventurers clear the map? Busaros has always been curious about the strength of the mentor. He didn't expect to have the opportunity to see it in person. He immediately put aside the secret realm and ran to check the specific situation as soon as possible. Chapter 223. Miracle City currently has only 4 roles available in Arad. Among them, the Ghost Swordsman is undoubtedly the most popular, so the Ghost Swordsman Mentor GSD has become one of the most well-known secret characters. How strong this mysterious secret character is also a topic that Miracle City adventurers often talk about. Some adventurers believe that GSD's strength is second only to the famous Four Sword Saints, while others believe that GSD is actually a hidden boss, who is not inferior to the Four Sword Saints, and may even be stronger than the Four Sword Saints. However, the Four Sword Saints have real combat records. The most famous one is the Battle of the Sorrowful Cave. As for GSD, just by knowing all the swordsmanship of the Ghost Swordsman School, he is a rare master of the generation in the world. Even if he is not the strongest, it is not difficult to enter the first echelon. However, it is precisely because GSD has almost no actual combat records, so his reputation in the Arad continent is lower than that of the younger Four Sword Saints, which has always been a pity for adventurers. GSD is actually going to take action himself? Hundreds of interested adventurers came after hearing the news. When they learned that the time traveler triggered GSD to take action only because he completed the Eye of the Dragon Man mission, they couldn't help but feel more surprised and curious. This is part of the main storyline mission of the Dragon Man Tower. Viseros is also doing this mission, and as far as he knows, many adventurers have already completed the mission. Although after delivering the mission, GSD felt a certain breath in the Sky City that made his ghost hand feel restless and wanted to investigate personally, but he did not trigger the brush, but entered the next link. Why is the time traveler different? Faced with the confusion raised by Viseros. Boss, you may not know that the traveler is one of the earliest adventurers in Arad, and is particularly good at digging out plots and hidden tasks. Lucky Grass explained. He is also very interested in Grandpa GSD, so he often talks to the old man. During this process, he accidentally triggered several hidden branches, so his favorability increased several times in advance. It turned out to be an extra plot triggered by favorability. Because he brushed GSD's favorability, he took the initiative to find the traveler as a guide, and this is actually issuing extra task rewards, because with GSD's strength, there is no suspense at all to sweep the Dragon Tower. For the time traveler, triggering this hidden plot benefit and getting extra rewards is certainly worth being happy. But what makes him more excited and happy is that his own guess has been verified. As expected, although the secret realm of Arad continent has a clear main plot, but the process and method of reaching the main plot are not fixed. We build relationships with different characters and cultivate enough favorability to trigger additional plots and side plots, which will have a significant impact on the way and process of the main plot. The Lord must not want us to stick to simple adventures. He must have arranged many secret realm tasks that can become our long-term teammates or partners, as well as big guys who can occasionally trigger welfare battles. Everyone found it interesting. Feng Zhongmian commented, if the traveler's guess is true, the teammates of Arad continent will not be limited to Miracle City adventurers. Even if they do not team up with Miracle City adventurers, they may find partners in the secret realm. Blackstone Hammer King, doesn't that mean that every adventurer's Arad adventure will be differentiated or even unique due to various coincidences, development directions, interpersonal relationships, and different business methods? Pig King, what do you mean? In fact, it is not difficult to see from the Grand Forest. Some hidden branches can only be triggered when they reach a specific main task area. If our adventurers miss these branches or trigger the hidden plot, there will be no chance to trigger it, and the subsequent impact and related tasks will disappear. I think there will be many plot directions or character relationships that will have two-choice or n-choice situations, thus forming sufficiently complex branches and directions, and generating a lot of possibilities. We can't even rule out that some plots are random in themselves. This will make our adventure more possible. The adventurers opened their minds one after another, analyzed and disassembled Qi Laoziai's routine. At this moment, Qi Ji happened to be paying attention to the adventurers. When he heard the discussion of these adventurers, frankly speaking, he was also a little confused. The adventurer did guess some of Qi Ji's improvement ideas. He greatly enriched the side quests and characters of the secret realm of Arad continent. Adventurers can perform their favorite quest lines or develop their favorite character relationships according to their preferences. Such a design has at least two major advantages. The first advantage is that adventurers can have a very differentiated experience, while keeping the main line the same, thus creating a greater sense of immersion and experience. The second advantage is that in order to explore more possibilities and plot directions, adventurers inevitably have to create multiple characters, which increases the playability of the secret realm and the income of Miracle City. But the adventurer has many ideas. That was something that even Qi Ji hadn't thought of. These guys are really good at imagining. But then again, some of the suggestions are still very good. Boss Qi chose to adopt the suggestions and continue to improve this secret realm. At this moment, in the secret realm hall, everyone is making a fuss. Boss Traveler, what are you waiting for? We want to see what Master Ji does. Please enter the secret realm immediately, and let us learn something. Do it. Do it. Hundreds of people have gathered near the secret realm crystal. Viseros, Akra and others also came to watch. The time traveler did not disappoint everyone's expectations. After some research, he chose the Dragon Tower dungeon battlefield. As for which mode to choose, the time traveler hesitated between the return to the true mode and the king's battlefield, and finally chose the king-level dungeon battlefield. Although the return to the true mode has a higher probability of exploding spirits, but the quality of the spirits in the Dragon Tower is average, and it is more cost-effective to explode more equipment. The dungeon is open. The time traveler descends on the Dragon Tower. As soon as he appears on the first floor, he immediately alerts the guards. Several dragons and dozens of magic pterosaurs roaming in the area immediately attack him. Not good. The time traveler's face changes drastically. At this stage, even the top adventurers in Miracle City cannot deal with so many powerful monsters at the same time at the king level. Can't be so unlucky? He hasn't met up with Old Man GSD yet. Is he going to die here first? At this time, an overwhelming wave of murderous intent enveloped him, causing several dragons and dozens of pterosaurs to be fixed in place like petrified, and their bodies were suppressed by the invisible wave force. What's going on? This power is... The adventurers near the secret crystal can feel that there is a murderous aura that is as solid as a substance seeping out, like invisible sharp knives pointing at the vital points of the body, and they can't help but feel a sense of being unable to move. Sorry, I'm a little late. A burly elder wearing a black coat, carrying several swords of different styles on his back, holding a dagger in his hand, although bald but full of aura, walked in front of the time traveler. It's Master G. Such a domineering murderous aura. If you move a little, you will be cut into pieces. You are worthy of being my Master G. Just a wisp of breath seeping out can actually produce such a strong oppression. No wonder the monsters in the secret realm are suppressed and dare not move. Master G can kill people with his aura and murderous aura alone. At the same time, GSD level 70. Everyone saw the level information. The Blackstone Hammer King couldn't help but exclaimed, as far as I know, the highest level in the Arad continent is only level 60 at this stage. Didn't this guy break through the level cap? Mingwei Xiaoxue, level 60 is only the limit for us adventurers at this stage, but it is not the limit for the strong in the secret realm. Feng Zhongyan, yes, that is to say, even if we reach the maximum level of 60, it is almost impossible to reach the strength of GSD. This guy is already incredible. GSD launched a wave burst. The invisible but violent force directly lifted all the monsters away. This wave of wave power enveloped the entire hall, causing cracks on countless pillars and walls. Explosive flame wave sword. GSD summoned billions of flame elements, which were spinning at high speed in this space with the old swordsman as the center, like a huge vortex formed by a violent torrent. All the monsters on the scene were drawn into this violent force and gathered together. GSD waved the short sword in his hand as if it were a piece of cake, and the flame wave turned into a giant explosive tsunami, which flooded most of the area with an overwhelming force, and also flooded all the monsters in this space in an instant. Minus 8697, minus 8678, minus 15800, critical hit. Minus 16332, critical hit. In an instant, all the monsters on the scene all turned to ashes. The whole venue became scorched and cracked. When facing the explosive wave sword that was overwhelming and destroying everything like a tsunami, the adventurers all stared with wide eyes, not daring to imagine that this old man could kill everyone in one blow, and even sweep hundreds of meters away with terrifying power. They couldn't believe that the explosive flame wave sword had such power. This was not unfamiliar to the adventurers in Miracle City. Although no one had mastered this move yet, there were adventurers who had transferred to Ashura, and they had seen this skill in the skill list. It seems so. This skill is definitely not simple. It is also very useful for the 4th and 5th level strongmen. GSD looked at the dazed time traveler and said, "Since you have investigated this place several times, you must be familiar with it. You will lead the way next." Yes. The time traveler was extremely excited. He swept his eyes across the area full of burn marks. Dozens of monsters were killed and more or less loot was produced. 2 loot light balls were exploded at the scene. One was a material of ordinary quality, and the other was a level 20 blank equipment. Although neither of them was valuable, they could be sold for some Arad coins. These loot belonged exclusively to adventurers. The characters in the secret realm could not see or touch the loot light balls. When he realized that all the loot dropped would belong to him, how could he not be excited, while the adventurers outside were envious? Some people also proposed the idea of grabbing wool. Silly goose. Such a strong fighter, it's a pity not to make good use of it. Grumpy chicken. You must brush the whole map. Wool warrior. How can brushing the whole map be enough? If it were me, every time I was about to pass the level, I would commit suicide on the spot and return to the town, so that I could plant the task and challenge it again. Lone wolf. Oh, that makes sense. Repeating it 8 or 10 times will consume a lot of energy, but you can use Mr. G to repeatedly sweep the Dragon Tower dungeon to earn a lot of loot. The adventurer's imagination is theoretically feasible, because once the dungeon fails, the task will be reset, and it can indeed be repeatedly brushed, which is no problem in operation. However, how could Boss Chi not think of the bug that the adventurers can think of? Chi would never let the adventurers repeatedly use NPCs to get wool. If the adventurer teams up with a secret character to challenge the dungeon and ends in failure and death, the feedback to reality is that they have returned empty-handed, which will reduce the secret character's favorability towards him. On the contrary, if it is quick and neat enough, it may increase favorability. The time traveler has already mastered the relevant rules, and naturally will not waste the favorability of an important figure like Mr. G for a little profit, otherwise it would be a big loss, although he will not deliberately fail to repeatedly fleece the sheep. But such an important opportunity to go out must be used well to create as much profit as possible. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of adventurers from the Arad continent, the time traveler began his journey of sweeping all the way. The Dragon Tower has a total of 3 floors. There are a large number of accessible areas on each floor. Some of these areas are very difficult, and adventurers usually don't approach them. This is a lesson learned from countless painful failures. This time, with the support of the big guys, there is nothing to worry about. The time traveler broke into the most difficult battle area on the first floor. There are not only dozens of pterosaurs here, but also 14 dragons, 2 elite dragons. With such strength, even the top adventurer team at this stage cannot guarantee that they can retreat unscathed. Ice Blade Wave Sword. The wave force formed by the swing of GSD's short sword instantly produced an extreme cold current storm, causing thick ice to form on the surfaces of all objects in the entire area at the same time. At the same time, several huge ice pillars condensed out of thin air, freezing all the dragon people very accurately. Ground Crack Wave Sword. GSD's skills not only have a very large impact range, but can also kill all targets within 100 meters, or even hundreds of meters. What's more terrifying is that there is almost no release or charging time, and it is basically instantaneous. He slashed the short sword at the ground, and in an instant, waves of yellow earthquake waves broke out. It was like a wave spreading across the field with its body as the center. All the ice sculptures were shattered, 2 elite dragon people, a dozen ordinary dragon people, and dozens of magic pterosaurs were killed instantly, and 5 trophy light balls burst out from them, 2 of which were white, 2 were green, and 1 was blue. 3 of them were materials, 1 was white equipment, and the other was blue equipment. Big profit. Time Traveler was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, he could get a blue equipment that was currently very expensive in the dungeon without any effort, so he continued to take GSD to attack everywhere. In less than 20 minutes, all the accessible areas on the first floor were cleared. In this process, at least 30 dragons and hundreds of small pterosaurs were eliminated. Time Traveler did not make a move from beginning to end, but he got 8 or 9 trophies, which made the adventurers jealous. Fuck. It's so cool. Is this the real strength of GSD Mentor? The power and range of the wave sword are so large. This is too exaggerated. Azura is too powerful. It seems that I have to change my plan. I also want to become a ghost swordsman of the Azura school. Haha, it's Mr. G who is strong, not the Azura ghost swordsman. Not to mention ordinary adventurers. Even Vazaros, Nancilia and others. They were also shocked by the powerful means of the Secret Realm characters. GSD's swordsmanship can no longer be described as swordsmanship. This is a brand new ability system. If it can be analyzed and understood, it will have great significance for the practitioners of Arad continent. At that time, the Time Traveler took GSD to wipe out all the monsters on the first floor. He then took GSD to the second floor. There were not only more monsters on this floor, but also densely distributed. If the adventurer could not master the correct attack route and killing order, it would be easy to stir up a hornet's nest. We must be faster. When GSD faced the dragons and pterosaurs that appeared from all directions, he was not afraid, but felt that it was the right choice to attract them all and then destroy them in one go. Boy, today I show you the secret of the Extreme Wave Sword, True Dark Sky Wave Eye. GSD's violent wave power affected the space. It made all directions fall into darkness. Why did it turn dark? Is it a powerful illusion? Several elves were surprised by the scene. Nancilia was surprised. This doesn't look like an illusion. Is it some kind of domain-type skill? Vizero said enthusiastically, yes, it is a domain-type skill. This old swordsman is more powerful than I thought. This skill is also very profound to me. After opening the Dark Sky Wave Eye, all surrounding units and objects will be drawn into a special domain. This domain can invalidate formations and traps, greatly reducing the probability of the enemy's attack spells hitting and taking effect. Not only that, several commonly used wave swords of GSD have also changed. Ultimate Wave Sword Amaterasu. A pair of giant light wings bloomed behind the old ghost swordsman, and huge sword energy burst out from the surrounding ground, tearing the monsters close to him with overwhelming force and almost destroying them. Ultimate Wave Sword Flash Gun. When the old ghost swordsman raised his left hand, hundreds of red light guns appeared behind him. When the old swordsman put his hand down, the light gun shot out like thunder, instantly smashing all the dragon head statue traps in the distance, and by the way, destroying dozens of dragon people who came. His wave sword is so powerful. Every time, it can instantly kill all monsters. Even if it is just an ordinary attack, it contains powerful sword energy, and it can condense the wheel-shaped light wheel sword energy to sweep the enemy. The dragon people and pterosaurs on the entire second floor are as vulnerable as chickens and pottery dogs. It took only 4 or 5 minutes. All the monsters on the second floor were wiped out. 2 more blank equipment, and many useful materials were dropped in this wave. All the other adventurers were jealous. They had never seen such a cool and easy level. Even if the sword energy released by G's normal attack could deal 4-digit damage, the sword energy light wheel formed by ordinary sword energy could directly sweep a large area of monsters. His strength has reached an incredible level. With the help of such a strong man, this copy is safe to win. It must not be wasted. Every corner must be licked. The time traveler took G into the 3rd floor. There were 6 explorable areas on the 3rd floor. Each area was heavily guarded. The best way was to kill directly into the area where the boss was. However, the time traveler did not do this. He was very curious about where G's limit was. Therefore, the time traveler took the initiative to alarm the monsters in various areas, and then all gathered in the area where Lucas was. There were at least 200 magic pterosaurs, 40 or 50 dragon people, and various traps. Well done! Seeing this, GSD not only did not think that the adventurer was pitying him, but instead praised him with admiration. Then a shocking scene happened. In the depths of the black domain formed by the dark sky wave eye, densely packed eyes appeared. 10, 100, 1,000. In the blink of an eye, thousands of eyes filled the entire domain, and when they opened at the same time, the wave force was released from the scarlet eyeballs. The moment the wave force burst out, space cracks appeared in every inch of space in the entire area. These cracks filled the entire field, covering all the monsters including Lucas, and all were torn apart. In an instant, they were all crushed into powder in the space force. In a flash, the leader was killed instantly. All the monsters were killed instantly. This scene shocked the adventurers of Arad continent. Yuan Tuo defeated 10,000 cavalry with one sword, and the scene and lethality were 100 times greater than this scene, but he mainly relied on the power of Xian Yuan's sword, which was at least 5th or even 6th level top treasure. Things like Xian Yuan's sword. It is absolutely impossible to obtain at this stage. And even if Xian Yuan's sword can be obtained, it is only a top level equipment and cannot be promoted on a large scale. Dark Sky Wave Eye is a skill. It is possible to be mastered by adventurers, or even analyzed, and then spread. Whether in the secret realm or in the real world, it can play a huge role. How can it not make people feel excited? By Hajusher. Is this the true power of the Dark Sky Wave Eye? Nancy Leah said in surprise. This power can not only form a domain, change its own power and ability, but also produce a powerful space destruction effect. Bizarro's eyes were fiery. Sure enough, although GSD's cultivation is only level 4, even a level 5 strongman may not be able to suppress him. This person's foundation is too deep. Akru, Miracle City is really magical, and Lord Chi-Ji is really unfathomable. If this swordsman's power and swordsmanship appear in the Chaos Continent, I am afraid that he will soon form a powerful school. The plot process is completed. The achievement of clearing the entire map has been completed. The experience gained by the time traveler is 3 times that of a normal clearance, and his level is directly upgraded from level 18 to level 19, and the experience slot of level 19 is half full. Besides this, in the process of opening the treasure chest, a purple equipment Maju bracelet was opened from it. This bracelet is not only a purple equipment of level 20, but also has excellent properties. It can greatly increase mobility. It is definitely one of the best equipment at this stage. Of course, the plot characters lead the brush. The Secret Realm settlement evaluation will not be too high. But this is no longer important. Just based on the harvest in the Secret Realm, this trip is worth at least 3,000 soul crystals. Awesome. Too awesome. GE is really mighty and domineering. We underestimated the top powerhouses of Arad continent. It turns out that improving the favorability of plot characters is so useful. I also want to brush GSD's favorability. I am a fighter, and I don't know if I can improve Fengjin's favorability. Can I pull him out to take me to brush the dungeon? Obviously. This performance. The adventurer was deeply shocked. Some people marveled at the importance of the favorability of the Secret Realm characters, some marveled at the powerful strength of GSD and wanted to obtain the GSD spirit, and some people simply liked the GSD skills and hoped to learn similar skills. However, just when everyone was marveling at the powerful heritage and rich skill schools of the Arad continent, another heavy news came in the lobby of Miracle City. This once again caused the adventurers to collectively boil. Chapter 224. The adventurers had such a big reaction. Of course, it was because there was a new breakthrough. The secret realm of this breakthrough was still the Sui and Tang Dynasty's chapter of the 10 Kingdoms. After the city was opened today, Higanbana immersed herself in the frenzy secret realm, brushing several rounds of blasting and battle royal. After winning several games in a row, she felt that her thoughts were clear, and she felt refreshed from head to toe. Fast-paced gunfights. It was the way Higanbana liked to play. And because Higanbana was relatively rich, she had spent 4,000 or 5,000 contribution points in the frenzy economy. She currently had more than a dozen paid guns in her equipment library, and she also had several distinctive character skins, making her one of the most handsome guys in the frenzy secret realm arena. At this time, I thought that there was still a chance to reload the Sui and Tang Dynasty's chapter that I hadn't used, and after a day and a night of rest, my condition had almost recovered, so I decided to give it another try. Just do it. Enter the Sui and Tang Dynasty's chapter of the 10 Kingdoms. The Fushi Reincarnation Ancient Formation was activated immediately. She landed directly in the Fushi Palace, the save site of the first game. When it was learned that Higanbana had revisited the Babel Road to mend the sky again, it naturally attracted the attention of a large number of adventurers, and the area around the secret crystal where it was located was soon filled with adventurers who were watching and discussing. How magical! The Fushi Ancient Formation is so useful. I don't know if there are other ancient formations. Great, Higanbana has returned to the starting point of the Babel Road, which means that we can start over again. I hope that this time we can change Shushua's tragic fate of being sealed for 600 years in her original form. Come on, Higanbana. We must save Shusua this time. The Sui and Tang chapters have been completed. The core storyline and plot are complete. However, Shushua's ending is too regrettable, and has become a source of regret for everyone. Adventurers who follow the Sui and Tang dynasties all hope to get a different ending. Of course, even if the ending cannot be changed, the magnificence and grandeur of the road to Babel are definitely worth everyone's time to watch again. The main reason why Shusua was sealed for 600 years is that she resurrected Ur and consumed the power of the artifact, and later she offset the cost of the lost array for the protagonist Shinjingcho. Higanbana thought quickly. If I want to change this ending, then I can't bring up the matter of resurrecting Ur, so that I can save Shishua's power and prevent Xiaoxua from learning how to overdraw the power of the artifact from Gu Yuexinren. Higanbana has already made a decision in her heart. This will make Ur lose the opportunity to be resurrected. It may also cause Achio to bear the cost of the lost array and lose his memory. But in order to avoid the tragedy of Shishua from happening again, and for a new ending, this is the only way. Bianhua admired Ur very much for being bold in love and hate, but she felt that Xiaoxua should not make such a big sacrifice to save Ur and Ah Cho, and Chen Jingcho and Tuoba Ur would definitely think so. Xiaoxua, Brother Chen, what are you thinking about? Bianhua immediately replied, Nothing, our most important task at the moment is to repair the scar of the sky. Compared with the people of the world, other things are no longer important. In order to avoid complications, I suggest taking action immediately. She said so. Gui Weisheng was very surprised. There was a hint of appreciation in his eyes. The 5 people took the initiative to set foot on the Babel Road and headed towards the direction of Chigwangxing. At this time, the opening time of Miracle City was only half over, and Higanbana had relatively ample time. Because there was no ceremony to revive Ur, several hours of time in the secret realm were saved. Shushua did not fall into weakness and completely lose her fighting power. No longer needing to be protected in the rear, it was much more convenient to move. Higanbana, Xiaoxua, and Zhang Lai became the main fighting force. Although Gu Yuesheng and the seriously injured Yuanchuo could not be the main output, they could occasionally assist. In addition, they had a clearance experience, so the exploration process was very smooth. Not only that, no longer a cursory visit like last time. Higanbana explored the various spaces of the Babel Road in more detail. In this process, many ancient beasts were hunted, many secret treasures were discovered, and 1 or 2 hidden branches were discovered. Of course, although the protagonist group is powerful, accidents are inevitable in this environment. Several rollovers in succession. The plot was lost due to the death of the team. However, due to hunting a large number of top-level beasts, demonized immortals, or other powerful monsters along the way, although it failed several times in a row, it still scored high. Among them, as many as 3 times produced spoils of good quality. However, these things were of no use to Higanbana, so it did not receive them but sacrificed them through the abundance altar, thus accumulating 3 abundance marks. In another round of action, Higanbana was lucky, pushing forward for 3 hours in a row without any unexpected situation, and finally triggered the automatic settlement of the secret realm. Such performance is rare. Immediately activated the abundance mark for strengthening. This time, it finally achieved the score of double a middle. A spirit named Demonized Sword Immortal burst out from the secret realm. This is a 4th level 2-star spirit. Although the grade is just ordinary, the overall strength is very strong. It is unlikely to be rarer than a 4th level 1-star spirit. For Higanbana, the value of this soul is average. But 4th level spirits are very rare. Especially at this stage, the output of 4th level souls in Miracle City is extremely low. This soul may not be of much use to Higanbana, but it is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless to others. Sure enough, Wanshan Guhong saw the opportunity. He immediately found Higanbana to buy the spirit. It is normal that the super high-quality spirits, such as Phantom Xingtian and Demon King Chenfu, are not sold. Now it is just an ordinary 4th level soul, and Higanbana has no reason to stay. Finally, after some bargaining, Wanshan Guhong offered 7 3rd-level spirits of no less than 2 stars, plus 10,000 miracle coins in exchange for the Demonized Sword Immortal Spirit. Higanbana thought the price was very good and agreed. Finally got it. Wanshan Guhong couldn't help laughing. He had the idea of contracting Miracle City, as early as the first day he came to Miracle City. The problem is, the 4th level soul is too rare. I haven't been able to get one in these days. I don't know why this guy Higanbana is so lucky. She has produced several 2nd level spirits in succession. She is very tight on high quality spirits, and now she finally got one. In order to get this spirit, Wanshan Guhong can be said to have bleed a lot. However, this is worth it. The adventurers in Qingshan City are all very happy. Everyone sells their pots and irons together to collect enough miracle coins. As long as Wanshan Guhong contracts to become a Miracle City adventurer, he will become the only 4th level adventurer in the territory who has a contract in a short time, and officially take root in Miracle City, only by officially becoming an adventurer in Miracle City. Wanshan Guhong can get more development opportunities. The higher the status of this absolute boss representing Qingshan City adventurers in Miracle City, the greater his contribution. This is also a good thing for Qingshan City adventurers. Other adventurers in Miracle City are also happy about this. Although there may be competition between adventurer groups from different places, all adventurers themselves are a whole. The territory has a 4th level contract adventurer, which is a good thing worth celebrating anyway. This will make the strength and security of the territory even better. The safety of Miracle City is the core interest of everyone. The Lord's Mansion soon received Wanshan Guhong's contract application. Qi Ji was also very satisfied after learning about this. In fact, Miracle City is not short of 4th level combat power at present. Not to mention Artis, who is a 5th level with residual blood. There are more than 10 4th level contracted elves including Nancy Leah. Of course, the nature of the two is different. Whether it is Artis, Bezaros, or even Nancilia, their power does not come directly from the territory, so they will also be suppressed by the laws of the territory. In this case, even if they have 4th level or 5th level cultivation, they can only exert very limited power. The biggest difference between Wanshan Guhong and other 4th level people is that his power will come directly from the territory, so he is not restricted by the laws in the home environment. In other words, Miracle Territory is still a 2nd level territory in name. But if someone is blind and breaks in, not only will he face dozens of 3rd level people, but also a 4th level strongman, and adventurers have the characteristics of immortality, which is enough to ensure the safety of the territory in the Chaos Forest. Application for Wanshan Guhong. Qi Ji immediately asked Yongjin, the assistant of the City Lord's Mansion, and the agent of the Spirit Ceremony, to approve it. This transaction was absolutely profitable for Higanbana. She obtained 7 3rd-level spirits, plus 10,000 miracle coins. The former were all spirits that Wanshan Guhong found from Qingshan City. Although they were not spirits from Miracle City, and could not be contracted, they could be used for sacrifice to quickly improve the existing spirit fusion degree. Higanbana's third-level soul fusion degree was only halfway. Even if the effect of practicing in Miracle City would be more than 10 times that of other dungeons. With Higanbana's current cultivation growth rate, it would take about a year for her to reach the 4th level threshold. But if you improve your cultivation by sacrificing spirits, then you can greatly shorten this time. Adventurers consume other spirits to improve their soul cultivation. This spirit sacrifice ceremony can only be performed once a day, and the level of the spirit sacrificed each time must be the same as the sacrificed spirit. A first-level spirit can only cultivate a first-level spirit. A second-level spirit can only cultivate a second-level spirit. A third-level spirit can cultivate a third-level spirit, and so on. The cultivation restrictions of auxiliary spirits are even fewer. Each auxiliary soul can absorb a spirit every day, and there is no limit on the level of absorbed spirits. Of course, the cultivation rate of auxiliary spirits cannot surpass that of life souls. For example, the current cultivation rate of the third-level life soul Yinglong of Higanhua is 50%, so her auxiliary spirit Black Dragon King can only be cultivated to 50% at most. Even if it exceeds a little bit, it is impossible. This time, I got these 7 third-level spirits from Qingshan City from Wanshan Guhong. Higanhua still has 5 third-level spirits that she does not intend to sell or use. This means that Higanbana has 12 useless third-level souls that can be used to feed the Sakura Dragon. The entire sacrifice cycle is 12 days, which can greatly speed up the cultivation speed, allowing it to reach the 4th level bottleneck by at least 3 months. It won't be long. Another 4th level adventurer will be born in Miracle City. Both parties are very satisfied with this transaction. Wanshan Guhong finally got the opportunity to contract Miracle City as he wished, and Higanbana made a lot of money from this deal. Brother Higanbana, please continue. We are still waiting to see the ending, the adventurer urged. Higanbana did not waste precious time. She once again challenged to continue to travel through the magnificent and fantastic Babel Road. This time, there was no more trouble, and she continued to overcome obstacles all the way and successfully arrived at the core of the Red Star. Finally, I'm here again. Higanbana was also very excited at the moment. Although she explored more areas and participated in more battles this time, however, since Yura was not resurrected in Fushi Palace, Shishua's strength has always been maintained, and she has now reached the 3rd level 5-star strength, so the strength of the entire team is naturally far better than before. Cat Mingming clapped her hands and cheered. Good, great, this time there is plenty of time. White Fawn. That being said, it's better to set up the formation quickly, maybe the troublemaker will arrive soon. Other adventurers also nodded. The 2 biggest threats in this plan are Duganinka, and the second is the old master who was deceived into eating the Demon King fruit and transformed into a Demon King. The big brother of Higanbana arrived at the Red Guan Star at a faster speed, and maybe he can really complete the formation before fighting the enemy. What a pity! Why is it a pity? The ancient Fushi formation found by the big boss of Higanbana is located in the heavenly world, so he can only return here. If he can take action before activating the Babel Road, that may prevent the master from becoming a demon. I don't think so. The situation was already extremely critical at that time. The protagonist group finally went back to the previous moment from the timeline of the arrival of the demon world. If you still distract yourself to find the master at this time, you will most likely be besieged by Duganinka, and the master will not understand the protagonist's behavior of being with the archenemy Yuntuo. That's right. While the adventurers were discussing, Gui Wisheng had already set up the formation. But before he could officially activate the formation, Duganinka arrived as expected and killed in front of the formation. She still used the same trick to pretend to be crazy and stupid to create an opportunity, while Higanbana pretended to be affected by it and let it relax, and then suddenly drew her sword and hit it and seriously injured it. Next, it was a boss battle. Higanbana teamed up with Xiaoxua, and Zhang Lai attacked her. Although Duganinka was not weak, she was definitely not the opponent of the protagonists at the moment. Because of the greater advantage gained from this sneak attack, the outcome of the battle was not suspenseful, and the subsequent plot development was similar. Duganinka was dying. He expressed his last wish to return to his hometown. Gui Wesheng sealed his soul into the Fushi Qin to cleanse and purify it for 99 years. Yuantuo will take the Fushi Qin to the Western world, and Princess Ninka's soul will be reincarnated as Nicole, the heroine of the Cloud and Mountain story, 100 years later. The lost array is ready. Gui Wisheng commanded. Miss Xiaoxua, as the core artifact of the Sky Repairer, needs to enter the array first for preparation, and others will enter the array half an hour later. Mr. Chen, you have consumed a lot in the battle just now. Please meditate and adjust your breath. I will restore your physical strength for you. Thank you, immortal. When Higanbana sat cross-legged with eyes closed to regulate her breathing, she suddenly felt a trance. When she came to her senses, she was in a black space with a white dead tree in the middle. What's going on? Where is this? Am I not at the core of the red star? Just as she was confused, a beautiful figure appeared under the white dead tree, with black hair and a stunning appearance. She knelt quietly on the ground, holding a pipa in her hand, and looking at Ah Cho with a smile. You're... Higanbana felt Ah Cho's mood. She couldn't help but shout, I miss you so much. Am I dreaming? Tuoba Yor smiled and said, Really? Are you really thinking about me too? I'm so happy to hear you say that. She continued without waiting for Bianhua to speak, Achu, I'm about to reincarnate. What I must tell you is, the person who killed me was not Yuantua or Xiaoxua but... Bianhua immediately said, I have figured this out. Now the truth is out. Xiaoxua is by my side now. We are about to successfully stop the conspiracy of the Western Demon Realm. That's great. Yua looked relieved. She then smiled bitterly and said, Then I really sacrificed in vain. Higanbana was stunned. What do you mean? Yua said truthfully, I am worried that the misunderstanding between you and Xiaoxua cannot be resolved, and I am also worried that Daguninka's conspiracy cannot be exposed in time, so I beg the Yin God to allow me to come back to see you. What? Could it be that this is not a dream? Yua, of course not, the laws of heaven are strict and cannot be broken, but since your position seems to be very special, you can temporarily not abide by the laws of the world, and I also voluntarily used the price of only 20 years of life in the next 10 lives, and finally succeeded in exchanging this precious meeting and farewell. What? Higanbana was struck by lightning. To clear up the misunderstanding, to reveal the secret, she made such a great sacrifice, and the most unacceptable thing was that this sacrifice was completely in vain. Don't feel sad for me. As long as I can come back to see you and talk to you one last time, I would be willing to die young in 10 lives, even 50 or 100 lives. Yua looked calm but sad at the same time. I don't care about these, but I really miss the days when we traveled and adventured together. It's a pity that these memories will disappear with reincarnation. Higanbana could not suppress the sadness in her heart. I am similar to you. What? We are about to seal the crack in the sky caused by the red star. In order to complete all this, we must use the lost array. I am afraid that I will lose the most important and most caring memory in my heart. Then what you care about most in your heart now? Is it me? Higanbana opened her mouth, but found that she could not speak, because a huge sadness and reluctance came from her soul. This was the surging sadness of Achio, which affected her and made her cry. I understand. Yura did not feel sad but smiled with satisfaction. No matter what happens in the future, at least we are still together now. Do you remember the song we played? I want to play it with you one last time. This is my last wish. Okay. Higanbana sat next to Yura and took out the flute. In this dark space, countless snowflakes suddenly appeared, and a melodious and sad melody was released. During this process, various yellowed memory images appeared on the secret crystal along with the music. The first scene is Heishan Town. This is where the two first met. Yura thought that Achio was a Sui person, so she drew her sword against him. The two almost fought because of misunderstanding. At that time, Yura had only hatred in her heart. The second scene is the Emperor's dragon boat. Yura failed to assassinate the Emperor. Achio was accidentally shot by the Emperor's secret guard to cover her escape. This was the first time Yura felt guilty. The third scene is the D People's country. Yura was bewitched by the Black Dragon to take the Kantong seal. In order to make up for her mistake, she disfigured herself with a dagger. This was one of the darkest moments in Yura's life. The fourth scene is Xianshan Island. When Yura was seriously injured and dying, it was Achio and Xiaoxua who tried to take care of her, so that Yura's heart surrounded by darkness felt warmth and light for the first time. The fifth scene is the giant whale sea, in the beautiful sunset, the beautiful picture of the three playing together, if only time could stay at this moment forever. When hearing sad and melodious music. As the scenes unfolded, the adventurers watching outside burst into tears again. The time of this reunion was undoubtedly very precious and short. When the scene returned to the strange black space, Yura's face was full of reluctance and sadness. I'm leaving. Can't you stay a little longer? Yura sighed. I can come back to see you in this way. This is an exception among exceptions. The laws of heaven are strict, and no one can violate them. Achu, after this separation, we will forget each other forever. I will play another song for you as my last farewell gift. Yura's eyes brightened again. I hope you can remember this song firmly. If you forget me in the future, If you hear this song, you will remember Yor. Higanbana suppressed her sadness and said, I understand. Yor began to play this song. Higanbana tried to remember every part. This is a very beautiful song, but it is full of sadness and longing. This longing seems to have some kind of magic, which can cross the boundary between life and death, and can also transcend the dimension of virtuality and reality. The song ended. Goodbye, Acho. Yor's body became transparent. She smiled with tears in her eyes. Until the end of the story, until the final farewell, the girl could not say the word love to the boy. She completely disappeared in this space. Many adventurers outside were already in tears. Higanbana also woke up suddenly from her dream, and her face was already in tears. John Lai, Achu, what's wrong with you? Higanbana, I just had a real dream. I dreamed that Yor came back to say goodbye to me. John Lai sighed. The dead cannot be resurrected. I understand your feelings, but at this moment, we still have to complete the lost array as soon as possible. Gui Wesheng said, Today is the 7th day since Miss Yor died. It is indeed possible that she will come back to see you in the form of a soul. If so, this girl is thoughtful and must have paid a considerable price. Yuantua said at this time. The time has come, and we should enter the formation. Wait! Bianhua thought of something and immediately said, Gui Wessian, before activating the formation, I have a willful request. I hope you can help me with this. Please speak. I have a beautiful song in my mind, which was given to me by Yor before she left. I am worried that I will forget it. You are well versed in music. I hope you can write it down for me. No problem. Bianhua immediately played the song according to her memory. Gui Wessian said, Okay, I have memorized it. I will save it. Thank you. Then let's start. Everyone stood at the corresponding position of the formation. When the lost formation was running, Bianhua could clearly feel that Achio was reluctant to give up the pain in his heart, but he was determined. Although he was very reluctant to give up everything about Yor. But he had to decisively give up this most important relationship and memory. Because the lost array must be sacrificed willingly, any resistance and regret will lead to the failure of the array. This matter concerns the lives of the people of the world, and the hundreds of millions of people in China. No matter what, it cannot fail because of one's own selfishness. Finally, the array was activated again. Everyone saw the cutscene of the sky scar being repaired again. Although it was the second time to see the sky repairing process, every adventurer who witnessed the whole process was still amazed and experienced by the scene of the sky scar being repaired. This scene and this story are too imaginative and imaginative. Chapter 225. It took half a day for Bianhua to complete the core storyline again. Although there are some differences in the details, the final results achieved by relying on the power of the ancient reincarnation array are basically the same. Bianhua chose to reject Xiaoshua's sacrifice and join forces with Xiaoshua, Zhang Lai, Gui Wesheng, and Yuantua to complete the lost array. However, although Xiaoshua did not make any more sacrifices and turned herself into her original form and was sealed for 600 years, Achio and Yor paid a huge price, which was also unacceptable to the adventurers. The old thief Qi is too much. Yes, one can only choose between Xiaoshua and Yor. It's okay if Yor can't be resurrected. In order to come back to see Achio, she paid the price of dying prematurely for 10 lifetimes. I can't accept such a result either. I think this is still not a perfect result. There must be a way to make a more perfect ending. As the adventurers discussed, the scar of the sky has been repaired by nearly half. But at this moment, the repairing screen stopped abruptly, and the scene of the battle for the secret crystal returned to the core of the red star. Yuantua said, The lost array has been activated, but it will take about half an hour to completely repair the heaven scar. Yu Xiaoshua asked with concern, Brother Chen, how do you feel? Higanhua was stunned for a moment. She searched the memory in Achio's mind, and as expected, everything about Yor had disappeared completely at this moment. At this moment, Chen Jingqiu no longer knew a person named Tuoba Yor, and he could no longer remember any feelings about Yor. As a role player, Higanbana cannot forcibly destroy the plot. Otherwise, it will lead to loss of synchronization and failure. Higanbana scratched her head and said, Strange, I don't feel that I have changed, and I don't feel that I have lost anything. Just then, there was a loud bang. The entire red star shook violently. Zhang Lai asked, What's going on? What happened? Gu Xingyue's expression sank and said, Someone is attacking the pillar holding the red star. We must stop him. Yuan Takuya said solemnly, Although we have successfully activated the formation, it will take at least half an hour to completely repair the scar of the sky. If the red star is destroyed at this time, our efforts will still fall short. It turns out that it's not over yet. There is still a boss to be defeated. Higanbana certainly knows that the boss attacking the Pillar of the Red Star is the demonized Qin Fu. He is also the final boss in the main storyline. Last time, the demonized Qin Fu appeared before the Lost Array was completed. This time, perhaps because he did not waste time in Fushi Palace, the node for the demonized Qin Fu to appear was postponed. Higanbana immediately said, "No matter who is attacking Qigwangxing, we must stop him. Yuan Tua, I and Gu Yuxian are enough to keep the array running. The three of you will act immediately." Zhang Lai, yes. Yu Xiaoxue, Brother Chen, let's act quickly. Higanbana did not waste time. She took Zhang Lai and Xiaoxue to the pillar, and met the demonized Qin Fu as expected. Qin Fu was completely possessed by the devil at this moment. When he saw that he could not persuade Ah Qiu to change his mind, he directly took the remaining half of the Satan fruit and transformed into the devil again. The battle is about to start. This battle is still very difficult. However, because there has been one experience. This time, Higanbana succeeded in only 2 fights. When the demon-turned Qin Fu was successfully killed, it meant that this Babel Road, the journey to repair the sky, was a complete success. Next, it was a plot cutscene of the grand finale. The first half of this plot cutscene was the same as the last time. One day in heaven, 10 years on earth, the land of Yen Kingdom has changed into the human world. A golden sword energy broke through the air. It fell on the abandoned Babel Tower. The Xianyuan sword energy caused the tower to break into pieces, and was crushed into powder, which meant that the 5 people who participated in the journey to repair the sky successfully returned to the human world, but the human world has been completely renewed. Accompanied by the narration, various scenes continue to emerge. These include historical events such as the struggle for hegemony among the heroes at the end of the Sui dynasty, the birth of the Tang Empire, and the Xuanwu Gate incident. When the vibrant Tang dynasty was born, when Li Shimin launched the Xuanwu Gate incident, killed his brother, forced his father to abdicate, and seize the throne, this epic scene came to an end. The disputes between the Sui and Tang dynasties have ended. Now, under the governance of the Tang dynasty, China has already had a peaceful and prosperous atmosphere. In the 2nd year of Zhongguan, near Mount Zhongnan, when the narration and various scenes ended, the scene appeared again in the secret crystal. This is at the foot of the beautiful Mount Zhongnan. A simple solitary grave appeared in the picture, followed by 2 figures that are very familiar to adventurers, namely Ah Qiu and Xiao Shui. At this moment, the red spider lily did not control Ah Qiu. This is obviously also a scene. All the behaviors and performances of the characters are directly from the characters themselves. Master, your disciple is here to see you again. At this moment, 3 years have passed since Butian returned, and Ah Qiu's face looks much more mature. He knelt down in front of the grave. He kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Ah Qiu's eyes were full of nostalgia and sadness. Master, time flies so fast. In the blink of an eye, the chaotic world has ended. It has been many years since the fall of the Sui dynasty, and the people's lives are getting better and better. Xiao Shui also knelt down and kowtowed 3 times. Ah Qiu couldn't help but sigh. We have been separated from everyone for 3 years, and I don't know how they have been doing in the past 3 years. Xiao Shui said. Brother Zhonglai now calls himself Qiu Ranku. He has put aside his ambitions and returned to his wife, who has been waiting for him for 10 years. He is very satisfied with the peaceful times today, and he is probably traveling around the world with his wife. Ah Qiu walked to the edge of the cliff and looked to the north. Brother Zhang must be very happy now. Speaking of this, he thought of something. He sighed heavily again. I wonder if Brother Yuan is safe and sound. Xiaoxue was very confused. I have always been confused as to why Brother Yuan did not stay. With his talent and ability, he must have made great achievements. Brother Yuan has killed too many people and committed serious crimes. Although he has saved millions of people in China, he still cannot forgive himself. So he insists on self-exile no matter what. Ah Qiu looked to the west. He took the soul of Princess Ninka to the west. Now no one knows where he has drifted to. Xiaoxue, I hope Brother Yuan is safe. As for the immortal Gu Yu, he has already returned to Xianshan Island to continue his seclusion. Let's find time to visit him, the old immortal Ran Weng, and the young Di people's queen. Ah Qiu sighed. Although it has only been a few years, it feels like a dream. Xiao Shui took out a simple pipa with a sad expression and whispered, Brother Chen, we still have an important partner. Another one? No way, it should be gone. Her affairs you already. Xiao Shui, why are you crying suddenly? Xiao Shui wiped away her tears. Brother Chen, let's play a song, first for the master and... Our mutual friend, okay? Ah Chiu, okay, let's play that beautiful song that you said your best friend taught you. Okay. The two sat down and started playing. Ah Chiu played the flute, Xiao Shui played the pipa, and waves of beautiful music echoed in the mountains. At this time, a shepherd couple happened to be driving their sheep past. A 13 or 14-year-old girl beside them was attracted and immediately came to the two to listen. When the adventurers in the Higanbana and the secret hall saw this girl, they all showed shock and disbelief. Because the shepherd girl looked almost exactly like Ur, but she looked younger. The song ended. The shepherd girl immediately applauded. Wow, it sounds good, brother and sister. What song are you playing? Ah Chiu scratched his head. Oh no, what's the name? I have always had a good memory, but I can't remember the name of this song. Brother Chun, it's called Ri Yur Chu. Xiu also pulled herself out of her immersion. When she opened her eyes and saw the shepherd girl in front of her, her face was full of disbelief and shock. You are? Akyu, Ri Yur Chu, what a beautiful name. Hey, Xiaoxue, why are you crying again? What happened today? The shepherd girl blinked her big, lively eyes and said with concern, Big sister, why are you crying? This flower is for you. Xiaoxue took a bouquet of flowers from the girl. Thank you for your flowers. At this time, the shepherd shouted from a distance, Ayu, we are going home. Don't bother me. Okay. The shepherd girl waved to the two. Big brother, big sister, thank you for your beautiful songs. I'm leaving now. You must be happy. The girl left. Xiaoxue stared at the flowers in her hand in a daze. At this time, a sudden gust of wind blew the flowers in Xiaoxue's hand off the cliff on the spot. Seeing this, Ah Chiu said quickly, Don't worry, Xiaoxue, I get it back for you. No need, let it go. Xiaoxue wiped away her tears and walked up the hillside. She looked at the shepherd couple and the girl who were walking away and whispered, My forever sister Tuoba. I wish you happiness. At this point, the crystal screen of the secret realm gradually dimmed. The red spider lily also received a clearance prompt again. You have cleared the Sui and Tang dynasties. You have obtained the new achievement Lonely Hero. You have obtained the skill stone, Suzaku Fluttering Wings. You have cleared the Sui and Tang dynasties again. But the reward is definitely not as good as the previous time. The Lonely Hero unlocked today corresponds to the fairy couple obtained yesterday. Apart from this, no new achievements were obtained. As for the specific rewards, the Vermilion Bird Wings obtained today is a 3rd level fire skill. Although it is very powerful, its value is definitely far less than that of the demon subduing ancient mirror and the demon King Chenfu's spirit. But this is normal. Because yesterday was the first clearance after all, there was a great explosion rate blessing, and today was a clearance under the condition of reloading the file, and there was no special bonus compared to the normal adventure settlement. Of course, the reward is not important. Because compared to the reward itself, the ending of this story once again brought a great shock to the adventurer. Damn old Chi. You created such a cruel ending. Meng Yingxue's eyes were red as she murmured, This ending is also very cruel. Although the two met Yur's reincarnation, Ah Chiu could no longer recognize her, and Xiaoxue didn't know that Yur would not live past the age of 20. Mingwei Xiaoxue. Although Xiaoxue was not sealed for 600 years in this ending, it was not a good ending for her. Mao Mingming. Why? Isn't she already with Ah Chiu? Mingwei Xiaoxue. I don't think it's that simple. After all, the story did not directly explain the relationship between the two at the end, but revealed other results through some metaphors and hints. What? Is there such a thing? Nancy Leah, are you referring to the flower that the girl Ah Yu gave to Xiaoxue? Indeed, although Xiaoxue received the flower from Ah Yu, she did not own it. This seems to mean something. Ah Chiu lost all his memories and feelings for Yur in the Lost Array, which also shows that he really likes Yur, and Xiaoxue must be very clear about this. Although Xiaoxue is with her beloved brother Chun, she knows that he doesn't really like her, which is still a very cruel ending for her. Ah, why is Xiaoxue so miserable? Yur is also miserable. She is already a teenager, and she will die in a few more years at most, and this fate will repeat for 9 lifetimes. I can't accept such an ending. Dozens of female adventurers obviously care about Ah Chiu's feelings very much, and after analyzing it, they all sighed at such an ending. This is too cruel, although it is very tragic. But they like this story very much. Lord Chi's means are too powerful, and it is precisely because of the creation of tragedy that the characters become more vivid and touching. Most other adventurers are more concerned about whether they can play a more perfect ending than this. After all, no matter how you look at it, this is not a good result. And at the same time, in the Lord's mansion, Chi-Ji also noticed the performance of the adventurers. When he noticed that Higanbana passed the level again and played a new ending, he was also very satisfied. So far, Higanbana has already released 2 mainstream endings of the Sui and Tang dynasties, which can be understood as Yuer's ending and Shishua's ending. The former is to live in seclusion with Yuer. The latter is to continue traveling and adventuring with Xiaoxue. Both endings are slightly adapted from the original endings of the game, and in fact, Miracle City is a multi-ending story, and the endings that can be chosen are definitely more than this. Chi-Ji also made several different hidden endings, but it will be more difficult to achieve them. For example, also in Yuer's ending, if the adventurer is strong enough and completes the important branch in advance, he will obtain the magic weapon to purify the monster. Then it is possible to defeat Shen Fu when he is in a semi-demonized state, prevent him from swallowing the other half of the fruit to completely become a demon king, and at the same time purify the demonic energy to restore him to his original state. Under this situation, the master will regain his sanity. Finally understand the truth of Tian Tian. Under this situation, Shen Fu will take the initiative to replace his apprentice as the guardian of the lost array, and his greatest obsession is undoubtedly to restore the country. When the sky repair is successfully completed, Shen Fu lost his obsession because of a disaster. He can finally give up the ideal of restoring the country and go to Tianwai village on Xianshan Island to live out his life. Under this ending, although Xiaoxue will still throw the power of Niwa Stone after resurrecting Yuer, she does not need to continue to pay divine power for Itchu, so she only needs to be sealed for 60 years. 60 years is a long time, but it is no longer an unreachable distance. In the end, Xiaoxue still has the opportunity to meet Yuer and Itchu. This is a relatively more perfect and easier to achieve ending, and I believe it is also a result that most adventurers can accept more. Of course, if the adventurer has enough energy and time, they can find 6 extremely hidden branches during the adventure. If these 6 hidden branches can be completed perfectly, 6 pieces of the heart of the earth can be collected. These pieces can be combined with the 5-color divine stone, fake Niwa stone, that appears in the plot to create the heaven-repairing divine stone. This divine stone can greatly enhance Yushishua's ability, allowing her to easily resurrect Yuer or have enough spare energy to complete the heaven-repairing mission, so that there is a chance to complete the family-friendly ending imagined by the adventurer. The conditions for achieving this perfect ending are very harsh. Because of the volume and richness of the Sui and Tang chapters, it is impossible for anyone to achieve it in a short period of time, but some clues can be appropriately released to make adventurers have a stronger desire to explore. Of course, there will be a worse ending if there is a better ending. If the adventurer's level is not enough, the degree of acting is not enough, and the plot trend is out of control, then it is possible that while completing the main line of patching the sky, there will be a more tragic ending than now. The second ending of the Sui and Tang chapters was successfully played. Today's operation of the dungeon is nearing its end. Yongjin came forward on behalf of Chi-Ji to contract spirits for adventurers. Not only did he upgrade the spirits for dozens of Miracle City, but he also contracted a group of new adventurers for Miracle City. Today alone, Miracle City has added a 4th-level contract adventurer. In addition, 4 new 3rd-level adventurers have been added. It can be said that the strength of Miracle City is being strengthened every day. And in a blink of an eye, 11 days have passed. In these 11 days, Miracle City has changed a lot. It can be described as changing with each passing day. This can be reflected in the construction of the territory and the secret realm. Territory construction can be further divided into infrastructure construction and team construction. Relying on the strong income of the territory, Chi-Ji has carried out more in-depth construction of the territory, and the levels of various infrastructures have been further improved, and the functions are becoming more powerful. Among them, the most important infrastructure project. It is undoubtedly the successful upgrade of the core of Miracle City, and the core of Dark City to the 4th level. The 4th level core means greater operating capacity, laying the foundation for new content and new chapters. Chi-Ji will officially update the new chapter adapted from the God of War series today. As for the territory team, compared with more than 10 days ago, there are also huge changes. The first thing to be affected is the population. The current population of non-human adventurers in Miracle Territory is 42,500, and the population of human adventurers has exceeded 13,000, with a total population of 55,000. This is already a territory with a certain scale, among which the number of local adventurers has exceeded 2,000, which means that the total number of adventurers has reached about 15,000. This is also a very amazing number. If 15,000 adventurers consume 7 to energy per person per day on average, the soul crystal income alone can reach a scale of 100,000, and the net income of mental power. Generally, it can reach more than 100,000. This is a very amazing number. Miracle territory can be built so quickly without a strong hematopoietic ability. At the same time, with the help of several Lord allies, Chi-Ji purchased many valuable heroic soul stones from outside at a high price, so he has successfully recruited a group of named people according to the plan. Among them are Jill, Ashina Jinakairo, Han Teng, Captain Perry, and Mai Shiranui, who were previously planned to be recruited. At this moment, the Lord is not only surrounded by Yongjin, but also a group of loyal named persons, and these named persons are absolutely loyal to the Lord and will become important talents for managing the territory, or assistants and maids of the Lord. As for the secret realm, after such a long time, there must be a lot of changes. However, this change is mainly in the progress. Because Chi-Ji has updated the dark prototype and biochemical chapters. He has not launched any heavyweight chapter updates in the past 10 days. His main focus has been on optimizing and updating existing chapters, constantly adjusting existing secret realms, and adding branches and content. Each chapter or gameplay of Frenzy, 10 Kingdoms, and Star Sea has become richer. Even the secret realm of the End Arena has added many characters to further enhance the experience. The main reason why he only made minor updates and did not update large chapters was that the fourth core had not been created, and the secret cores of the core main city and the first main city had not broken through to the 4th level before. This led to the remake of God of War having been completed long ago. However, it was limited by the fact that the 10 Kingdom secret realm did not have enough space and could not be loaded and run. Of course, another reason was that the Miracle City currently has too much content. Chi-Ji believed that it was completely possible for adventurers to further digest it, and there was no need to rush to update the new secret content. The adventurers were indeed very powerful. The speed of secret realm exploration during this period was very fast. After the Higanbana in the Sui and Tang chapters, 9 clearance players appeared one after another. There are already adventurers in the Dark Prototype chapter who have reached the late stage, and it is estimated that it will take no more than a few days to complete the clearance. The fastest and strongest group of adventurers in Arad continent are about to challenge the Lord of Light City. It is estimated that it will not take long to break through the Sky City and open a new dungeon area. Miracle City is thriving day by day, however, whether a territory is strong and can continue to prosper. Territory expansion and military are also very important criteria for judgment. 12 days ago, Chi-Ji took down the Black Iron Fortress and completed a deployment of great strategic value. Then, he did not go any further, but invested resources to continuously strengthen the Black Iron Fortress. Because of this, although the Evilwood Forest organized several large-scale attacks, in the end, they were successfully blocked in the Black Iron Mountains, and could not threaten the hinterland of Miracle Territory at all. In fact, Miracle City now has the ability to flatten the Black Iron Mountains, and the reason why Chi-Ji can keep calm is that on the one hand, the Evilwood Forest cannot threaten Miracle City at all, and on the other hand, he wants to continue to live for a while, develop in a wretched way, accumulate strength, and consume the morale of the Evilwood Forest. Today, Miracle City is becoming more and more powerful. Even if the Eternal Night Dragon King pays attention to it personally, it is fully capable of protecting itself. Chi-Ji felt that the time was gradually ripe, and the decisive battle of this stage was about to start. It was also time to start a new round of expansion, and launch a new main secret realm for adventurers. Just as Chi-Ji was thinking about this, the new day of the dungeon opening officially arrived. The adventurers were very excited because not only the secret realms such as Black Light were coming to an end, but the dungeon also ushered in a huge update, and the third country of the 10 Kingdoms was officially created. Chapter 226. Zhang Shanhai is an old adventurer who is nearly 100 years old. He is considered the strongest adventurer in Qingshan City. He broke through to the 4th level 25 years ago. He is also the founder and leader of the Shanhai Adventure Group, one of the largest adventure groups in the area. He is an absolute leader among the adventurers in Qingshan City. Even if he is also one of the 4th level adventurers, Wadshan Guhong is much less influential in terms of reputation and fame. This big man who is admired by thousands of people also has many troubles. First of all, as an old adventurer who is nearly 100 years old, even if he is not completely retired, he is already unable to do adventures, and it is difficult for him to improve his cultivation. This is normal. It is the fate of every old adventurer. But what really troubles Zhang Shanhai is that the Shanhai Adventure Group, which he founded with great difficulty, is facing a situation of no successors. Because the adventurers in the same batch, at least not less than 70 or 80 years old, has retired one after another and no longer participates in adventures. There are fewer and fewer managers with high enough prestige to convince the public in the top management of the adventure group. Zhang Shanhai has devoted decades of hard work to this adventure group, which is also related to the huge interests of countless people in Qingshan City and himself. Naturally, he has to hand it over to a trustworthy and most reliable successor. In fact, the lifespan of a fourth-level adventurer can reach 180 years. This means that Zhang Shanhai still has 70 to 80 years to live. He can completely retreat to the second line and let his children take over. He will use decades of behind-the-scenes training to ensure that the adventure group can smoothly transition and grow up. However, although Zhang Shanhai had a relationship when he was young, he not only had a beloved wife, but also a lovely and intelligent son. However, his wife and children both died in an accident. The main world needs to eat, drink, defecate, and urinate, and will also grow old, get sick and die. So there is nothing strange about this kind of thing. This incident is the pain of Zhang Shanhai's life. From then on, he focused on adventure and career, and never remarried or had children, so it was unlikely that he would train his offspring to take over the business. Since the family inheritance path is not very realistic, Zhang Shanhai then considered looking for a sufficiently outstanding and powerful adventurer for the adventure group. In this way, he could ensure that the adventure group continued to grow in a win-win way, and even if he retired to the second line, he could ensure the competitiveness of the adventure group and his own interests. The candidate was found. It was the fourth-level adventurer Wanshan Guheng. This is the youngest fourth-level adventure master in Qingshan City. In fact, Wanshan Guheng had a close relationship with the Shanghai Adventure Group before. He has always served as an elder in the Shanghai Adventure Group and is one of the successors designated by Zhang Shanhai. I never thought Wanshan Guheng had a problem with his mentality when he was in his prime. He then withdrew from all forces and announced that he would enter a state of seclusion. Zhang Shanhai knew the importance of this moment to Wanshan Guheng, so he did not disturb him during the process, but waited patiently, and this wait lasted for 2 months. What happened later? Needless to say, Wanshan Guheng suddenly came out of seclusion and entered an underground city that he had never heard of before. The most outrageous thing is that Wanshan Guheng stayed in the underground city for a short time, and then announced that he would give up the underground city he was originally bound to, and chose to join this unknown miracle city. This is simply incomprehensible. After all, Miracle City is only a second-level underground city. The underground city that Wanshan Guheng originally contracted was the largest, oldest, and most powerful fifth-level underground city, Sunset City, in Qingshan City. The Chaos World headquarters of the Shanghai Adventure Group is also located in this city. Without any notice, Wanshan Guheng suddenly left Sunset City and joined a small underground city, which directly disrupted all of Zhang Shanhai's plans. How could he not be depressed? At the same time, he was extremely confused. Wanshan Guheng was not an impulsive, careless person who didn't care about the consequences. There was definitely a reason why he joined an underground city so decisively. At the same time, the deeds, stories, various rumors, and specialties of miracle territory became popular in Qingshan City, making it hot all of a sudden. Now it is full every day, and it has become the most talked about place in Qingshan City recently. The strong men and representatives of all parties have noticed the existence of this underground city. Zhang Shanhai couldn't sit still. The rumors about the secret realm of Miracle City are too exaggerated. He had been adventuring for decades and had never heard of such a secret place. As the saying goes, hearing is false, seeing is true. Zhang Shanhai decided to go to Miracle City to find out for himself. More importantly, he wanted to find Wanshan Guheng to understand the situation clearly. At this moment, there was still half an hour before the underground city opened. Zhang Shanhai was sitting in the lobby of the Adventure Group headquarters. From the outside, he was an old man in his 70s. Although his hair was completely gray, his eyes were as sharp as an eagle. Even if he just sat still, people could feel his strong aura and heritage. At this time, a core member of the Adventure Group came forward. "Captain, we spent a lot of effort and finally bought the Miracle City ticket on the black market." "Very good. Miracle City is so popular that the price of this ticket has been hiked up to 70,000 soul sands." 70,000 soul sands? That's only 700 soul crystals, although it's nothing to Zhang Shanhai. But it's the income of a first-level adventurer for 100 months. It's just a chance to enter the city, but someone is willing to pay such a high price. The popularity of Miracle City is too outrageous. Humph, I want to see why this dungeon is so popular. Zhang Shanhai calculated the time. The dungeon opening time is coming soon. He used the entry ticket without hesitation. In this way, he could enter the dungeon without queuing. Of course, before officially entering the dungeon, Zhang Shanhai also made some special preparations. After all, Zhang Shanhai's influence in Qinshan City is too great. If he appears in Miracle City openly and is recognized, it will definitely cause a greater sensation in Qinshan City. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he must keep a low profile. He wore a camouflage mask. This mask can change a person's appearance and breath. With this disguise, he can enter Miracle City in a low-key manner to investigate in person without worrying about attracting too much attention or causing other bad effects. 198321. The moment the underground city world was officially opened, Zhang Shanhai entered the Dark City of Miracle Territory through the teleportation point. The Dark City, an adventurer town bound to Qinshan City, has a much lower capacity for adventurers than Miracle City, but it also has a scale of nearly 3,000 people, which is not a small number of adventurers in any third-level territory. But even with so many places, this underground city was still full in seconds after it was opened. Although Zhang Shanhai knew that Miracle City was very popular, otherwise the city ticket would not be sold at such a high price, he was still very shocked when he saw it with his own eyes. After all, as far as he knew, Dark City was not the main city of the territory, but now was not the time to be shocked. Business was more important. Zhang Shanhai immediately asked the adventurers around him about the whereabouts of Wanshan Guhong. Qishan said, "This old senior, you want to find Wanshan Guhong? Then you may have to go to Miracle City, where several big guys have already settled." Miracle City? Zhang Shanhai wanted to go to Miracle City. But the teleportation in Miracle Territory was not free. The first teleportation from Dark City to Miracle City required 100 contribution points, and each subsequent teleportation required a basic fee of 5 contribution points. This was not a small number for adventurers, and Zhang Shanhai had no way to go to Miracle City in a short time. Ha ha ha. Finally the city is open. This is the happiest moment of my day. Me too. Seeking a group. Fight zombies together. I have already reached the Palace of Origin in Ashina country. I can clear it if I work harder in the next few days. Awesome. I am stuck at the Phantom Monk and the Lion Ape. The difficulty is too high, and I can't beat them at all, so I am going to play the Sui and Tang Dynasty chapters directly. I can't beat Ashina either, so I can't enter my favorite Sui and Tang Dynasty. But I heard that a new secret realm was added to the 10 Kingdoms today. I think we should try our luck in the new secret realm. The new secret realm is a must-try. Zhang Shanhai followed the crowd into the city, and saw that although the Dark City was not the core main city, it was well-equipped and well-built, almost as good as the core main cities of most senior second-level, or even third-level territories. Of course, this is nothing. The biggest difference between Miracle Territory and other dungeons, and the biggest impression it left on him, was the state of the adventurers. Every adventurer here was filled with ecstasy, excitement, happiness and expectation from head to toe. I have been adventuring for decades. I have never seen such an atmosphere in any dungeon. So, I have to admit that Miracle City is something. Zhang Shanhai couldn't go to the main city of Miracle at this moment, so he simply followed other adventurers into the hall, and then found a secret crystal. He decided to see for himself whether the secret of Miracle City was as magical as the rumor said. Before activating the crystal, the hall was filled with the surprised shouts of adventurers. New secret realm. There really is a new secret realm. Everyone, check out the 10 Kingdoms, the 3rd kingdom has come out. Ha ha ha. Great. Lord Qiji is as awesome as ever. There is no entry threshold for this kingdom. You can enter at any time, just like the Ashina chapter, and as long as you progress more than halfway through the main storyline, you can activate the right to enter the Sui and Tang chapters. Zhang Shanhai activated the secret realm crystal, and 2 secret realms appeared in front of him. They are Doomsday Frenzy and Exotic 10 Kingdoms. Among them, Doomsday Frenzy is the secret realm of the Miracle Core main city, so it will appear in all the main city cores, and Exotic 10 Kingdoms is a secret realm created through the Undercity core. Other main secret realms and secondary secret realms. They will not appear in the Undercity core. Adventurers can only choose one of the 2 secret realms. If you want to experience more Miracle City secret realms, you can only go to the main city. Zhang Shanhai chose the secret realm of the 10 Kingdoms that had been mentioned for a long time. When the epic BGM sounded, he appeared on the shocking login interface. A huge foreign world. There are vast continents and oceans. Currently, there are only 3 places to enter. They are Sui and Tang dynasties, Ashina, and Nine Realms Tree. Among them, the Nine Realms Tree is also called Yggdrasil chapter. This is the 3rd chapter of the Miracle City Alien 10 Kingdom Secret Realm, and it is also the latest secret chapter based on God of War 4. The map of Alien 10 Kingdoms is adapted from the Earth map. Of course, although there is a prototype, it has been greatly modified, so it is very different from the prototype. First of all, in terms of area, Alien 10 Kingdoms is more than 10 times the size of the Earth. Secondly, many terrains have been greatly modified according to actual conditions. The location of the Nine Realms Tree is in the Nordic region. From the appearance, it is a bit similar to the Si Jianmu in the Sui and Tang dynasties. This is a supergiant tree that looks like an ash tree, which corresponds to the World Tree in Norse mythology. And the other name of the Nordic World Tree is Yggdrasil chapter. In Chi-Ji's setting, the Nine Realms Tree is a place similar to the Fairy Island. This is a secret place independent of the secular world in which 9 worlds were born: Asgard, Helheim, Nibelheim, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, Alfheim, Svartalfheim, and Vanaheim. It is very difficult for the small world to go to the outside big world. However, the small worlds can influence each other and communicate directly. Various kingdoms and races have been formed in these small worlds. Among them, Asgard, the kingdom of the Aesir, is also the strongest among the 9 realms, so it has a dominant position over the 9 realms. Of course, the so-called Protoss in Miracle City. It's just a group of special extraordinary practitioners. The other 8 worlds have also formed different kingdoms, inhabited by different races. Generally speaking, the worldview is relatively rich. The 9 Realms Tree chapter of Miracle City is different from the original game. The 9 small worlds bred in the 9 Realms Tree of Miracle City, most of the worlds have detailed town kingdoms, their own cultural languages, historical folk customs, etc. Adventurers can conduct a deeper exploration of these places when performing side quests, making the 9 Realms Tree chapter look more vivid and real. Of course, for these, the adventurers don't know now. Although the city has just been opened, hundreds of adventurers have officially landed in the 9 Realms Tree world. Zhang Shanhai, the strongest adventurer in Qingshan City, is one of them. Although he is very interested in the contents of the 2 main secret realms of Dark City, he heard that the 9 Realms Tree happened to be open today. Everyone is on the same starting line, and naturally takes a closer look. Adventurers are born to like new things and not old things. As a big boss among big bosses, Zhang Shanhai is unwilling to lag behind others, so compared to the secret realms that have been cleared by others, he will obviously choose new secret realms that have not been conquered and understood by others without hesitation. Now let me see what is so special about Miracle City. Zhang Shanhai chose the 9 Realms Tree chapter of the 10 Kingdoms. When he entered the secret realm with a black screen in front of his eyes, the first thing he saw was a shocking picture. This is the top of Mount Olympus. The mountain thousands of feet high has a wide view in all directions, and thousands of miles of land can be seen at a glance, and the sky is overcast with lightning and thunder. There is a Greek-style temple with 12 giant columns on the top of the sacred mountain, and a thrilling battle is going on in the temple at this moment. Both sides of the battle. A bald man with gray skin, gray tattoos all over his body, and a scar on his right eye, is like a demon crawling out of the depths of the prehistoric hell. Every time he attacks, he is full of violent will and brutal murderous aura to destroy everything. One is a majestic middle-aged man. He is tall, with a golden beard and long hair, his eyes are shining with divine light, and he holds lightning in his hands, giving people a sense of sacredness and inviolability. Bang bang bang. Every time the 2 strong men blast each other, the energy generated leaks out of the temple, causing the entire sky and even the earth to be impacted and shaken. This is Zhang Shanhai, and all the adventurers who pay attention to the new secret realm are stunned. They didn't expect such an opening critical hit at the beginning. This is the opening plot of the 9 Realms Tree. In fact, the original God of War 4 does not have an opening animation. Chi-Ji specially adapted the scene of Kratos killing Zeus in the final scene of God of War 3 to increase the gimmick, suspense, character popularity, and foreshadowing, and turned it into the opening plot of the 9 Realms Tree chapter. So strong. These 2 strong men. I'm afraid they both have the strength of the 4th level. And they are definitely not ordinary 4th levels. This is the judgment made by people with higher ranks and stronger strengths such as Vazaros, Artis, Nancilia, Zhang Shanhai, and Ran Tianyun after seeing the opening battle performance of the 9 Realms Tree chapter. Indeed, at this stage, Kratos is definitely above the 4th level, and may even have reached the strength of the 4th level 5 stars. His comprehensive foundation is even enough to fight against most 5th level beings. Without such strength, how could he kill all the Greek gods? As for Kratos' opponent, Zeus, as the strongest of the Olympian gods, he certainly has top strength. This is definitely an eye-opening and wonderful battle. The shock does not stop there. When the two sides fought fiercely for dozens of seconds, an even more unexpected scene happened. A supergiant with a height of more than 10,000 meters suddenly appeared around the sacred mountain with a huge head, directly covering the sky and the sun and covering the temple. It was the mother goddess Gaia. This giant roared and held a huge temple with both hands, and actually pulled the temple off the sacred mountain, and then he was going to kill Kratos and Zeus at the same time. Seeing this, the two immediately left the temple and jumped down from a height of 10,000 meters. They continued to fight fiercely in the air while avoiding the giant's attack. After a few rounds, both fell into a hole in the giant's clavicle. Finally, he entered the giant's body and continued to fight all the way to the heart. Finally, Kratos seized the opportunity to pull out the sword of Olympus, piercing Zeus and Gaia's heart at the same time. Zeus' soul left his body and tried to counterattack. However, Kratos' eyes burst into blue and white divine light, blasting him back into the flesh in one fell swoop, and then he beat directly with both fists until the whole mountain was broken, finally making this powerful god king completely destroyed. The battle is over. Kratos completed the ultimate killing of gods. At this time, Athena appeared in the form of a ghost. She asked Kratos to hand over the power of hope in his body, to reshape the world full of holes and suffering. However, Kratos refused to give the power to the other party, but made an amazing move. He raised the sword of Olympus and pierced his body. A blue-white energy instantly rushed into the sky. The strength of this force not only dispelled the dark clouds, but also turned into millions of tiny raindrops that sprinkled on the broken world. The dead soul Athena was obviously very angry. She pulled out the sword from Kratos and left without looking back. Not long after, when everything returned to calm, the camera returned to the place where Kratos committed suicide. Everyone saw a large pool of blood on the ground. But the strongman Kratos, who was supposed to die in this place, had already disappeared at this moment. The above. This is the general opening plot of the Nine Realms tree. This plot was performed in just a few minutes, and most of the characters' dialogues were deliberately hidden, and only the scenes and pictures were used to narrate the story. Because the adventurers did not know Greek mythology, the legends of the Olympian gods, and had not experienced the story of the God of War trilogy, they would definitely be confused. This is the effect Chi-Ji wanted. Nancy Leah was shocked and said, "The participants in this duel are all very strong. The bald man and the old man who can control lightning are very likely to be the top 4-level strongmen. Viseros, yes, even I may not be the opponent of these two people. Their strength is far beyond most of the 4th level, enough to compete with some 5th level. Ren Tianyun, the plot that suddenly appeared may be a 5th level unit. Although it looks very fragile and scarred, it may be very strong in its prime. Higanbana, well, you are worthy of being Lord Qi. You really gave us a big wave at the beginning. Feng Zhongyan, what I am curious about now is that the bald man obviously won the battle. Why did he choose to commit suicide? Yes. Such a fierce man, even if looking at the entire world of the 10 kingdoms, is probably one of the strongest, even stronger than Yuan Tuo without the Xianyuan sword. He actually chose to kill himself? The adventurers in Miracle City have long been accustomed to Chi-Ji's ability to make things happen, but even so, seeing this shocking duel and battle performance is still exciting. At the same time, more eager to know. What is the inside story of this story? The adventurers in Miracle City, who have experienced shocks, are still so sensational. The adventurers, who are in contact with Miracle City, for the first time can be imagined. When Zhang Shanhai saw the three-way duel between Kuei, God King Zeus, and Mother Goddess, he fell into a state of critical strike. As a top adventurer, of course, he deeply realized that in the secret realm, it is impossible for anything to appear out of thin air. All items, equipment, characters, scenes, etc. are all created by the Lord. In other words, the peak Kratos who kills all enemies, the God King Zeus, the Mother Goddess Gaia, and the powerful sword of Olympus, etc., all of these things must exist. The gimmicks of peak Kratos, the God King Zeus, and the Mother Goddess Gaia are enough to attract adventurers to this secret realm. After all, they are at least 4th level units, not ordinary 4th level, but the top, most powerful, and rarest 4th level existence. No adventurer can resist obtaining their power. Even Zhang Shanhai, the strongest adventurer in Qingshan City, is no exception. After experiencing this opening plot, Everyone is more curious about how the story will unfold next. It was at this time the story about Kratos officially began. Zhang Shanhai found himself in a sturdy body, and what surprised him was that this body was none other than the bald man in the opening plot. My name is Kratos. I used to be a Spartan. Because of some unbearable experiences, I left the Greek land under the rule of Mount Olympus, and came to this foreign land composed of multiple kingdoms in the 9 realms. Various information quickly appeared in Zhang Shanhai's mind. Although the character he played was the bald man in the opening plot, this character seemed to be old at the moment, and his strength was far from his peak. Kratos at this moment. He has the strength of a 3rd level 4-star. This is certainly not weak, but it is a significant decline compared to the opening plot. After all, Kratos was very young at the time, and his body was full of various powerful forces. About the past, although Zhang Shanhai tried hard to retrieve his memories, but he could only recall some fragmented memory fragments. Most of the memories have been closed by Kratos himself, and even adventurers cannot directly explore them. Even so, adventurers can see from these memory fragments how fierce and legendary this guy named Kratos was, having the opportunity to play such a fierce man. It's so lucky for adventurers. Chapter 227. At this moment. Free City. Luxury Seaside Manor. This castle-like large manor is Chi-Ji's office today. There are many supporting office facilities around it, which can accommodate at least 1,000 or 2,000 people working here at the same time. Chi-Ji took advantage of the fact that the secret realm does not reset. Chi-Ji has increased the use of the Free City in the past 10 days, creating studios by recruiting game content and creative planning. In this way, he only needs to provide ideas. The work can be outsourced through solicitation or subcontracting, and top writers, screenwriters, artists, musicians, producers and other talents will be responsible for it, so as to further create the content richness and texture granularity of the Miracle City Secret Realm. Of course, the creation of the Secret Realm and the mainline production are all completed by the Lord, and the online and offline teams are mainly responsible for polishing and perfecting the worldview and branch content. For example, in the Sui and Tang dynasties, the production of hidden side plots of ordinary characters in various towns and areas of the Arad continent, and the writing of various memories and stories of ordinary passers-by and non-important characters. These contents do not affect the main plot of the Secret Realm, but can greatly increase the playability, vividness, and texture of the Secret Realm. The population of the Arad continent that can directly interact with adventurers is as high as tens of millions. Although they will automatically generate localized memories and personalities, these memories are often incomplete and mediocre, and they do not have the ability to publish or trigger hidden plots and side quests. In other words, most of them are background boards. Just fill in the blanks and make up the atmosphere. Although ordinary people are very important, after all, people with stories and thoughts are very few, and the vast majority of people are just one of the masses, and there is no need to provide effective information or content. But if the proportion of effective NPCs can be appropriately increased, for example, from the original 1,000th to 1 or 2%, this can greatly increase the playability and explorability of the Secret Realm, allowing adventurers to play with thousands of people and thousands of faces. However, even if it is 1% of effective characters, that would add thousands or even tens of thousands of storylines. This is just a secret realm in Arad. Chi-Ji alone cannot complete so much work with quality and quantity. Now with the help of these free teams, the Miracle City Secret Realm has taken a step forward in detail texture, especially in the completeness of branch lines, and will surely produce a more excellent and effective Secret Realm with rich content. Lord, this is the latest setting plan for 300 civilian characters completed by Ashina No. 1 Studio. A beautiful, tall, high ponytail, wearing a red-based off-shoulder Taoist uniform and a corset design, a sexy, hot and charming woman came forward. This is the named Mai Shiranui. Chi-Ji took a thick stack of documents from the signatory's hand and flipped through them under her admiring and loyal gaze, while Mai Shiranui stood aside and continued to look at the Lord with affection. There are 3 female signatories, who often accompany the Lord. They are Yongjin, Jill, and Mai Shiranui. The 3 have different temperaments and images. Although Yongjin and Mai Shiranui are both Japanese-style beauties, the former is dignified, elegant, low-key, and steady, while the latter is sexy, bold, unrestrained, and hot, which can be said to be 2 extremes. Jill wears a military beret every day, is more capable and decisive, and is a European and American-style beauty. Several female-named persons are responsible for the Lord's daily life and daily affairs. As the head maid, they are responsible for the internal affairs of the Lord's mansion. They also serve as the Lord's assistant to convey the will to the adventurers and explain various policies of the territory. The territory also has 3 military officers and foreign affairs management. They are Han Tung, Captain Perry, and Ashina Jinakairo. These 3 are responsible for the defense arrangements of the main city and the territory. In addition, they manage the monster camp and are responsible for the security of the territory. 6 people are just the beginning. There will definitely be more and more named persons in the miracle territory in the future. These people will be responsible for various affairs of the territory and eventually share various burdens for the Lord, so that the Lord can focus on the core work. The named person is a special summoning unit. Their strength may not be very strong, but they are absolutely loyal and 100% obedient. In the future, as the scale of the territory becomes larger and larger, more named persons will be needed to be responsible for various key positions to ensure the efficient operation of the territory, and the Lord's instructions are 100% executed. Not bad. Chi-Ji nodded with satisfaction after reading the plan. He proposed some modification suggestions, asked the staff to modify them, and then made more detailed improvements. Chi-Ji has set up studios for most Secret Realm chapters, not only to polish out a richer texture, but also to prepare for the open mode to remove the plot synchronization. What is the open mode? This is an idea Chi-Ji had a long time ago. When a Secret Realm has enough adventurers who pass the level and understand the plot, Miracle City will release the authority of the plot synchronization value, allowing some adventurers to jump out of the restrictions of the plot direction, promote the plot within a limited time by their own will, create the plot, and perform Secret Realm tasks more freely. In this mode, adventurers can change the fate of each character and the direction of the plot without having to follow the main storyline of the original work. They can help characters with tragic and regretful endings to have a better ending, or they can completely turn evil and become villains to turn the world upside down. In short, there are almost infinite possibilities. This will not only be more interesting and fun, but also further develop and exploit the potential of the Secret Realm. However, the difficulty and requirements of this gameplay development are very high. It is only suitable for old Secret Realms that have been cleared by a lot of people, and it is more necessary to create an open, sandbox world, which requires a lot of work. Chi-Ji alone cannot complete such a detailed work, so it is necessary to set up teams and let the studio be responsible for polishing and completing the details. In addition, more subordinate lords with the ability to make Secret Realms are needed to become Secret Realm assistants. Although the development of the open mode is quite complicated and is still in its infancy, it is a very promising feature project of Miracle City. This mode has great potential. If the development is successful, it will not only allow adventurers to have more fun and greatly increase the territory income, but also turn an originally linear plot-based Secret Realm into an open exploration Secret Realm, thus having almost unlimited life and playability. Chi-Ji can freely play characters in this mode. Adventurers are not restricted by the plot synchronization, and can do whatever they want to complete the Secret Realm mission, but at the beginning, they can only play some ordinary and weak characters. For example, the small soldiers of the Ashina chapter, the ordinary special forces members of the Black Light chapter, etc. Most of these little Karami are destined to be cannon fodder. Even if they are familiar with the plot, they can only do a limited amount of things. If they want to become a more powerful character, or even enter the Secret Realm directly in the flesh, they need to achieve enough achievements or spend a lot of contribution points. Chi-Ji can also change his mind. Develop Infinite Flow Activity Gameplay. This activity refers to the Infinite Flow novels of the previous life. Adventurers can be divided into 2 or more camps, so as to play games around a certain mission goal and create more possibilities. For example, the victory goal generated by one team is to help the Inner Court complete the invasion and kill Ashina Ishin within a limited time, while the victory goal generated by the other team is to keep Ashina Ishin during this period. To complete the task, both parties must use the plot to fight openly and secretly, and use various strategies to play games with each other, so that the Secret Realm is full of game nature. Only the most outstanding adventurers can sign up for this gameplay. Their performance is definitely worth looking forward to. This will become a very distinctive and effective territory activity in Miracle City in the future. Lord, you have been working very hard recently. I want to give you a massage. Seeing the master nod, Mai Shirani immediately showed joy. She immediately came to the Lord and pressed his shoulders with her soft hands. While enjoying the service, Boss Chi also opened the Lord's vision to understand the situation in the secret hall. It has been almost an hour since the city opened. The biggest difference today is that a new secret chapter has been opened. Judging from the current feedback from adventurers have a high evaluation of the 9 Realms tree. After all, this is another exotic country with a completely different style of painting. According to his plan and arrangement, the Nine Realms Tree chapter is a regular chapter similar to the Ashina chapter, and this chapter is a fusion of the new God of War, that is, God of War 4 and 5. In other words, the two works of the new God of War are combined into one. Chi made a certain degree of adaptation during the remake process. This adaptation not only improves the settings and details of the Nine Realms Tree Kingdom, but also allows adventurers to visit various cities full of Nordic exotic styles, to complete branch lines to understand the living conditions of people in this world. He also greatly optimized the gameplay. For example, when Chi was playing God of War, the most unsatisfactory thing was that this was obviously an action combat game, but it was full of a lot of repetitive and meaningless puzzle links, which caused a lot of damage to the rhythm, fluency, and experience of the game. In the Nine Realms Tree chapter experienced by adventurers, although there are puzzles that must be solved, all puzzle links that are not related to the plot have been removed or greatly optimized, so that the adventure will become more efficient and smooth. Just as the Ashina chapter may create a Shogunate DLC in the future, the Sui and Tang chapter will have a sequel to Beyond the Clouds and Mountains, and a DLC for Ranwangui Weisheng in the future. The Nine Realms Tree chapter also has medium and long-term planning. Chi plans to launch at least 3 Kratos spin-offs after a certain number of adventurers have cleared the Nine Realms Tree. The 3 spin-off chapters will be the content of God of War 1 to 3. Chi believes that in terms of passion, excitement, and imagination, the old God of War will actually surpass the new God of War. But the new God of War has better graphics and better content such as the sense of attack, so it is more popular among the new generation of players in the previous life. Technical advantages are not important to Miracle City. Even an RPG game with an ancient pixel style can be restored to a true and immersive secret world after being remade by Miracle City. The difficulty of remaking the old God of War trilogy is indeed a little higher than that of the new God of War, but once the remake is completed, its refreshing degree, shocking effect, imagination will be taken to a higher level. Adventurers will play the role of Kratos and kill gods and Buddhas. With his own strength, he swept across Mount Olympus and slaughtered all the Greek gods. This kind of super cool special chapter is generally made into a paid secret realm, which means that after the Black Light chapter, Miracle City will once again appear as sickle to harvest adventurers on a large scale. Of course, there is no rush now. After all, the Nine Realms Tree has just been opened. Even the appearance of the first pass is expected to take a lot of time. What needs to be done now is to further optimize and improve the Secret Realm chapter based on the performance of the adventurer in the Secret Realm. At this moment, in the secret halls of Miracle City and Undercity, thousands of adventurers played the new character Kratos. The new story and the unlocking of the new country made the adventurers feel very fresh. The country nurtured by the Nine Realms Tree is full of Nordic cultural colors, which is different from the style and experience of Yen country and Japan. Plus a very shocking battle performance. The gimmicks and expectations are full. Pig King, good. As always, very powerful. Blackstone Hammer King, Kratos should be the strongest character we have played in terms of initial strength except Brother A. Lonely Swordsman, it's normal. After all, Kratos was once a god, and from the readable memory, he killed all the gods in his hometown and almost killed himself. Duh-headed goose. So Kratos is so crazy. White Crane Monk. These gods in the western region are probably similar to Xingtian in the eastern Shinjo. Although they are not the incarnation of immortality, they can kill all the gods by themselves. This is indeed a legendary feat. Mian Feng. It's a pity that Kratos is old and weak now, and it is obvious that although he failed to commit suicide, he was seriously injured and lost his powerful special power, and most of his divine power. White Deer. I am very interested in the land of the Nine Realms Tree. Mingyu Zhao Shui. Yes, this foreign land is already very vast and mysterious. I didn't expect that it could grow such a sacred tree that can give birth to a small world. Elf Elsa. I heard about a sacred tree called the World Tree in the ancient legends of the elves. This tree has a status above the gods, and has the ability to breed and create the world. Perhaps this Nine Realms Tree has the characteristics of the World Tree, and is also related to the Jinmu on the sea in the Sui and Tang dynasties. Ardos. If this tree really has the characteristics of the World Tree, it has great research value for our clan. I don't know if the Lord can create sacred trees such as the Nine Realms Tree in Jinmu. He is simply the incarnation of the God of Nature. Nancy Leah. The Lord's methods and background are certainly not what ordinary people can imagine. Wanshan Guhong said, but why did Kratos appear in the kingdom of the Nine Realms Tree? It has been half an hour since the city was opened. Although the secret chapter has just begun, the shocking battle in the opening plot, plus Kratos' partially readable memory, is enough for adventurers to grasp enough basic information. Therefore, the adventurers gathered the information and soon found out that Kratos was not a native of the Nine-World Tree, but a Spartan. The area where he lived was once ruled by a force called Mount Olympus. For some unknown reasons, Kratos was full of anger and hatred. He not only declared war on the gods, but also killed almost all the gods by himself. This undoubtedly left a lot of suspense. How did Kratos become a god from a mortal? Why did he turn against the gods? And how did he kill all the gods by himself? Unfortunately, these past events were buried deep in Kratos' memory. He actively forgot the past, and no longer recalled it, and could not read it. So the adventurers knew it was so. But they didn't know why it was so. Menginshu aside, Kratos carries a lot of secrets and stories. I don't know if there will be a chance to solve them in the future. I think this will be a very exciting adventure. Higanbana, it will definitely be solved. Time Traveler also said, yes, based on our understanding of Lord Chi, since he has shown all kinds of clues so directly, these clues must be useful, not just as simple as background. Ran Tianyun, yes, the old Kratos we play may be just the beginning. The past and future stories of this character must be very exciting and worth looking forward to. Let's solve the secret of this story first. The Dark City Hall. Zhong Shanhai is playing Kratos. I have heard that the secret realm of deep role-playing in Miracle City is different, but I didn't realize it until I experienced it myself. It is far more incredible and magical than I imagined. The Nine Realms tree is the first secret chapter that Zhong Shanhai experienced after coming to Miracle City. Perhaps it has something to do with life experience. He and Kratos have a very strong resonance and sense of substitution. Kratos once had a powerful past and a brilliant record that was almost crazy, but now he is gradually aging and has abandoned all hatred and miserable past, and only wants to live a retired life. Zhong Shanhai rose step by step from an unknown civilian adventurer to become the most recognized adventurer in Qingshan City. He once experienced the tragedy of the departure of his beloved, and now he also wants to retire. Even Kratos' son Atreus. His age, and even his appearance are very similar to his son who died young. When Zhong Shanhai played Kratos and interacted with Atreus, especially when he felt the emotions between Kratos and his son, he couldn't help but feel a trance that was difficult to distinguish between true and false. He felt that he was Kratos, and Atreus was his son. This time, no matter how difficult it is, no matter how much it costs, I must protect my son and never disappoint my wife's last wish and expectations. I am now Kratos, and I have come to the Nine Realms Tree Kingdom. Here I married a woman named Faye. I only wanted to live in anonymity, but I didn't expect my wife to pass away. Faye's last wish was to cut down the big tree with her handprint as wood and cremate it, and then take her ashes to the highest mountain in the Nine Realms to complete this special funeral. This is the last one. Zhong Shanhai found a big tree with golden handprints in the dense forest of ice and snow, and cut it down with a Leviathan axe. These trees are not only very thick, but also as hard as iron and stone. However, under Kratos' violent strength, he could easily cut them down with 2 or 3 axes, or 3 or 5 axes. Kratos quickly transported these special woods back to a small wooden house deep in the forest. Inside the house, there was a wooden table full of white candles and petals, and in the center was a tightly wrapped body. The little boy Atreus walked into the dark house, and lit the candles near the body one by one with a candle, accompanied by epic and sad music. The little boy's sad prayer sounded, "Look, I see my mother. Look, I see my father. Look, they are calling me." The little boy leaned against his mother, wanting to feel the last warmth of his mother. At this time, he looked back and saw a burly and silent figure standing in the shadow of the door. When Zhong Shanhai heard the boy's prayer, he felt a strong sense of sadness, and saw this very simple but exotic funeral ceremony. Such a simple scene, but it arouses strong emotions, brings an extraordinary sense of immersion. Zhong Shanhai had to admit that the secret realm of Miracle City was too good. He had never had this feeling in decades of adventure. And facing the sad teenager, Zhong Shanhai couldn't help but want to say a few words of comfort, right? But he hadn't been in contact with the child for too long, and didn't know how to comfort such a poor child who lost his mother at a young age. Finally, the words came to his lips. He just said, "Are you ready?" Atreus wiped away his tears and nodded, "Ready." Zhong Shanhai picked up his wife, and put her on the built crematorium, then used the sparks from the battle axe to ignite the fire starter, and saw the flames quickly rise up and engulf the crematorium in an instant. When he saw his wife, who lived with him day and night, being engulfed in flames. Zhang Shanhai could clearly feel that this serious man, who was used to life and death, had a deep sadness in his heart. Mother! Atreus suddenly lost control of his emotions, and pounced on the flames, and took out a relic dagger used by his mother from the tightly wrapped shroud. Atreus' hand was immediately burned. Seeing this, Zhang Shanhai immediately bent down and grabbed a handful of snow, put it in his son's little hand, and then picked up Fei's relic dagger and handed it to Atreus. In order to prevent Atreus from being more sad because of seeing his mother being cremated, Zhang Shanhai also wanted to test whether he should take Atreus with him to find the highest peak of the 9 realms. He proposed to take Atreus hunting to test him. Although Atreus was very young, he was good at using bows and arrows, and his archery skills were very good. However, in the process of action, he also exposed very serious problems. First of all, it was a problem of lack of experience, and secondly, he could not control his anger and fear, especially when he was attacked by a mountain monster. This was obviously not the performance of a qualified warrior. Zhang Shanhai realized. His son was probably not ready. And this journey to find the highest mountain in the 9 realms was very dangerous. It was very irresponsible to rashly bring this child with you. When Zhang Shanhai returned to the cabin with his son, the fierce fire had turned into a pile of ashes, and his wife Fei's body had been completely burned. He personally put the ashes that were emitting residual heat into a special bag. Just as he entered the room and prepared to have a good talk with his son, suddenly, a terrible whistle fell from the sky. Atreus, what's that sound? A stranger's voice came from outside. Come out, I know you are in there, and I know who you are. Kratos' face changed. He realized that the situation was not good. He immediately told his son not to make any sound and hide. Zhang Shanhai had long been suspicious. Because according to Kratos' memory, he has been living in seclusion in this place for more than 10 years, and no foreign monsters or outsiders have ever approached. Why did so many undead and mountain monsters appear in the woods just after his wife died? And the strangers who appeared at this moment are probably not good people. Chapter 228. The 9 Realms Tree is a new secret story. The adventurers' early exploration progress was similar. Therefore, among the thousands of adventurers who were adventuring in the 9 Realms Tree story at the same time, hundreds of them started the first boss battle at about the same time, which was also a very classic battle in the new God of War. Although the Miracle City secret has retained most of the original content, but there will definitely be a big difference between real-life role-playing and game operation. In addition, Chi-Ji also made a certain degree of adaptation during the remake process, and the difficulty is relatively high even if it is not as difficult as Ashina. After all, in the setting of Miracle City, Kratos at this stage has lost almost all of his divine power, and he is also old and weak, and his condition is not as good as before. If the peak Kratos in the decisive battle with Zeus is a rare character of the 4th level and 5 stars, then the old Kratos played by the adventurer has only the strength of a rare character of the 3rd level and 3 or 4 stars at the beginning. Although it is not weak, but it is completely incomparable to the heyday. The stranger who broke into Kratos' retreat at this moment was Balder. Balder is the son of the god King Odin, and the younger brother of Thor. Although his strength is not among the top echelons of the 9 realms, he is also a rare and precious person at the peak of the 3rd level. For some reason, he is immortal. It is very difficult to defeat him completely. In the secret crystal of the mountain and sea, Balder's rude knocking and shouting continued. Atreus had already hidden in the cellar. He couldn't help but stick his head out and asked, "Who is he? Do you know him?" "I don't know who he is, but he is definitely not an ordinary person to find this. From now on, you are not allowed to come out without my order." Zhang Shanhai had lost his son before, so he had a particularly strong emotional resonance with Atreus. He was unwilling to lose his son again, even if it was only in a secret place, after Atreus hid in the cellar. He immediately covered the entrance with a carpet. "I know you are in there." The stranger Balder's voice was still shouting, "Don't waste everyone's time, my patience is limited, come out and answer my questions honestly, otherwise the scene will be very ugly." Zhang Shanhai opened the wooden door. It was a thin Nordic man. He only wore a pair of simple pants in the snowy environment, and his naked upper body was covered with tattoos. His image and aura were far less oppressive than the tall and strong Kratos, but he gave people a sense of unruly danger. Balder looked at him with contempt. "Hee, although shorter than expected, you must be the guy I'm looking for. You left your hometown all the way, and took a lot of effort to come to the 9 Realms Tree, right?" Zhang Shanhai couldn't figure out the other party's confidence, and now Kratos has long learned to suppress his anger, and no longer wants to fight with others or carry out any unnecessary killings. He asked indifferently, "Who are you and what do you want?" "You know the answer very well." "What answer?" Zhang Shanhai frowned slightly. "Whatever you are looking for, it's not here, you can go." "Ha ha ha, I thought the guy from over there should be very open-minded and smart, but you are a coward hiding in this forest." When the stranger looked sloppy and arrogant and crazy provocative, Zhang Shanhai couldn't help but feel a little angry in his heart. "You don't want to fight me." When the two men were close, Kratos was nearly 2 heads taller and twice as strong, which undoubtedly gave him a sense of oppression. Baldur was still arrogant, rolling his eyes and shrugging his shoulders, saying in a nonchalant tone, "Oh, I think I'd like to do that." He slapped Kratos in the face with his backhand. However, Kratos stood still like a mountain. Zhang Shanhai could feel that his anger had risen sharply, but thinking of the children in the house, he swallowed his anger. He said word by word, "Leave my house." "Baldur, want me to leave? Then kill me." He attacked again, hitting Kratos in the face with a left hook, and in the abdomen with a right hook, followed by another left hook, a right hook. Every punch hit the flesh. These punches were quite powerful. Ordinary people would die if they were hit by one punch. But they couldn't hurt Kratos, who had a strong physique. Zhang Shanhai finally couldn't bear it anymore, and held the opponent's right fist with his left hand, and then said coldly, "I warned you." The stranger looked forward to it. "Are you finally going to make a move?" Before he finished speaking, a huge fist came towards him. Zhang Shanhai punched him in the face directly, and knocked Bader several feet away on the spot, rolling away like a rag sack. "Is that all you can do?" Zhang Shanhai strode forward. Bader fell to the ground, but he kept mumbling in his mouth, and seemed to have been stunned, but when the opponent approached, he suddenly sneered. "It's my turn." Zhang Shanhai didn't react at all. The thin man suddenly burst out with 10 times the speed and strength. He punched Zhang Shanhai fiercely, and the latter was caught off guard. The weight of more than 200 kilograms was blown away like a cannonball, smashing a corner of the eaves, and then flew dozens of meters, like a parabola, landing on the grass on the other side of the house. Damn it! This guy is not an ordinary person at all. He should be a local god, otherwise he would never have such strength and body. Based on Kratos' experience, Zhang Shanhai has guessed the other party's identity as a god. After all, it is basically impossible for mortals in the Nine Worlds tree or Olympus to cultivate to such a strength. Bang! Bader jumped dozens of meters high and fell with a fierce knee. Zhang Shanhai reacted in time to avoid it. Although the latter missed the finishing blow, he didn't care. He was still mocking desperately with a broken mouth. "I'm so disappointed. Your strength shouldn't be so weak." Looking for death, Zhang Shanhai took off the Leviathan axe and shield, and launched an attack fiercely, facing several axes. How strong is Kratos? With the sharp Leviathan axe, not to mention. Even a body made of steel would be chopped into huge wounds after a few blows. However, the feel is not right. Although Baldur's flesh and blood flew everywhere, his flesh was very tough and strong. Even after being hit by several axes, he only suffered a few not too serious wounds. Of course. What's even more abnormal is, this stranger did not dodge or evade the axe at all, allowing the axe to inflict wounds on his body one after another. "Come on, continue. Did I help you?" Zhang Shanhai roared and chopped more than a dozen axes quickly. Every axe was bloody and brutal. The last axe hit directly on his head. Baldur was hit by the violent and pure force, and flew back more than 10 meters in an instant, but even so, it seemed that he could not be killed. When Baldur stood up again, the wounds on his head and body healed quickly without leaving any trace. The adventurers watching were all stunned. After all, they had never encountered an opponent with such a strong recovery ability. Six-eyed flying fish, what a strong body. It only took 3 or 5 axes for Kratos to chop a water tank or a 1,000-year-old tree as hard as iron, but he couldn't split this man's body at all. Iron-mouthed cockroach. Yeah, it's okay to have a strong body, but this guy's recovery speed is too disgusting. He looks fine after being hit by so many axes. Chishan de Nuaning commented, "The recovery speed of Brother A and Brother He in the secret realm of the frenzy is just like this. What a powerful character. If this spirit can be exploded, its value must be extremely high and must be very valuable." Bedell began to fight back. His tattoos all over his body lit up with an ice blue light. He punched the ground with his fists and burst out a cold current shock, instantly lifting the snow within dozens of meters. He was blown away dozens of meters by a shock wave. "It's my turn now." Bedell teleported like the wind. He flashed back and forth several times and moved sideways to approach him. The tattoo on his right hand lit up with an icy blue light, and some kind of energy was added to his arm. With a whistling sound of breaking through the air, a punch came with a powerful momentum. This punch is not trivial. Zhang Shanhai made a quick judgment and did not fight head-on. He raised his shield to block the powerful punch, but was still pushed back 10 meters by the violent force. Some kind of cold air penetrated the shield and condensed a layer of frost on his body. It's not over yet. Videl punched the ground, and countless ice blades suddenly rose from the ground, and they came in a straight line like a dense forest of ice. Such visual effects are more expressive and more oppressive than the game's screen. But Zhang Shanhai had just dodged the ice blade jungle. Vader once again used his teleportation-like fast movement ability. His figure moved back and forth 7 or 8 times in an instant, smashing several large trees and boulders. His fists were covered with ice blue energy, and he suddenly approached Zhang Shanhai. So fast, Zhang Shanhai realized. This stranger still has hidden strength. This person looks thin and ordinary, and his overall strength is not inferior to himself, and may even be above himself. At the beginning, he underestimated the enemy. When the fists attacked like a storm. Although Zhang Shanhai blocked all attacks with his shield, he kept feeling the cold invading his body, so that his movements began to become stiff and sluggish, and he was falling into an increasingly dangerous situation. Too late. After dozens of rounds, Zhang Shanhai became more and more passive. Even if the counterattack was successful, it would not pose a threat. His speed and movements became slower and slower, and he was unable to avoid the invasion of the ice blade jungle. Not only were his legs frozen, but he was also pierced by a large number of weapons, which completely caught him in the opponent's rhythm. How can you be so weak? You shouldn't be so weak. Videl's attack was like a storm, punching Zhang Shanhai one after another. The latter could no longer organize an effective counterattack, and was finally blasted hundreds of meters away by a violent punch, smashing 7 or 8 waist-thick trees along the way. Videl condensed the ice blue rune energy and punched the ground. A huge ice cone appeared in front. Zhang Shanhai hit it violently, and with a puff, the cold blade pierced his chest, and the hot red blood sprayed, making him feel that his vitality was rapidly lost. Finally, with blurred vision, he looked unwillingly in the direction of the hut. Damn it. As a father, I failed to protect my son again. Challenge failed. Zhang Shanhai withdrew from the secret realm. From experiencing the 9 realms tree to withdrawing after defeat. This challenge took a total of 40 to 50 minutes. In fact, compared with other adventurers, he persisted for a long time. After all, Zhang Shanhai has experience and experience. Even if he was not used to the situation in the first battle, he was defeated by Balder after 70 to 80 moves, while most other adventurers were defeated in more than 10 rounds. So far. Whether it is Miracle City or Dark City, no one can beat Balder. Wow, the old senior is so powerful that he can fight this perverted guy for so long. I think the big guys didn't last more than 30 rounds. What is the origin of this invader? Why is he so powerful? I feel it will be very difficult for Kratos to beat him now. Zhang Shanhai played very well. Therefore, the secret realm crystal attracted many onlookers. However, because he disguised his appearance, the adventurers could not recognize the strongest adventurer in Qishan City, but they could see that this old adventurer was definitely not an ordinary person, otherwise he would never have persisted until now. There are many big guys. He has already lost the second and third battles. The fighting style of the 9 Realms Tree chapter is very violent and refreshing. But the pressure on the adventurers is not low, and the difficulty is not small. Although Zhang Shanhai was defeated, for the adventurer, failure is nothing. This defeat not only did not cause him a sense of frustration, but instead gave him a passion and pleasure that he had not had for a long time. This secret realm of Miracle City is very well done. Zhang Shanhai said with emotion, I have never encountered such a secret realm in all these years. I feel that Kratos is not a fictional character in the secret realm at all. He is a real person with flesh and blood and full of stories. The most important thing is, he can not only bring Kratos into his heart, it also fulfills the dream of having a son and taking him on adventures. Qishan de Nuanan, old senior, you can see that you have just come to miracle territory. This is the feature of the secret realm of Miracle City. Every secret realm made by Lord Qi feels like a real world. Mountain Woodcutter, yeah, this is nothing. The adventure of the 9 Realms Tree has not yet begun. Old Thief Qi never disappoints. Lone Peak Stranger, but I didn't expect that the adventure of the 9 Realms Tree has not yet begun, and we have to face such a difficult enemy. It seems that it will not be easy for us to pass him. Ah! Too difficult. We will definitely not be able to beat it. Why don't we go and play a few battle royales first? Zhang Shanhai has a strong fighting spirit and desire to win. He said, how can you young people be so useless? Although this invader is not simple, his strength is not much better than Kratos, and he is so arrogant and underestimates the enemy, there must be a way to defeat him. To set an example for young people, to see more stories in the Nine Realms Tree chapter, to take his son to explore this mysterious country and find the legendary highest peak of the Nine Realms, Zhang Shanhai developed a strong sense of mission, and he vowed to defeat this mysterious god, so he tried again without saying a word. Like Ashina, Sui and Tang. The Nine Realms Tree chapter is also automatically saved. Generally, the game will be saved before each boss battle. Zhang Shanhai did not need to go through the previous process when he challenged again. He could start the boss battle directly as soon as he entered the secret realm. Such a humanized design can greatly save time and speed up the efficiency of the strategy. It is rare in other dungeons, and he is very satisfied. Second challenge. This fight was more active. The battle lasted for hundreds of rounds. In the end, he lost because of physical exhaustion. Zhang Shanhai realized that he had to play more aggressively, because this stranger was not only very strong, but also had extraordinary endurance. Only by knocking him down in one go could he win. Third challenge. Zhang Shanhai was full of confidence. 2 rounds of failed attempts were not meaningless. With his rich experience, Zhang Shanhai now knew all of Baldur's fighting style and moves, so he attacked frantically at the beginning and chopped Baldur 30 times in a row. Well done! The old senior is really amazing. No matter how strong your body is, it is impossible to withstand such a violent attack. Who is this old senior? At this age and level, if he is an adventurer from Chishan City, he should not be an unknown person. The adventurers cheered. Bedell was really furious. He suddenly teleported to the front, knocked the shield away with his elbows, punched Zhang Shanhai into the air, and quickly grabbed his feet and threw him to the ground. Exert more strength, swung his arms violently. Zhang Shanhai was thrown dozens of meters high. Bedell kicked the ground with his legs, jumped up, and hugged his waist in midair. Zhang Shanhai immediately used his elbows to hit his back frantically to try to break through. The two of them entangled in midair, and fell heavily on the hut. Bang! Zhang Shanhai was punched in the face. This blow broke the roof just enough to see the layout of the house. Baldur immediately discovered the clue in the hut. Why are there 2 beds here? Is there another guy in this broken place? No, my son is exposed. Atreus is in danger. Both Kratos and Zhang Shanhai felt a sense of crisis and anger. Zhang Shanhai roared and kicked Baldur away, then pressed him under his knees, and punched his head with his fists like raindrops. Each punch contained a force of 10,000 pounds, and any punch could smash a mortal body into pieces. Even Baldur's body was splattered with blood and flesh. Bedell was hit more than a dozen times in just a few seconds. The blood splattered and dyed both of them blood red. Get out of my house. Zhang Shanhai finally punched hard with both fists, and the whole forest shook. Snow fell from the trees in the distance, and the entire roof collapsed. The two fell into the hut at the same time. Bader still did not lose his fighting power. He took advantage of the moment when he fell from the roof and relaxed his suppression, and suddenly counterattacked with a throw in the air to overturn Zhang Shanhai, kicked Zhang Shanhai out of the house, and let him fly into the woods again, smashing 7 waist-thick trees one after another. Ha! It seems that I touched your reverse scale. There are indeed other people in here, right? Bader walked out of the house, with a face full of slaps. He looked curious. Zhang Shanhai had stood up again, and a 20-meter-long tree as thick as a man's waist happened to fall beside him. He hugged the trunk of the tree with both hands without hesitation, and swung it up quickly like a stick to hit Bader behind him. Bang! This solid tree. It turned into sawdust and fragments in an instant. The power of this blow can be imagined. Bader was hit like a baseball. Zhang Shanhai took the opportunity to roar like a beast, rushed up and hugged him like a wild bull, first crashed through the stone wall of the house, and then rushed into the woods behind, smashing several giant trees and several boulders with the momentum of crushing withering and rotting earth and rocks. Bang! Zhang Shanhai pressed Baldur heavily on a huge rock cliff that was tens of meters high and weighed at least hundreds of tons. When the impact occurred, countless cracks appeared on the surface of the rock. Crack! The sound of bone breaking was heard. Bader was seriously injured at this moment. He was bleeding from his mouth and nose, and his chest had completely collapsed. All his internal organs were shattered, and his bones were broken in dozens of places. Zhang Shanhai didn't let his guard down and punched him in the face several times. Each punch was like a giant hammer, which made his cheek sunken, his nose collapsed, most of his teeth fell out, and one of his eyes cracked and shattered. Obviously. As a secret realm with higher authenticity. This is much bloodier than the games with various audits. But what the adventurers didn't expect was that even though he was beaten into a dormant state, he still didn't lose his strength. He knocked Zhang Shanhai back with a swift elbow, and then kicked him away again with a fierce kick. You still disappoint me too much. The blood on Balder's body evaporated quickly with the naked eye. The injuries he suffered in the previous battle were also recovered in this process. Look at you, you are old and slow now. You shouldn't have come to the Nine Realms tree. Your current strength is not worth mentioning at all. It only took a few seconds. All the injuries disappeared. The bloody face and chest returned to normal. Balder looked unscathed and back to his prime. This scene made the adventurers watching outside fall into despair and horror. Too abnormal. Is this the power of God? This guy is completely immortal. After fighting for so long, nothing happened. This old senior has fought well enough and seemed to have the absolute upper hand, but he didn't expect that it was all in vain in a blink of an eye. Balder looked at Zhang Shanhai, who was exhausted and panting, and mocked. What? Do you want to do it again? But even if you do it 10 times or 100 times, the result will be the same. Zhang Shanhai didn't think about it. This enemy would be so difficult. But he still didn't give up. You talk too much nonsense. The two of them once again faced each other head-on and punched each other. However, since Kratos' strength had been exhausted and the stranger had recovered to his peak, he was vulnerable after a few rounds, and was hit by a punch, and was knocked into a boulder several dozen meters high. Zhang Shanhai was hit on the stone wall. He knocked a crack in the stone wall and embedded it. Balder did not pursue the victory, but spread his hands and said provocatively, "You are so quiet." "That doesn't matter, maybe the person you hit in the house is willing to speak." This time, Zhang Shanhai was completely furious. This anger came not only from himself, but also from Kratos' emotions. Some power that had been dormant in his blood for a long time broke out completely at this moment. It was like lightning hitting the brain. A familiar feeling came to his mind. Zhang Shanhai immediately realized that this was Kratos' ability, an ability that he had not used for a long time, a special skill that could transform anger and murderous intent into combat power. This is the Wrath of Sparta. The beast-like roar shook the forest. Zhang Shanhai broke through the cracks in the rocks and rushed out again. His speed and strength were several times faster than before. He hugged Balder by the waist again and rushed out 100 meters. All the big trees were smashed wherever he passed. Finally, he was hit on a giant tree that at least 4 or 5 people could hug together before stopping. Bang! Although the tree did not break, it was also broken. Zhang Shanhai immediately threw Balder away, then hugged the giant tree and broke it horizontally, holding Balder's body like a battering ram, and pushed him back to the boulder that was dozens of meters high and weighed hundreds of tons. The entire giant tree was shattered in the process of the crazy attack. Zhang Shanhai approached in the debris, and with his almost unlimited physical strength and violence in a furious state, he began to swing his huge fists at a very fast speed and smash wildly. 10 punches, 20 punches, 100 punches. Badel was beaten beyond recognition. The huge rock like a hill was also dented and shaky. Seeing this, Zhang Shanhai broke the remaining support of the huge rock with one punch, and then grabbed the huge rock weighing hundreds of tons, like a hill, flipped it over, and smashed it hard on Balder, who was almost a pool of rotten meat. So far, the offensive came to an end. This round of attack was too violent. The adventurers outside were all excited. Awesome. It's so awesome. The fighting style in the Nine Realms Tree chapter is so manly. If the Ashina chapter uses skills to the extreme, then the Nine Realms Tree is pure violent beauty, and the battle is awesome. There are no fancy spells or tricks, just pure speed and power, the most direct passion and fists. My scalp is tingling. It's really tingling. The battle between Wolf and Kratos is two completely different extremes, but as a man, I prefer Kratos' style of fighting. I see. Kratos has a hidden violent ability that can increase his strength, and he has to trigger the violent ability to win this battle. Is this stranger finally dead now? No body can withstand the damage of being hit by Kratos in a violent state for hundreds of punches. There is no doubt about it. Although the Nine Realms Tree chapter has just begun. But Kratos' fighting style and refreshing tone are clearly revealed, bloody, violent, manly. This is enough to become the biggest feature of the Nine Realms chapter, and even the future derivative chapters related to Kratos, enough to make all adventurers who like this pure manly fighting style feel addicted and unable to extricate themselves. Chapter 229. In Miracle City. At this moment, Many adventurers have also triggered the Spartan rage. Feng Zhongnian sighed. This Kratos' fighting style has a kind of primitive and barbaric violent beauty. Cranky chicken. So manly. I like it very much. Meng Yichue commented. Uncle Wolf and Kratos are both characters in the world view of the Ten Kingdoms, but the contrast between the two is too sharp and strong. One is the ultimate skill and timing judgment, and the other is the ultimate violence and shock of punching to the flesh. Baihajusher. This difference in fighting style is also one of the manifestations of cultural differences between different regions and different races in the exotic world of the Ten Kingdoms. This world is richer than we imagined. It's very exciting. Nancy Leah also said with emotion. Yes, this is the third country, and the culture, folk customs and martial arts presented are completely different. I don't know how many surprises there will be in the future. If different places are linked in the future, it will definitely be very exciting. Blackstone Hammer King said, Brother Ige, Uncle Wolf, Kratos, Achu, and Cooper, Leon, King Ida, the image of each character in Miracle City is so vivid and distinctive. Come on, big guys. We must kill this guy who deserves a beating. There are thousands of people in the Nine Realms Tree chapter at this moment. Most of them have started the first boss battle. 500 or 600 adventurers are controlling Kratos and fighting passionately with Baldur. Most of them are being abused, and have been abused repeatedly 3 times. It's hard. The Baldur boss battle reset in Miracle City is very passionate, but the difficulty is completely comparable to the Ashina chapter, which makes many new adventurers abused and lose a lot of energy in the Hall of the Dark City. Countless people came to watch after hearing the news. When the Wrath of Sparta was added to his body, Zhang Shanhai felt that he had inexhaustible power. As long as the state did not disappear, he could fight until the end of time. This crazy venting and beating of the enemy made him shout that it was refreshing and enjoyable. Of course, although Kratos' Wrath of Sparta can greatly increase explosive power in a short period of time, it cannot last very long. When he moved hundreds of tons of boulders, he severely pressed down Baldur, who was beaten to a shapeless state. The Wrath of Sparta just ended. A strong sense of fatigue broke out from the whole body, as if to double back the previous disregard. Zhang Shanhai felt that his whole body was filled with lead and became heavy. This body is still too weak and old. If it was Kratos' peak period when he was still in Greece, this fighting intensity would not be a big deal, and such an opponent would not be so arrogant in front of him. In any case, this place is no longer safe. Must leave with my son as soon as possible, to avoid being found by more difficult and troublesome opponents. But just as Zhang Shanhai was about to return to the hut, a voice that made him shudder suddenly sounded from behind. Hey, what's wrong? You want to leave so soon? I haven't had enough fun yet? What? Zhang Shanhai was horrified. The adventurers were even more horrified. When everyone saw the scene behind Kratos through the secret crystal, they all stared in disbelief. They saw the boulder that was overturned by Kratos shaking, and a flesh and blood figure slowly stood up carrying the boulder. Although there was almost no good meat on this body from head to toe, the wounds all over his body were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. But in just a few seconds, all the injuries were healed. Baldur returned to the full state when they just met. He suddenly threw the 100-ton boulder pressing on his body, making it fly dozens of meters high like a cannonball, and then attacked Kratos in a precise parabola. Old Senior, be careful. Everyone's scalp numbed and shouted. Zhang Shanhai shouted, and slammed the boulder with his shield, causing the boulder, which was already full of cracks, to instantly shatter into countless pieces. Without waiting for him to catch his breath, Baldur rushed again, and punched the shield away. Zhang Shanhai immediately held the opponent's next punch with his right hand, and his left hand punched back, and was also held by the opponent. The fists and palms of the two sides collided, and the 4 hands held each other. Then, a round of wrestling on the spot began. The surrounding ground shook and trembled. Countless cracks continued to bloom under the feet and around the two people. Odin originally only sent me to ask a few questions, but I am very annoyed by your condescending attitude, so feel free to use whatever tricks you have. And I will never stop. Baldur sneered. How many rounds of fighting can your aging body withstand? Before I end everything, I want you to know clearly that I have not felt anything after fighting for so long. Zhang Shanhai did not expect this guy to be so difficult. However, he also realized that if he could not solve the trouble in front of him, his son's safety could not be guaranteed, and the journey and adventure could not begin, so he mobilized all his strength to fight against him. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them were too powerful. As they exerted their strength on each other, a crack in the ground appeared between the two sides, extending hundreds of meters and expanding continuously, causing a large area of the surrounding ground and cliffs to collapse. The two opposing forces were so strong that they could almost tear a mountain apart. Balder suddenly punched Zhang Shanhai and sent him flying dozens of meters into the air, and Zhang Shanhai was not to be outdone and dragged him into the air. The two sides continued to fight each other crazily in the air. Zhang Shanhai kept punching Balder, and Balder kicked Kratos down 100 meters, and he was about to fall into the bottomless ground crack. Kratos quickly used his battle axe to slow down and climbed up the cliff in 2 or 3 steps. "You can't hurt me. Nothing can hurt me. Frankly speaking, this battle is very boring." Balder stomped his feet, causing the entire cliff to collapse, and Zhang Shanhai quickly jumped back and landed on the opposite cliff. "You can't win at all. I can't feel anything. I'm different from my brother. You would have been fine if you just obeyed me honestly, but you just don't." As soon as the voice fell, Bader flashed from the opposite cliff and threw another punch. Zhang Shanhai immediately dodged the blow by leaning sideways. "Okay, let's end this boring fight." Bader's tattoos lit up with ice blue light, and he leaped 100 meters, then fell down like a missile and hit the ground. Bang! Zhang Shanhai didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated, avoiding the coverage of the shock wave, while Bader teleported again and turned into a residual image around him, flashing back and forth dozens of times. Suddenly, he came close and punched. Although Zhang Shanhai couldn't keep up with the opponent's speed, he used his shield to block the attack and forced him to stop. Then, he swung the axe. He chopped 4 or 5 more axes in a row. These attacks were still meaningless. Bader's body could always quickly repair his injuries, so if you want to deal with this guy, you must make him unconscious or lose his combat power. While thinking, they fought for more than 10 rounds. Balder continued to attack with strange body movements such as falling from the sky, rapid displacement, and teleportation. Zhang Shanhai patiently resisted and looked for opportunities, and finally succeeded in seizing the opponent's flaw. He first choked him back with an axe, and then hit him hard in the face with a shield, causing him to lose balance and fall backwards. Now, relying on the fighting skills formed by Kratos' body muscle memory, Zhang Shanhai stepped forward at the fastest speed to perform a naked choke on him. Balder's strength is indeed ridiculous, but in terms of strength, he is still slightly inferior to Kratos. Once this naked choke is formed, it is almost impossible for Balder to break free with pure strength. Crack! A sound of a large area of cervical vertebrae fracture sounded, and Zhang Shanhai successfully twisted Balder's neck, causing his head to twist 180 degrees. Even if an immortal body is attacked by this attack, it will completely lose its combat power in a short time. Zhang Shanhai immediately threw the unconscious Balder off the cliff, and the battle finally came to an end. At this moment, there were at least 100 or 200 people watching beside the secret crystal, and all the adventurers from Qingshan City were shocked by the thrilling battle. Lone Peak Stranger, is it finally over? It was a tough battle. Qingshan Warm Man, what is the origin of this stranger? Who is the Odin he mentioned? Although we don't know what kind of story the 9 Realms Tree chapter in Kratos will tell, just based on such a battle, I feel that this secret chapter is absolutely exciting. Fist to the flesh. Without so many fancy things, this is the real man's way of fighting. Old Senior is awesome. After Zhang Shanhai defeated Balder successfully, or at least temporarily, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt his blood boiling. This battle was not easy. Even he had to challenge 3 times before he won. It would be difficult for an ordinary adventurer to pass without trying 8 or 10 times. Zhang Shanhai felt the long-lost passion and pleasure of fighting. Of course, Kratos has almost reached his limit. This body is too old, and it is quite strenuous to fight with such intensity. Zhang Shanhai staggered and panted towards the hut. When he was about to approach the hut, he cleaned the blood on his body and used the remaining energy in his body to quickly recover from the injury, so that most of the wounds healed automatically, and then he went into the house and opened the cellar. Atreus was terrified. He was relieved when he saw his father. I heard a lot of noise, I thought. Zhang Shanhai, I'm fine, but we can't stay here, you should pack up your things. Atreus couldn't help asking, didn't you say I wasn't ready yet? Zhang Shanhai, you are ready, but you have no choice. You can prove that I was wrong with your performance. Soon after, Atreus packed his luggage. After a period of rest, Zhang Shanhai gradually regained the strength of this body. Although Kratos is no longer as brave as he used to be, as the saying goes, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. After all, he was once a being that slaughtered all the Greek gods. Even if he lost his divine power and his body aged, his physical strength was not comparable to that of ordinary creatures. The father and son left the secluded forest and officially began their adventure in the 9 realms. When they killed undead warriors, ogres, and mountain monsters along the way, and climbed the highest mountain nearby, they immediately made a new discovery. This is, Zhang Shanhai looked down at the forest, where he had lived in seclusion for more than a decade from a high place. He saw a layer of golden barrier at the edge of the forest rapidly dissipating. It is not difficult to see that this golden barrier once protected this forest, which is why they have lived in peace for more than a decade. The reason why they dissipated is that Zhang Shanhai cut down the big tree with his wife's handprint, which shows that these trees are likely to contain runes that constitute the barrier. Seeing this, the adventurer couldn't help but speculate. Kratos' wife is not simple. She set up the barrier to protect the forest. Yes, Kratos followed his last wish to cut down the big tree and destroy the rune, which led to a large number of undead, mountain monsters, and the powerful stranger breaking in. Why did she do this? Why did she hope that Kratos would scatter her ashes on the highest mountain in the 9 realms? Yes, it's too strange. Kratos' wife is not simple. Her move seems to be to cut off Kratos' retreat and force him to embark on a journey to find the highest mountain in the 9 realms. In Miracle City, Kratos and his son began their journey. The adventurers all realized that this was destined to be a long journey. Zhang Shanhai was the first adventurer to defeat Baldur and embark on an adventure. Soon after him, there was the second and third. More and more big guys successfully defeated the first battle boss and embarked on the journey. A new adventure story officially kicked off with this as the starting point. The new God of War story remade in Miracle City has not changed much compared to the main line of the original work, but the content and volume are much richer. For example, a lot of new monsters have been added. Another example is that a lot of natives from various countries in the 9 realms tree have been added. During the adventurer's journey, he will come into contact with small towns of humans or other races. From these Nordic style or other exotic towns, some hidden plots and side quests can be unlocked, so as to fully experience the local cultural characteristics. This will make the originally empty and lonely world more vivid and interesting. Chi-Ji predicted that at the current speed of the adventurer, even if only the core main story is completed, it will take about 8 to 10 days to complete. If you want to experience the various cultures and Nordic mythology elements of the Nordic style more deeply, dig out hidden plots and side quests, the time required will at least double. Chi-Ji watched it for a long time through the Lord's perspective. Although the difficulty of the 9 realms tree is there, it is still within the tolerance range. After all, nearly 100 adventurers have successfully passed the first boss battle in just half a day. Chi-Ji will make a certain degree of fine-tuning and optimization of the 9 realms tree based on the feedback and performance of the adventurers, but there is no need to make too many changes. There are many secret realms in Miracle City. The 9 realms tree chapter is not the only content worth paying attention to. There are also many new changes in the other secret realms every day. For example, the sequel to the Black Light chapter of the Frenzy Secret Realm, Dark Prototype, has been advanced to the final stage of the story after more than 10 days of adventurers. The main feature of the Black Light chapter is to be cool. Whether playing Brother A in the original story or Brother Hay in the sequel, they all have a nearly immortal body, sweeping away zombie monsters, like mowing the grass, and the powerful strength of modern troops. Adventurers can shuttle through the rain of bullets in the secret realm without restraint, and can also deprive others of their memories and information fragments at will through the absorption ability, thereby mastering various skills. This feels very good. The explosion rate of secret realms is also quite high. Because of this, even if the Black Light chapter requires payment, adventurers are willing to do it without hesitation. The first pass achievement of the Black Light chapter is obtained by the Blackstone Hammer King. The progress of the Dark Prototype chapter Blackstone Hammer King obviously cannot keep up with the first echelon. On the one hand, it is because there are too many big guys in Miracle City now, and it is difficult to compete. On the other hand, it is because the Blackstone Hammer King has recently put a lot of energy on the Arad continent, so the exploration of the Black Light chapter must have slowed down. The adventurer with the fastest progress at present is quite special. It is the adventurer Fengyun Haoxiao, played by Fengyun City Lord Ren Wanxiong. This 4th level lord, who is the oldest and most experienced among the 4 lords, has been obsessed with Miracle City every day recently. Every time the city is opened, he will follow Ran Tianyun to Miracle City first. As for his own territory, it has been running for decades. What could possibly happen in a stable period? Ren Wanxiong has long lost interest in the internal affairs of the territory. Anyway, he has established several smart and capable teams under his command. Now he has handed over all the work of the Lord to his assistants and trusted teams. As for him, of course, he has to spend all his available time. All of it in the secret realm of miracle territory. Ren Wanxiong and other lords don't even want to go home. They just want to stay in the Miracle City Hotel. This will not only make it convenient to continue to brush the secret realm the next day, but also discuss the content with the adventurers in Miracle City, which is very interesting. In addition to Ren Wanxiong, Mingwei Xiaoxue and other adventurers are also progressing relatively close. It took them more than 10 days, and unremitting efforts to defeat more than a dozen small bosses one after another. Now they are about to start the final stage and final challenge of this chapter. The story of this chapter is very simple. Special Forces soldier Hei's wife and children died tragically in the virus disaster, and they were not found alive or dead. This made Hei fall into great hatred, so he volunteered to join the cleanup team and entered the most polluted red pollution area to fight. As a result, he met the big boss Moser, who spread black light. Dark A felt that there was great potential in Hei's DNA, and he himself had an extraordinary strong will. This is an excellent container for the black light evolution. Therefore, Moser did not kill Hei, but instead injected the virus into his body for transformation. Hei not only survived but also became a particularly powerful black light evolution, and he almost perfectly adapted to the virus, and possessed the abilities of various black light prototypes. The biggest difference between the sequel and the previous work is that, in the previous work, only Hei, played by the adventurer, had superpowers. Others such as the Supreme Hunter and Elizabeth could no longer be classified as human beings but just big bosses. The sequel of The Dark Body is different. It has been more than a year since Manhattan was razed by nuclear weapons. The big devil Moser did not do nothing during this period. He had already used his abilities to infiltrate Blackwatch and various blacklight virus research organizations, and even government secret personnel, and almost created an entire blacklight family. Especially the senior executives of Blackwatch. There are many blacklight evolutions created by Moser. Just in Gentech, the virus research company founded by Blackwatch, which was the research company that imprisoned and studied Elizabeth, there are many undercover agents of Moser. For example, Dr. Connie, a senior researcher of the company, is an old man who looks elegant and weak on the outside, but is actually an evolutionary who has been implanted with the blacklight virus and has several weapon forms. He has been observing and studying Black Brother, and is very jealous and dissatisfied with Moser's interest in Black Brother. Another example is Sabrina Galloway, the company's chief financial officer. She is a beautiful executive and the second in command of Gentech. She is good at calculation and management, but because of her ambition and selfishness, she once helped Hei to deal with other members of the Blacklight family. This is just a small part. There are members of the Blacklight family in the middle and high level of Blackwatch, government personnel, and other fields. Moser constantly creates evolvers by finding suitable physiques. Although the strength of these evolvers varies, most of the Blacklight family members are loyal to Moser. In the original work, if some extras are counted, at least a dozen Blacklight family evolvers appear. The Miracle City remake adds more details. If some hidden small bosses are also counted, theoretically, 20 Blacklight evolvers can be hunted. The story of the Dark Prototype is that Hei constantly investigates, discovers, exposes Moser's conspiracy, and defeats them one by one. And the evolvers created by Moser will be exposed one by one. In the end, they were all defeated and absorbed by Brother Hei. During this process, Brother Hei's strength continued to increase, gradually approaching the great demon King Moser. At this moment, several adventurers including Fengyan Haoxiao and Mingwei Xiaoxue are about to advance the plot to the final stage. That is, they are about to start the final boss battle and challenge the great demon King Alex Moser. More than 10 days of exploration. The adventurers have gained a lot. More than 10 black light evolver spirits have been revealed, among which at least 4 are named spirits. The weakest one has a second level 5-star, and the strongest one has a third level 3-star. They are all rare spirits of good quality. The appearance of these spirits in Miracle City can not only enhance the strength of adventurers, it can also greatly enhance the ability of Miracle City. Of course, although the adventurers' exploration progress is very smooth, it is not easy to pass the final stage and defeat the big boss Alex Moser. Moser at this moment. His strength has reached the 4th level and 2 stars. He is also a top-level figure of rare treasure level. Even if you look at all the 4th level existences, his survivability is also full. After all, there are only a handful of monsters that can survive a nuclear bomb, even among the 4th level. Adventurers want to defeat the Blackened AI Go. This will never be an easy task, and they will inevitably suffer a lot of abuse, Chi-Ji doesn't know whether these people can successfully break through the dark original form today. Of course, this is not important, and it doesn't matter if it takes 1 or 2 days. When he inspected the basic hall, pay attention to the progress of the territory adventure. Yongjin came in and bowed slightly, saying, "Report to the Lord, Han-tung, Perry, and Ashina Genakairo. 3 generals want to see you." Chi-Ji nodded and said, "Let them in." 3 figures walked in from outside. The one in the middle was an old general with a white beard. On the left was a modern soldier wearing special combat uniform, with slightly white temples, and a variety of guns hanging on his body, and on the right was a samurai wearing Japanese warring state-style armor, with a sword on his waist, and a bow and arrow on his back. "Greetings, Lord." The 3 were all named persons directly under the Lord. They immediately knelt on one knee to salute the Lord. Although they all came from different worlds and had different backgrounds, from the moment they were summoned, the named persons would jump out of the shackles of the original world, and they would only be absolutely loyal and obedient to the Lord. Chi-Ji asked, "How are the preparations?" Han-tung immediately said, "Please rest assured, Lord, our troops have completed the deployment in the Black Iron Fortress." Ashina Genakairo was full of confidence. With the current strength of the territory, as long as the enemy dares to attack, they will definitely not return. So, Chi-Ji learned through various channels. Today is the darkest night in the Evernight Forest. This is an extreme celestial phenomenon that occurs periodically in the Chaos Continent. It will definitely break out once in a short period of 1 or 2 months, or 3 or 5 months. The time when the darkest night breaks out in different regions of the continent is different, and every time this extreme celestial phenomenon breaks out, all territorial laws in the darkest area will become invalid. In other words, high-level people can enter low-level areas unimpeded. Therefore, whenever this celestial phenomenon occurs, it is often easy to reshuffle the forces. Since Chi-Ji took over the Black Iron Fortress in the north, he has not expanded the results of the war and continued to advance. On the one hand, it is because he is not in a hurry to expand immediately. On the other hand, it is out of consideration for maximizing benefits. Although they have enough strength to take over the territory, it will be troublesome if the Dark Race defends the stronghold, because they cannot ensure the maximum benefit at the minimum cost. Therefore, for more than 10 days, Chi-Ji has kept a low profile and concealed his strength. The Evilwood Forest is also very cautious. They only organized several large-scale attacks in the early stage of the loss of the Black Iron Ridge. After several attacks failed, they gave up on taking back the area and became silent. The strategic location of the Black Iron Ridge is so important. The Evilwood Forest cannot really give up. The silence at this moment is brewing a bigger storm. The Dark Lord is 100% waiting for the arrival of the darkest night. This is Chi-Ji's intention, because actively attacking a territory with deep heritage will cost a lot even if it can be conquered, or cause great population loss to the local aboriginal neutral races. On the contrary, if the Evilwood Forest is willing to go all out, this is actually a good opportunity for Miracle City. The Evilwood Lord wants to use the Dark Knight to break through the Miracle territory in one go, and Chi-Ji wants to use the Dark Knight to counter-annihilate all the living forces of the Dark Race in one fell swoop, and take the opportunity to reverse and seize the entire Evilwood Forest. The Dark Race hopes that the constraints of the second-level territorial law of the Miracle territory in the Dark Knight will disappear. In this way, the Evilwood Forest can dispatch the third-level main force, and even the fourth-level strongmen headed by the Lord have absolute confidence to flatten Miracle City in one wave. However, the Evilwood Forest will not know. The Miracle territory is a second-level territory on the surface, but the number of third-level combat forces is no less than that of the third-level senior territory. The most important thing is that after the disappearance of the territorial law, Miracle City also has a large number of foreign high-level combat forces to use, such as local strongmen including Bezaros and Artists, and the top strongmen of the 4 lords and the 4 territories. Each of them is level 5, even. Chi-Ji himself is also level 5. He is not worried at all that the Dark Army will explode tonight. He even expects Lord Xiamu to be more powerful. Because the more and more powerful the offensive force organized by Lord Xiamu this time, the less resistance the territory will have to sweep around, and the benefits will be greatly increased. Chapter 230. Evilwood City. Near a secret hall, hundreds of gray-skinned, 2-meter-tall, spear-wielding poisonous trolls were guarding outside, while a secret meeting against Miracle City was being held inside. The initiator of this meeting was none other than the Lord of the Evilwood Forest. From the outside, this Dark Lord was a troll who looked a little old, a little hunched, and covered with various runes and bone ornaments, giving people a very gloomy feeling. The Lord of Evil would had a 4th level cultivation. He was also considered a strong man in the Evernight Forest. At this moment, he was standing in an activated formation. After waiting for about a quarter of an hour, 2 figures appeared in the formation. Although it was a little blurry because they were only projected, it was not difficult to distinguish that one of them was a werewolf, with purple-black hair and hideous scars on his face, and the other was a tall and burly, blood-skinned minotaur. They were all from 2 nearby territories. The former is the ruler of the Crazy Claw Mountain. The latter is the chief of the Blood Lake Forest. The 2 have different identities and races, and their positions are different, but they have one thing in common with the Evilwood Lord. That is, they are both Dark Lords who rule the 3rd level territory, and they are also loyal to the Eternal Night Dragon King in the center of the Eternal Night Forest. The Evilwood Lord obviously did not underestimate the enemy. In order to deal with Miracle City, he did not hesitate to contact the other 2 Dark Lords of the same level in this area to seek help and cooperation. The Crazy Claw Lord is a shadow werewolf. The Blood Lake Lord is a blood minotaur. Werewolves and minotaur are not considered strong races on the continent, but they are also common races that have produced many masters and strong men. After these 2 forces degenerated into dark races, they have become bullies and tumors that ravage hundreds of miles. The 3 lords are all subordinates of the Eternal Night Dragon King. They can be regarded as the feudal lords under the command of the Eternal Night Dragon King. Although they do not usually contact each other, whenever they encounter a common threat, they will activate this formation for an emergency meeting to discuss the response method together. The Supreme Chaos Will is above. His Majesty the Eternal Night Dragon King is above. Lord Xiamu said to the 2 lords, "Today I call you 2 here only to deal with the threat of Miracle City in the human race territory." Chi-Ji has always been very low-key. Although he has strong enough strength, he has not sought the fastest expansion. But even so, the reputation of Miracle City spread quickly. Even if it has not yet reached the level of shaking the Eternal Night Forest and entering the vision of the Eternal Night Dragon King, it has already gained a certain reputation in the nearby area and even in Qianhu City. Lord Crazy Claw and Lord Blood Lake do not directly border the Miracle territory, but they have also heard about the rapidly rising human race. However, the current Miracle City is only a 2nd level territory after all, and it will not directly threaten the territorial security of the 2 Dark Lords, so they don't care much about it, and even think that Lord Xiamu is making a fuss. No matter how great the potential of a human territory is, as long as it can be discovered in time, it can be easily annihilated. Miracle territory has only been born for a few months. How could a human underground city of this level pose a threat to their territory of this size? Lord Xiamu sneered. A 2nd level human lord, even if he has some ability and means, how much foundation can he accumulate in such a short time? Lord Xiamu is too cautious. Lord Guangzhou also said, "This human force does not directly border the Guangzhou Mountains, so this is only a problem for your Xiamu city, not a problem for our 2 territories." Yes. If you want us to take action, you can. But we will never send out troops in vain. Lord Xiamu summoned 2 3rd-level Dark Lords. Naturally, he sought the help and reinforcements of the 2 lords. In this way, the power of 3 3rd-level Dark Lords can be gathered to attack Miracle territory. This can ensure that it is a crushing victory, and it is foolproof. The human race territory can be wiped out in the shortest time, and the lost land can be regained. However, with the shrewdness of the 2 Dark Lords, they obviously will not do a loss-making business. At this moment, Miracle City does not threaten their respective territories at all. Naturally, they have no motivation to send troops unless there are enough benefits. Lord Xiamu, Miracle City is not an ordinary human territory. If it cannot be wiped out as soon as possible, it will become a common problem for us. But as long as the 2 are willing to assist me in sending troops to break through Miracle City, all the income from this war will belong to you. Faced with the conditions offered, the 2 Dark Lords were not very satisfied. Lord Crazy Claw, even if we take down a 2nd-level territory in one fell swoop, how much profit can we get? This is not enough. Lord Blood Lake also said, "We can send troops to help you regain the lost land and break through the human territory, but we want half of the ore output of Black Iron Mountain in 10 years. Half of the ore output of Black Iron in 10 years? This is definitely not a small number. I didn't expect the 2 lords to be so ambitious." However, Lord Evilwood had a hunch that if Miracle City could not be contained as soon as possible, the future losses might be far greater than this, and the Eternal Night Dragon King would definitely seize the Thousand Lake City area in the next 6 months. Miracle Territory, and even the Evilwood Forest are located near Thousand Lake City, and cannot be dragged down. After all, these locations and territories are very critical, and cannot be lost at this time. Otherwise, once the Eternal Night Dragon King blames, the consequences will be unbearable for him. After a round of bargaining between the three parties, they finally reached a successful cooperation. Xiamu City is ready to invest most of its main forces during the Dark Night, and the two Dark Territories will also send at least one 4th level unit, 25 3rd level units, and at least 2,500 elites. Lord Xiamu himself is a 4th level strongman. In addition to Lord Xiamu, this Dark Dungeon has at least 4 4th level strongmen and more than 100 3rd level masters. For this Dark Night battle, Lord Xiamu plans to go all out. He will not only bring most of the elites of the Evilwood Forest, but also the 2 elites of the Crazy Claw Mountain and the Blood Lake Forest to help. In other words, in this unprecedented war, the Dark Camp will dispatch 7 4th level, hundreds of 3rd level, and at least 15,000 Dark Elite troops to attack the Miracle Territory, while the territorial law is temporarily invalid. In Lord Xiamu's opinion, such a large-scale attack is foolproof. This is the best time to seize the lost territory and wipe out the threat of the human race at the lowest cost. Miracle City has been arrogant under our noses for so long. This time it must be completely destroyed and ended. At this moment, Miracle Territory. More than half of the adventure time has passed. The adventurers of Miracle City are still immersed in the adventure full of passion and challenges. There are currently 1,300 adventurers in the 9 Realms Tree chapter, and other adventurers are also fighting in their favorite secret realms, creating income for Miracle City. Soul crystals, materials, equipment, spirits, etc. Various resources are produced every minute and every second. At this time, in the lobby of Miracle City, many adventurers received a major news. They came to one of the secret realm crystals with drinks and snacks to watch, and the challenge in the crystal was the Black Light. Everyone, come and see! The hero of Fengyan has reached the final level. He will challenge the Dark Age we created. Awesome! This is a historic moment. In just a few minutes, 300 to 500 adventurers gathered near the secret crystal, in addition to hundreds of people from Miracle Territory, and they were all interested in the Black Light story, or wanted to see a big scene. A sturdy black brother was flying over the eaves and walls between high-rise buildings, with a dark red virus flowing all over his body. The controller of this black brother was Ren Wanxiong. Ren Wanxiong had been challenging the Dark Prototype chapter for more than 10 days. After defeating one boss, monster and black light evolution after another, he had now increased his strength to the strength of the 4th level and 1 star. At this moment, the black brother was comparable to the age at the end of the Black Light chapter. Even if such strength is brought to the Evernight Forest, it is still a top master, and he is qualified enough to fight against Brother AI, so the final boss battle is launched naturally. As for the plot of this decisive battle, after a series of investigations, Ren Wanxiong, who plays Brother He, found that his daughter was not dead, but was captured by Brother AI, and the reason why Brother AI captured her was also very simple. Brother He is a 1 in a million black light virus adapter. And Moser believes that Brother He's daughter Maya's DNF is better than the Master. Moser wants to create an era of black light, and his daughter will become a more perfect virus carrier, so Brother He's goal at this time is to defeat Moser and save his daughter. Although they are both protagonists, Hei's personality charm is far inferior to Ai's. But he attaches great importance to family affection, and his love for his daughter is genuine. This guy can give everything for his daughter, so even though he knows how terrifying and powerful Moser is, he still participates in this battle that seems impossible to win without hesitation. It's coming! Ren Wanxiong stomped his feet suddenly, and the violent force was released, causing a large part of the building to sink in. Among the countless glass fragments flying, he shot out dozens of meters, like a cannonball, and landed on the roof of another building. And this building has long been entangled by the virus organization. Various dark red biomass spread everywhere like vines, like a bloody and twisted big stage. 9 figures appeared in front. The adventurers looked at them, and couldn't help showing surprise. All the people who appeared at this moment were black light evolvers. Some people activated the claw form, some activated the giant hammer form, and some activated the blade form. In addition, there were even several forms that had never been seen before, such as giant pliers and giant battle axe forms. This was obviously a trap. These people were the remaining members of the Black Light family. Standing in the center was a woman wearing a leather jacket, with a good figure and looking quite beautiful. She did not show any black light weapon form, but the adventurers could recognize her at a glance. She was Sabrina Galloway, the CFO of Gentech Research. This woman had used each other with Black Brother in the previous plot, and now she really stood on the opposite side of Black Brother, and ambushed Black Brother together with the other 8 members of the Black Light family. These 9 people are nothing. The strongest Galloway is only level 3 and 5 stars. Other black light evolvers are generally only level 3 and 2 stars to level 3 and 4 stars. Although they are not a mob, Ren Wanxiong can handle them one by one. Even if they rush in, he has a 50% to 60% chance of dealing with them. Ren Wanxiong roared, "Moser, get out and give me Maya back." The 9 black light evolvers all showed sarcasm on their faces. When they were about to attack Brother Hay, a hooded figure with a gloomy temperament came out from behind the 9 black light evolvers. It's Brother AI. All the adventurers were excited. Alex Moser waved his hand, and the 9 men took a half step back and did not immediately attack Brother Hay. Finally came out. This is the real final boss. Ren Wanxiong has come into contact with AIG's several times in the plot. He could not judge AIG's strength in the previous few times, but at this moment, he could clearly feel that this existence might have at least reached the 4th level and 2 stars. This guy, who can survive the nuclear explosion. His strength and terror are definitely not comparable to ordinary 4th level people. This is definitely a rare and precious person, so the overall strength is also obviously stronger than most 4th level units, and it is also significantly stronger than the end of the Black Light Coming chapter. It's not easy to fight. The threat of Dark AI Gu alone is big enough. What's more, there are 9 powerful Black Light evolvers on the scene. If he launches a siege with Moser, the chances of winning are probably slim. Ren Wanxiong had long guessed that the final battle would not be easy, but he did not expect it to be so difficult. But the arrow had to be shot on the string. No matter the disaster, in order to pass the level and save his daughter, he must face the difficulties. Where is Maya? It's safe for now. Ren Wanxiong, you'd better tell me, otherwise I smash your head and let your memory flow out. Moser said contemptuously, "Haha, it's terrible. I gave you everything. This is why you came to me. Don't you understand what I'm doing?" Ren Wanxiong, I'm tired of your weirdness. I say it again, give my daughter back to me. Moser shook his head and said, "No, she has a more important mission. Your daughter will become the saint of the new world. Now the only person who blocks the fate of the earth is you, so let's make a break." The virus in Moser's body suddenly began to flow violently, and finally turned his right hand into a huge tentacle. However, unexpectedly, he did not attack the Black Brother in front of him, but stabbed into the body of Galloway, who was defenseless beside him. "Oh no!" Galloway screamed in horror. Because the moment Moser's tentacles penetrated her body, countless tentacles as thin as blood vessels immediately burst out from her body and wrapped around her body, decomposing her body and devouring her body at an alarming speed, which made her realize that Moser was absorbing her. Without waiting for other Black Light family evolvers to react. After penetrating Galloway's body, Moser's tentacles quickly penetrated the second, third, until the last evolver's body. Although these Black Light evolvers were not weak, they had no power to resist Moser, the mother body, and the strongest original body. They struggled for only a few seconds before being absorbed cleanly. In the end, the flesh and blood of the 9 Black Light evolvers were all absorbed into Moser's body alone. Moser's aura became nearly twice as strong, and his eyes turned blood red. His strength reached at least the peak of the 4th level and 3 stars, which stunned all the adventurers who witnessed this scene. Dark Brother AI actually absorbed all his subordinates. Why did he do that? These are all important chess pieces that he spent a lot of time cultivating. Could it be that Brother AI is not 100% sure of defeating Brother Hay, so he absorbs his subordinates to improve his strength? Brother AI's strength is unimaginable now. After absorbing the 9 subordinates, Moser was filled with powerful energy. He said to Ren Wanxiong word by word, "Come, let me see if I made a mistake this time." After speaking, he roared. Tens of thousands of tentacles bloomed from his body. These tentacles were densely packed, like thick and sharp blood vessels, almost filling the space in all directions in the blink of an eye. All organic matter within a radius of hundreds of meters could not escape the fate of being absorbed. Ren Wanxiong did not dare to be careless, and quickly condensed a giant biomass shield to block in front of him. With the solid defense of the giant shield, he barely resisted the absorption of the tentacles. "You can't defeat me with defense alone." Mo stomped his feet, and countless black giant blades wrapped with red energy patterns burst out from the ground, spreading from the ground to all directions. Seeing this, Ren Wanxiong quickly jumped into the air, then transformed into a giant claw and quickly approached, and 10 claws swept quickly. This attack is still too weak. Mo's was cut with 10 huge wounds, but they healed in 2 seconds without leaving any traces, and he just said coldly, "Try another weapon." Ren Wanxiong realized that Moser's strength and recovery ability were far superior to his own. If he wanted to defeat this guy, he had to cause the most damage in the shortest time. Only in this way could he consume the energy in his body, and seize the best opportunity to win in one fell swoop. Thinking of this, Ren Wanxiong turned on the armor, switched to the blade form with stronger attack power. He kept cutting off various tentacles, and rushed up at the fastest speed, engaging in close combat with Moser. The two figures kept colliding at a very fast speed, and various viral blades and tentacles kept bursting out. The battle was very fierce. The battlefield was also constantly changing. The two were so strong that they could easily blow up the building. One building after another was riddled with holes, or directly torn apart and collapsed by various powerful skills. The power they possessed at this moment had obviously surpassed the level of mortals. Every collision was comparable to the collision of two giant beasts, and the weapons, moves, and skills they used were also dazzling. 10 rounds, 20 rounds, 30 rounds. Although Ren Wanxiong used all his skills, he gradually found with horror that he could not cause enough fatal injuries to Brother AI, but he was more exhausted in the confrontations. After all, Brother He had just reached the 4th level and 1 star. And Brother AI was already at the peak of the 4th level and 3 stars. No matter the diversity of skills, comprehensive strength, or even the strength and weakness of actual combat, Brother He had no advantage in front of Brother AI, and the operation and judgment of the adventurer could hardly make up for this gap in strength. Finally, when the fight reached the 40th and 50th rounds, Ren Wanxiong felt that his energy was exhausted, and at this time Brother AI seized the flaw and split the shield with a giant hammer and giant axe, and then countless tentacles directly pierced the body. Moser's tone was full of disappointment. It seems that you are unqualified. Countless tentacles burst out from his body. Ren Wanxiong felt the other party's intention to devour him. Although he tried to control his body tissues to resist with all his strength, because he consumed too much energy in the previous battle, the resistance he generated could not compete with the absorption. Finally, with an unwilling roar, the black brother played by Ren Wanxiong was torn and dismembered by countless tentacles and absorbed. Challenge failed. It is worthy of being the final enemy. This level of strong enemy is not so easy to deal with. Come again! Ren Wanxiong was unwilling to challenge again. The result was similar to the previous time. In the high-intensity battle with Brother AI, he quickly consumed too much energy and was exhausted. In the end, he was caught and absorbed by the opponent. Twice, 3 times, 5 times. Ren Wanxiong challenged 5 times in a row, and each time ended in failure, and he finally lost his temper. If it was just frequent failures and abuse, it would be fine, but the problem is that the Black Light Secret Realm is a paid secret realm, especially in the final chapter. Each challenge consumes 150 contribution points, and 5 rounds of challenges cost 750 contribution points. Even Ren Wanxiong felt heartbroken when he spent his contribution points in Miracle City. The most important thing is, after 5 defeats in 5 battles, he still hasn't found a way to defeat Brother AI. This guy has already become a perfect human arsenal, with all kinds of weapons, forms, and powerful skills, giving people a feeling of being invincible and impossible to defeat. Ren Wanxiong was extremely depressed. 5 more people reached the final chapter one after another. None of these 5 adventurers succeeded in challenging Dark Brother AI. However, after observing the final battle between the 6 adventurers, someone soon discovered the trick and clues. Huh? Mao Mingming counted to make sure she was not mistaken. She immediately put forward her discovery. Why do the members and number of the Black Light family change when you finally face Dark Brother AI? Others were reminded. Sure enough, the problem was found. In the final chapter of the Dark Prototype, some Black Light family members will jump out, and these members will eventually be absorbed into Brother AI's body to enhance their strength. However, some adventurers start the final chapter. The number of Black Light evolvers that appear is the same as Ren Wanxiong, 8 or 9. Some adventurers will encounter 11 or 12, or even 14 or 15. But no matter how many Black Light evolvers appear in the final battle, they will be absorbed by Dark Brother AI in one go without a doubt, and the more Black Light family members there are, the higher the increase generated by the absorption. There is an adventurer who has swiped out 15 Black Light members. When he challenged Dark Age, Dark Moser's strength improved by leaps and bounds, and he actually reached the strength of the 4th level and 4 stars. He had no way to compete with him, and was killed almost instantly. So that's what happened. The more Black Light evolvers the adventurer killed in the early plot, the fewer Black Light evolvers will appear around Dark Age in the final battle, and the strength he can improve will also be significantly reduced. 9 is still too many. If Fengyan Haoxia is facing Age with only 4 or 5 of his subordinates, even if Age absorbs them all, the strength he can improve is relatively limited to deal with. I just found out now. It seems a little too late. Unless Feng Hero plays a few key chapters again. Only in this way can we ensure that the black light evolvers that appear are eliminated to the maximum extent, so that the pressure of the final battle is reduced, and now the remaining time is not enough. However, just when Feng Hero and others were stuck, Black Brother played by Mingwei Xiaoxue came from behind, because although Mingwei Xiaoxue's progress was fast, she was the most devoted one among this group of adventurers, and did not want to catch up with the fastest progress. Therefore, she not only completed the main line, but also killed several black light evolvers through several branch lines. Therefore, when she came to the final battle scene, Dark AI Gu had only 5 subordinates, who could be absorbed behind him. Although the number was a little less, he still did not hesitate to absorb all his companions in one breath, but this time AIG's strength was obviously much weaker, and at most it was about 4 level 3 stars. On the other hand, Mingwei Xiaoxue absorbed a few more evolutions. His strength has reached the peak of 4 level 1 star. Although there is still some gap, the difficulty of the battle will be much lower as one side gains and the other loses. Under this situation, Mingwei Xiaoxue challenged twice in succession, and she quickly mastered the rhythm of the battle. Even so, Mingwei Xiaoxue felt that it was still very difficult to defeat Black Moser, but in the subsequent battle, she didn't know whether it was an illusion or intentional. She always felt that after 100 or 80 rounds of fighting, Dark Age's desire to attack was significantly reduced, and the offensive became obviously relaxed. What's going on? He obviously has an advantage. Why do I feel like he is letting me go? No matter what, since there is such a good thing, of course I must seize the opportunity. I heard that the Dark original form has not been cleared yet, and I may be able to get the first pass. When I thought of this, Mingwei Xiaoxue became excited. After a fierce fight, Mingwei Xiaoxue finally seized the opportunity to repel Moser, and consume the virus energy in his body with a fierce attack, causing him to fall into temporary weakness. Good opportunity. Mingwei Xiaoxue cut off Haimo's arms with a sharp blade, and the latter was knocked to the ground and knelt on one knee, as if he had given up resistance, and his 2 arms did not recover immediately. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Mingwei Xiaoxue directly absorbed Haimo's. When countless viral tentacles pierced his body, Haimo said in a relaxed and calm tone, "Welcome to the top of the food chain." The next moment, the body was disintegrated. It was absorbed into Mingwei Xiaoxue's body.